Your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on the Cinco de Mayo. Master Killer. You know what? I'm thirsty. Brando, could you pour me a little beverage, please? I got to raise a glass of love juice to all the 2.02 average listeners. Thank you very much. And viewers of this fine program, hopefully you're enjoying your enchiladas, your fine Mexican cuisine, and celebrating with a glass of añejo as well here on a Cinco de Mayo. And if you want to talk a little fantasy football with us, maybe some NFL futures, MLB bets, maybe they ain't even gotten underway yet tonight. The NBA, we still have another game on the docket this evening with the Thunder and Nuggets. The NHL, whatever pick is your poison. All you got to do to contact Tori and I is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And we have our pole dancing poll question of the day posted there right now, and it's asking you this. Tonight, we're beginning our NFL team preview series with the Atlanta Falcons. This is actually coming up in the next segment. And our 3-point stance, and one of the questions that we're going to kind of dig into, and on a few of these players, what discounts Atlanta Falcon fantasy football option is most attractive out of Darnell Mooney with a 144.2 average draft position, Kyle Pitts with a 167.1 ADP, or Michael Penix Jr. with a 146.5 average draft position. Over 140 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep your votes a-coming and fire off any comments. So we're going to read those a little bit later on in the show, so keep on firing on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Before we get to some NFL news and notes, let me give an update of what is going on right now in the NBA playoffs. And I can tell you this game is becoming a bit of a snooze fest as the Celtics are up 20. It is 72-52 right now. C's over the New York Knicks. To give you a stat update, Jalen Brunson, our leading scorer for the NYK. Brunson has 11 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and a couple of steals. So stuff on the stat sheet, but he's going to have to pick up steam, but they're going to make this game competitive. Meanwhile, for the C's, you've got 5 players right now in double figures. Jaylen Brown with 14, Jason Tatum with 13, Derek White with 13, Drew Holiday with 11, and off the bench, Peyton Pritchard with 13 points as, again, Boston in complete command. Game 1 of this series in the Eastern Conference playoffs, up 72-52 over the New York Knicks with 6 and change to go there in the third quarter. Again, I got my eye on Cubs and Giants here at Casa de Evans, watching on Marquee Sports Network. Cubs and Giants knotted up at 2. PCA just got an infield hit, but 2 outs. He's the only man on base, bottom of the 4th inning. We'll see what happens in the fate of the Cubs tonight at a very chilly Wrigley Field. All right, with all that put aside, let's get after it with another edition here of In the News. These are polls of NFL news and notes. I'm going to read them off, and then we're going to spin it forward for gaming purposes. A lot of heavy leans and various takes on fantasy football, and of course, as well, if it applies to the sports betting markets on top of that. Oh, base hit for Nico Horner, runners at the corners now as PCA advances the third. 2 outs, bottom of the 4th inning. Again, Giants 2, Cubs 2. I'll break in if anybody does score in that game. First up, though, let's go to the Sonoran Desert and try to find some water. We were holding a divining rod, and it was going to lead us in the right direction. Arizona head coach Jonathan Gannon is, quote, really excited to see where, in quotes, Marvin Harrison Jr.'s game goes in year 2. We said this on Mad Dog Sports Radio there on Sirius XM a couple of days ago. So, Horvath, let me give you a little background on Marvin Harrison Jr. He's wide receiver 18 right now. An average fantasy best ball drafts for half point PPR. That's number 40.00 overall. So, guy you're generally getting in round 4 of fantasy drafts. So, knowing that price, do you feel that he's overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued? Knowing that Gannon is, so excited to see where he goes.
I'll say undervalued, actually, Brad. Just like, we remember where he was being drafted last year, and we both thought that was insane, especially for a rookie. And the targets were there, though. He had 114 targets, which was top 20 among all receivers, even as a rookie. So now it's year 2 in the offense. I think Kyler Murray, as long as he stays healthy, is going to have a solid season. I bet Arizona's win total. I bet them to make the playoffs. So Marvin Harrison better make this year 2 leap. And he was all right. He had 62 receptions, 8 touchdowns, 885 receiving yards. The problem was, man, what Malik Neighbors did, right, his rookie season, and Brian Thomas as well. So I think he could actually be a steal. Last year, I know people were taking him like as a top 5, top 10 pick. I definitely think that he finishes with more than 62 receptions. But again, it wasn't a great rookie season, man. But the targets were there, so I think actually you're kind of buying low right now on Marvin Harrison.
And Dansby Swanson stays hot. 2-run single. Cubs have recaptured lead 4-2. He has been in fuego. Breathing fire here last about 10 days. Really locked in right now. Again, Cubs up 4-2 in the bottom of the 4th inning. 2 outs against San Francisco Giants. I think he's properly valued. I really do. I think right there, wide receiver 18 is exactly where I have him ranked, actually. At the current moment in time. A guy that, he had the 8 touchdowns last season, only 62 receptions or 85 yards, but the targets are pretty hefty there overall with 116 in 17 games. Mike Clay's got a projected for 123 targets, 74 receptions, 987 yards, and 7 touchdowns. So he says he's slightly overvalued here. Wide receiver 18. He's got him at wide receiver 21, a half-point PPR setting. Look at the secondary analytics. Number 6 in air yards. Okay, 6.8 targets per game. Hopefully that'll rise a little bit. He was only number 64 in catchable target rate. And number 5 in unrealized air yards. So hopefully some of those unrealized air yards become more realized. He's in better sync. With one at Kyler Murray, the Docs in the Desert, I like to call him. He was only number 70 in total yak, number 58 in yards per route run, but number 10 in total route wins, and a guy that was a respectable number 25 in total red zone targets and number 7 in deep ball targets. He'll improve, but I think wide receiver 18 is exactly about where he's going to finish. So give me properly valued on Marvin Harrison Jr. year 2 down there in the desert. All right, let's go a few hours west of the Phoenix area and go to Los Angeles as LA Rams head coach Sean McVay expressed his desire for Matthew Stafford to play for a couple of more seasons. That was a direct quote, as he said on SiriusXM radio. I think Stafford would sign like a $44 million one-year deal. That's a whole lot of moolah for him. But a guy, even though he's long in the tooth at 37 years old, show that he's still got plenty left in the tank. What are your feelings on Stafford? I'll give you his ADP right now. QB 21, 149.44. So if I said he is going to be a top 20 quarterback in fantasy this season, a little bit better where he's going in average drafts, are you buying or are you selling?
I'd buy, man. The only thing is, right, like they have to protect him, and I like what they've done with the offensive line enough. He has to stay healthy, and that's the only concern as he approaches, 40 years old here. That's why I know that's what McVay's saying. I do think that Stafford probably plays at least another year, but when these guys get old and the drop-off happens, it happens quickly. And also, they fleeced the Atlanta Falcons. I still like what Atlanta did going out and getting James Pierce Jr., but they acquired a 2026 first-rounder, so I think McVay is going to get his quarterback next year, and then he's probably going to want him to sit for a year or two under Stafford. But this year, I'm all in, man. I love the Devontae Adams pickup. I know Cooper Kupp's gone. I think that's a good thing, right? Like replacing him with Devontae Adams, who even at 32 years old, a much better route runner and receiver at this point of his career. You still have Puka. Love that run game with Kyron Williams. Yeah, I think that Stafford could definitely be a top 20 quarterback in fantasy, man. If everybody stays healthy and that offense lives up to the hype, I'm pretty high on the Rams this season. Love their offseason.
Yeah, and I love Tutu Atwell, too, as your
Yes,
wide
him
receiver
too.
3. The guy gets a lot of separation, does a lot of dirty work, especially the intermediate field, an excellent and reliable receiver there. I'm with you, man. I think Stafford's undervalued. I will probably go the extra buck. I play in nothing but Superflex leagues, which is a 2-quarterback format, so I always have a heart for Stafford. And I'm definitely going to spend my money on him this season. A salary cap / auction draft would even go the extra mile in a traditional snake draft. If it being super flex, I think he's going to be a top 20 quarterback this season. Mike Clay at ESPN's got projected for 3,931 yards, 25 passing touchdowns, 11 INTs. That's quarterback 16. So he is quite aggressive on him. A guy that was number 12 in total air yards last season, number 9 in deep ball completion percentage. Where he struggled was inside the red zone. Number 25 in red zone completion percentage, but he has one of the best red zone receivers that we've seen in the last decade now in Devontae Adams. Even though he's on the wrong side of 30, I think he's got plenty of petrol there in the tank. So, yeah, give me Stafford to be a top 20 quarterback in fantasy this season. I'm certainly buying that. All right, last NFL news to know. NFL Network's Cameron Wolfe noted in conversations he had with Titans head coach Brian Callahan, the team has designs to, quote, get the ball out of Cam Ward's hands quickly, end quote, divulging a lean on, quote, screen routes to Calvin Ridley, end quote. What do you make up of this schematic, and what do you make of Cam Ward in year number 1?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely my favorite rookie quarterback, right? If I have to take any of these guys just because we know he's going to be out there, the only other guy I would look at, Jackson Dart. He's not, like the most – he's not Mike Vick, so I don't think you're going to get a ton of rushing yards and rushing touchdowns. He's not Jaden Daniels, so I think that makes sense. Like, what worries me is he's a gamer, man, but – kind of like the knock on Shador is he holds onto the ball a long time. He's always hunting the big play. So I think that would make sense, right? Like, get rid of the ball quickly, make your reads, get to your reads. So I think that he could be, I don't even know where to project him right now. He would be my favorite out of all the rookies as a fantasy option. But, man, I really like Calvin Ridley after hearing that, especially using him a little bit more in the screen game.
Yeah, it could be like an 80, 85 catch season for the Riddler. Yeah. So I'm with you there. And I think Cam Ward's definitely going to exceed his QB 28 ADP. I think he's a fine quarterback, too. Again, in super flex formats. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. Our 3-point stand series make its debut with the Atlanta Falcons. Don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Time to get it going on a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. We're live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Thanks for waking up with us. Coming up, we'll get things going with a couple of big upsets in the NBA and what happened last night. All of that coming your way in 20 minutes. We'll take a trip to the NFL and the Ravens cutting ties with Justin Tucker, why it happened, what it means. That's followed by my streaming corner at 6:40. We'll get into that. Then at 7 o'clock, we'll begin our preview of tonight's NBA playoff games, along with handicapping today's slate in the majors, and then during the 8 o'clock hour. More from the association before we bring in Brett Friedlander, who covers the ACC for SaturdayRoad.com, and what sort of effect Jordan Hudson is having on Carolina football. And that's followed by the Dogster and our favorite plays of the day at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins in D.C. She is Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville, Tennessee. Chelsea, what's going on this Tuesday?
Yeah, it feels like we always hope for good games, and we say that on the show. We're like, we just want a good game. But do we really want good games when we've got all these money line parlays? Because I was thinking to myself last night, I'm like, Chelsea, what were you doing? I just hope we get good games. But then I take money line parlays of favorites. I don't want good games. I want blowouts, and I want the favorites to win if my money is on the favorite. So, Jenks, I feel like you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Sounds like this is not going to be a good day for you, Chelsea. I'm the same way. It's torn. It's being torn between I want my bets to win. Also, I want competitive basketball. But now because of my bets, I want a different type of game. So I totally understand that. And we'll talk about those games. But these were a couple of stunners yesterday. But if you were looking for great playoff basketball and you were on the Dogs, then I guess it depends on what side you were on. But regardless, I said this yesterday, like I'm ready for some really good series outside of maybe the ones on the outside. I'm talking about the ones involving like the top seeds, and it looks like we're going to get it finally.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like we keep saying this on the show. It's like we just really want some good series and we want some good playoff basketball that we've been waiting for all regular season. And now we finally get it. So it feels like I should be able to enjoy it more. But again, I feel like we were the favorites. So it's a little bit harder to enjoy it. So maybe tonight we'll not be doing moneyline parlays and just say, hey, I'm going to enjoy these games because we have had some great games as of now.
That's true. Also, to your credit, you've had a really nice run in the NBA. I know things didn't work out your way last night, but overall, if we take a big picture perspective, then I feel like things have gone your way for the most part during the playoffs.
Yeah, except for I got to stop with some of those, like, I said this yesterday. I was like, I got to stop getting cute with things. Like, what am I doing? I know better than this. And we said this in our best bets. We both know better than this when doing some of these money line parlays.
I'm going to get cuter with my bets. I want my bet. I want people to say this guy makes the cutest bets. Have you seen his bets? They are just they're so cute. So maybe I'll go down that route and you can go down the enough of this nonsense. I know what you're saying though. We were trying to look, we can talk about it. You want to talk about it? My bets were fine. They were just fine. All right, let's do it.
All right. So I think another way to put it is like doing too much. Like just play one bet and just leave it at that. Like if you have a feeling about a game, leave it in one single bet. I did that for my best bet, but it was still a loser. So I thought to myself, hey, the Nuggets are going to come into this game against the Thunder kind of worn down. They had to go to a game 7 with the Clippers. That was a really tight series. Thought the Thunder would have the edge in game 1. I was not correct in that regard. The Nuggets actually won this game outright with some late game heroics, courtesy of Aaron Gordon. 121-119 final score. One bet in baseball did come through, kind of tailing you in this one. Cubs money line over the Giants. That was an easy winner. The Cubs continue to be one of the better teams in the National League. Win this one 9-2. And then here's what I'm talking about. Doing too much. Thunder first half, Celtics money line. Kind of banking on both teams coming off game 7 or, having to play deep in the series, being worn down, playing the team that is having a rest advantage. Wasn't the case. I know you can look at that conversation in both directions saying, hey, this team has more rest, but they could be a little rusty. I kind of sided on the favor of rest. Wasn't the case. That parlay was a loser. So 1-2 night for me.
All right, 2-2 night for this guy. I was also on the Cubs. So cute. So that was a winner. I was on the Giants-Cubs under 8. 11 runs in that game. Not cute. Then I had the Dodgers on the run line against the Marlins. Dodgers win 7-4. So cute. But then, like we were talking about, I went Celtics money line, Thunder money line, and I thought I would add another parlay piece tonight with the Aces. I believe they're hosting. Who are they hosting tonight? The Mercury in Las Vegas, so it doesn't even matter because the Celtics and Thunder both lose. And the Dogster was laying 9.5 with the Thunder. That's a loss. So for the week, you're 1-2. I'm 2-2. The Dogster 0-1 here on the Daily Tip on a BetMGM network. Appreciate you waking up with us. And let's get into these games starting in the East where the Knicks handle the Celtics 108-105 in overtime. The Knicks getting 8.5 points. They're plus 310 on the money line. Total set at 213. Depending on where you got it, that's a push. Knicks down 20 points in this game. They rally all the way back, and it is a group effort.
Horford will watch hard. 2.5 in overtime. It goes to Anunoby. Tatum is there. In the corner, Bridges, 3. Bullseye! It's a 6-point New York lead in overtime.
Mikal Bridges plays 51 minutes, and then with about a second remaining in this game, steals the ball away from Jaylen Brown to seal it. The Knicks also get 29 points from both Jalen Brunson and OG Anunoby, and the defending champs stunned in Game 1. Our parlays down the drain. Ta-da.
Right. And this is the trouble with teams who shoot a ton of threes. I think that this was a playoff record where they missed the most threes in playoff history. I think they missed 40 threes when you're talking about the Celtics. But here's the thing. You can't say, oh, they take too many threes. And then the next game, when they beat somebody by 20 because they hit a bunch of threes, say the same thing. Like, oh, well, I love that they take threes. But this is just kind of the volatility that happens when you have a team like the Celtics who depend on the long-range shot. So they played terrible. They did not deserve to win this game because even if you depend on those 3-point shots, you still need a dependable form of offense in the final 2 minutes of play. So the fact that the Celtics shot so terribly in this game still went to overtime, like maybe that's your storyline. The fact that, they still stuck around despite it being like one of their worst games of the postseason thus far.
Yeah, they missed 45 threes. They went
45.
15 of 60, 25% from three-point land. Jason Tatum does score 23 points, 6 boards, or 16 boards, I should say. But you're not wrong. I mean, this is the way the Celtics play basketball. Do you know what I mean? So This is not some sort of outlier for them. It's an outlier in that they only made 25% of their shots. But this is their game. They've been jacking up threes all year long, and when they hit, then they can blow people out. So if they start hitting at a better rate, we could see a blowout in Game 2. We'll see. But do you buy now, even though I know it's only one game, can the Knicks really make this series? Because going in, at least for me, I felt like this is a really bad matchup for the Knicks because of the Celtics' depth, because of their championship experience, because the Knicks are beat up. Can New York actually sort of put the Celtics in trouble here?
I mean, as long as Jalen Brunson is out there, my goodness, there were times last night where I had to stop myself from cursing in front of my 5-year-old because Jalen Brunson kept hitting big dagger shots. So that's the other thing is that the Knicks showed a resilience last night that I feel like we hadn't seen yet. And I understand they went toe-to-toe with the Pistons in that last series. And you would say, hey, they showed some resilience there because that was a tough series as well. But being down 20 points against the reigning NBA champs and you come back to win it, that is some sort of resilience. So wasn't just Jalen Brunson. You mentioned Mikal Bridges, huge in this game. As a defensive stopper in the last play of the game, somebody who played, it feels like 1,000 minutes. Like, I'm sure he's tired after this game. But it was a team effort. Maybe not Karl Anthony foul trouble, but the rest of the guys on this team. And I think maybe that's the question moving forward. If you thought the Knicks were going to be tired going into this game, how are they going to feel going into the next game when all these guys just played 1,000 minutes?
I don't know. We're going to find out soon enough. Game 2 is tomorrow night, Chelsea. The Celtics are laying 10.5 points. Your series price is Celtics minus 300. The Knicks plus 240. So we'll get the answer to that question here in just about 24 hours. In the West, another stunner. This one comes down to the wire. Nuggets trailing by 1 late with a chance to pull off the upset.
Second one for Holmgren. It rims out. Brown grabs it. 7 seconds left. Westbrook, 5 seconds. They're down by 1. Gordon got it. Aaron Gordon with a deep shot. Williams, three-quarter court. No good. The Nuggets steal game 1.
They certainly do. Call courtesy of TNT. Gordon with his second game winner of the postseason. 22 points, 14 rebounds as the Nuggets win 121-119. They were getting 10.5. They were plus 360 on the money line. Total set at 229 and a hook and the over hits. Meanwhile, the Joker, Nikola Jokic, just the 4th player in NBA history to have 40 points and 20 boards in a playoff game. He went for 42-22 along with 6 assists. Jamal Murray with 22 in another game 1 upset. I mean, these were 2 massive spreads, but we're also seeing, at least with the Nuggets, this is a team that looks like the squad that won a world title just a couple years ago. They are really playing well, and the Thunder found that out in a big way last night.
Yeah, it feels like one of those teams that has caught momentum at the end of the season, which is strange to say for a team that fired their head coach. You'd think that that would certainly not be the case. But, Jenks, I feel like handicapping this series is a battle between, like, my 2 inner selves. My inner square that says, Chelsea, what are you doing? Nikola Jokic is on their team.
Yeah.
Like, you just take the points with that team. And then you say, well, Oklahoma City is the team that's been best the entire season, and it feels like the general public is not giving them enough respect. But the line this game was 9.5. So, Jenks, now I find myself a little befuddled going into the next game of this series, because on paper, the Thunder should be the better team. But when it comes to the postseason, like, these heroes matter. Like, it's not just Jokic. It's the fact that Aaron Gordon has postseason experience as well, and you mentioned it. This is his second game winner of the postseason.
Yeah. By the way, good word with befuddled. That's a good one. I got to use that again. I'm perplexed. I'm befuddled. I mean, I am too. I think you go back and you look at the regular season. This is why playoff basketball, I feel like, from a betting perspective, can be much more difficult because, look, the Thunder were the best covering team during the regular season. And the numbers would keep getting jacked up, and they would keep covering those numbers. They were the best covering team at home during the regular season. So they were just monsters. If you bet on the Thunder during the year, you were a winner. And I feel like that one of the handicaps going into this game was the Thunder are rested, and the Nuggets are coming off just a Game 7 against the Clippers, which was pretty arduous, right? Like, they won that game outright, but overall that series was really back and forth, which is why we went to Game 7. So I felt like it was the right call with the Thunder going in. But when you talk about championship experience, that's something you can't really quantify. You know, you can look at it, it's kind of this nebulous thing like, okay, well, what does that mean? What does it mean when it comes to the number? What does it mean about guys stepping up? What does it mean about guys who aren't going to feel the pressure of getting it done in the clutch because they've already been there? And the Nuggets are that team. So when you look at the Thunder, last year was the year before the year. This is supposed to be the year, but are they still young or too young to maybe handle that pressure? We'll find out during this series, but I think it's an interesting question.
Yeah, I think the tricky part about this NBA postseason is all of, like, the narratives and, like, you know, normal sayings that we use to, like, quantify the bets that, or qualify the bets that we make. Like, look at the other series. If you say championship experience matters, what were the Celtics doing? You know, you look at some of those shot selections by Jason Tatum in the final minute of the game, you're saying, this is the team that won the NBA championship? So I understand that's the way that the Celtics play basketball, but my bigger point is that I feel like there were a lot of anomalies last night between both of these games. Whether it was the Knicks beating the Celtics for the first time this regular season, or this season, I should say, the Celtics beat them 4 straight times. And so the first time the Knicks win against the Celtics is in Game 1 of the postseason in Boston. Feels like it doesn't make sense. Then you look at the Nuggets and Thunder, and this series, I guess, was pretty tight during the regular season, but you look at a Nuggets team that's supposed to be worn down, you know, they don't have a ton of depth, and then you play the deepest team in the league at their place, and who wins? The Nuggets. So it feels very, again, befuddling to me. But this is why we love sports.
Also, can we just have a moment, our moment of zen, to appreciate Nikola Jokic for a second?
Yeah.
42 points, 22 rebounds, 6
Oof.
assists. I mean, Aaron Gordon has been unbelievable, and Steve Adelman called him the heart and soul of the Nuggets after the game, which I thought was interesting. But regardless, Nikola Jokic, as we've said for weeks, this is just like ho-hum. Oh, another record. Only the fourth player to ever do this in NBA history. Nuggets pulled a Game 1 upset. Just unbelievable. Coming up next on the show, we will take a gander around the world of pro football and why one Steelers wideout might just be staying put. It is a Tuesday. It's great to be with you. I'm Jake. She's Chelsea. This is the Daily Tip, and it is on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, the Ravens part ways with one of their legends, but what really happened? The NFL is on the way. Did you see the renderings yesterday of what the NFL draft may or may not look like when it comes to DC here in 2 years? That's wild to me. We got to get you up here when this happens, by the way. I mean, I don't know what we're going to do, but I'm sure we'll do something as part of this show. I mean, it'll be right freaking here, Chelsea. We got to bring you up for the draft just in time to go out with everybody, have a good weekend, and then prep for a big celebration down on the National Mall.
Ah, yes. In what, 3 years? Was it 2027?
2
years?
2. Come on. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, we got plenty of time.
That means they'll tell me like a week before the draft. Okay, we're gonna send you.
I guess we're going to DC.
I haven't seen the renderings. How cool does it look?
It's cool. I mean, I think it's really cool, especially with the National Mall. What they have is, I mean, you see just this wall of LED screens or electronic screens, you know, where you can still see the Capitol in the background, and then, you know, just, of course, there's just a ton of people there. They're pretty basic, and I'm sure they will get more detailed or more ornate, you know, once you get closer to draft time, because this is very early in the process. It's like when the Commanders released an initial rendering of their new stadium at RFK. Like, it's an idea, it's one rendering, like this is what it could look like, but ultimately, you know, things like that will go through all sorts of changes before the final design is put in place. But it's interesting nonetheless just to have an event like this here, which has never happened.
Yeah, here's a stupid question. At 5:22 a.m. Central Time, do they ever let people get in the reflecting pool, or is that kind of off limits?
I walked in the reflecting pool, depending on
Really?
whether or not it's, yeah, I mean, not, there were times when it's just, there was a couple years ago, a friend of mine came into town, and we just decided to sort of walk DC together, and she and I were longtime friends, and went down to the National Mall, and it was sort of empty. I mean, the reflecting pool, there wasn't hardly any water in it at all, so we were just walking in the middle, just sort of saying, oh, look, here we are, and, you know, not trespassing or anything, but it was kind of odd. If it's full, I mean, you would probably need to stay out, but this was when it was dry.
I just didn't know if it was like sacred or something. You know, like when teams don't let you step on their logo, like in the clubhouse or whatever.
Right.
Because as like somebody thinking in like the party planning, you know, mindset, I was like, hey, what if they put chairs in the water or floats and made it all cool? But I don't know. Like there's so many historic things that happen there. Does that feel like a slap in the face to history? Here's me and my donut float.
I mean, it's an interesting question. I also think that it could turn into a disaster. Like, I don't know if you had actual water there and people have a couple pops and all of a sudden I mean, I don't know what the rules would be at the draft, but I would feel like that it would be a massive hazard at some point during the evening if you had like a big pool of water there. Like, I mean, I know it's not deep or anything. I don't know. It's an interesting question.
I just don't know what they do for events because, like, I'm not there and I don't really follow it. So it feels to me I've never seen anybody in it, with the exception of, like, the really historic events. Like, maybe when, like, Martin Luther King was there. And that's why I'm thinking to myself, maybe people don't get in it out of respect for, like, the history that's there.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Has there been, like, a concert there where people get in the pool? I just don't know.
Has there, Denton?
Not that I know of, although Alex Ovechkin may or may not have swam in it when he won a Stanley Cup championship.
Sounds about right.
So if you win a championship, you might be allowed to jump in there.
Yeah. He was definitely in the fountains in Georgetown. We all know that.
He definitely was there.
Yeah, he was definitely there. I don't know. Maybe the last person there was Jenny in Forrest Gump. I'm not really sure.
So much American history. Forrest Gump, Parks and Rec, Scandal. Yeah. That's what I was thinking when I went there. Like, it was sad to me that I was like more interested in the fictional TV history, like some of those monuments, than like the actual history. I was like, oh man, Parks and Rec sat on that bench. Amy Poehler was right there. It's like, Chelsea, do you know how many presidents have been here? Yeah, I don't care.
I mean, the cool thing about that area is there are some actual bald eagles there. Like when we were down there, I saw a bunch of people gathered around a tree, and I'm like, and they're all looking up and being still, and I'm like, what is going on? And I look up, and there's this majestic bald eagle just like perched, and I'm like, oh my God. And then at some point he like takes off. It was really cool to see, especially when you're on the National Mall. So it's an awesome area. It's going to be great for the city, and we'll see how the design evolves, whether or not they'll have the reflecting pool filled or not. A couple floaties out there, who knows? Well, football news now, Chelsea, and this is shocking or maybe not, depending on your viewpoint, but the Ravens have cut Justin Tucker, their longtime kicker, amid allegations of sexual misconduct. He's 35 now and accused of misconduct by 16 different massage therapists at 8 different spas in Baltimore, and this reportedly happened between 2012 and 2016. 2012 was his rookie season. So he is gone, and here is Ian Rappaport on NFL Network as to why it happened.
I think it's fair to say it was a football decision, mostly because of Justin Tucker's age and the struggles that he had this year, especially compared to the bar that he set throughout his entire potentially Hall of Fame career, multi-year Pro Bowler, multi-year All-Pro. However, you cannot say that this is only a football decision. Really, this is about so much more. And these decisions, especially when it comes to saying goodbye to one of the all-time greats of a franchise, they don't exist in a vacuum. Yes, 35 years old. Justin Tucker has earned a high salary. He's been one of the highest paid kickers in the NFL. He struggled this year and all of that. But the many, many allegations, 16, I believe, from Baltimore area masseuses, allegation that Tucker and his family have denied, allegations the NFL is still looking into. Of course, they played a role. And as soon as it became clear that the Ravens were at least thinking about moving on from, as soon as it became clear that they drafted Tyler Loop in the 6th round of this draft, you knew that it was at least possible that Justin Tucker's days were numbered. That is, of course, what happened today. The original plan from the Ravens was to let this investigation play out, let the NFL come to its decision on what it meant for the future of Justin Tucker. In the end, they decide, you know what, draft a kicker, move on. It is the end for Tucker with the Ravens. I would not be surprised, given the allegations and his age and his performance, this is the last time we see Tucker in an NFL uniform.
I think that's probably right. And I'm glad that Ian Rappaport said, look, these allegations had something to do with it. Like, I don't know what the Ravens know. The NFL is still investigating. So even if Justin Tucker signed with someone else, there could still be another phase of punishment here, or a phase of punishment, which we have not seen because the NFL is still looking into it. But ultimately, I think it was a combination of all those factors. Justin Tucker was not good last season. As Ian said, he is 35. Last year, missed 10 kicks, worst in his career. He was 31st in the NFL in converting extra points. So by his standards, by most standards, not a good kicker. But when you have these allegations hanging over your head, like they have been over the past few months, then it makes it a much easier decision for the Ravens. So I think that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah, it was like the perfect combination of things, or the imperfect combination of things, I guess, if you're looking at it as Justin Tucker. Somebody who's coming off a career worst year where it felt like he couldn't hit long field goals, because usually, if you're saying, hey, he's getting older, he doesn't have, the strongest leg anymore, because that was his worst marks. 5 of 8 from 40 to 49, 6 of 11 from 50 plus. And those were the kicks that Justin Tucker used to make. Because back in the day, a lot of us remember Justin Tucker as the hero of these games. Somebody would come in and be Mr. Dependable. Doesn't really have that moniker anymore for more reasons than one, but also somebody who's making a lot of money as a kicker. And I know we don't really talk about salaries, and maybe in the grand scheme of things, it was not that much, but he was set to make, I believe, around $7 million next year. So if you're paying a guy a lot of money and he's not Mr. Dependable anymore, and he has 16 sexual misconduct allegations to his name, why would you not cut the guy? So it just feels like it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does, and I do not think we're going to see him again. At 35, he needs to handle this. Whatever happens, happens, but no team, why would you take on this risk and this potential stressor or this potential drama or controversy down the line? I feel like, as Ian said, this is probably the end of the line for one of the NFL's great kickers. Again, we'll see what happens as far as these allegations playing out. Elsewhere, Chelsea, we talk about another team in the AFC North, which is the Pittsburgh Steelers. And, they've been talking about maybe trading receiver George Pickens, who seems to be perennially unhappy. But now, according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, those talks have started to cool off.
Yeah, so George Pickens, his name was bantered around at the trade deadline or around the NFL draft. I'm told trade talks have really cooled here and that George Pickens, despite giving it some thought about a possible home elsewhere, he does want to stay in Pittsburgh. He feels a loyalty to Mike Tomlin, wants to make this work. He's in a contract year, so I never sensed any sort of major momentum here. Keep in mind, the Steelers are in a position where they need to keep that receiver room as attractive as possible.
Yeah, and why is that? Because potentially they're still waiting on Aaron Rodgers. Right now, if you're looking at odds online, the Steelers' win total set at 8.5, by the way. Over's even money. The under is minus 135 now. But it's interesting to me how, look, you want a guy like that on your team because he is a good receiver. Maybe he's underachieved a little bit in his first 3 seasons, but he is a very good receiver. And once again, Aaron Rodgers holding the cards because if the Steelers really want Aaron, they need to have a good receiving core, and certainly George Pickens is a big part of that.
Yeah, he's definitely somebody who you want down the field as a deep ball threat. Because we saw that with Russell Wilson. When George Pickens was in the game, they certainly had that extra element to their offense. So obviously you want as many weapons possible to possibly please Aaron Rodgers. And it feels like these are just the stories that we're talking about until we get a decision from Aaron Rodgers. Jenks, how long do you think he's going to wait? Because here's the thing. When it's somebody like Aaron Rodgers, I would not be shocked if he took the entire summer and maybe some of training camp. Because remember, didn't he go to like Egypt during training camp last year? And he was on an active team. So like God knows what his vacation plans are this year. So I feel like it's a difficult spot for Steelers fans. But in the meantime, it probably does feel smart to keep most of the rest of the band somewhat together.
Yeah. Are the Steelers really going to roll with Mason Rudolph? I mean, is that going to be their guy this year? I think Mike Tomlin said that at one point. Like, we are prepared we like Mason. Okay, well, good luck. I mean, it's got to be Aaron Rodgers. But the thing is, Aaron Rodgers, his entire career, particularly late in his career, let me clarify that. Late in his career has done whatever he's wanted, right? Teams have acquiesced to him and said whatever you want. Oh, you know, the rules don't necessarily apply to you. We're working out here. You're in Egypt doing whatever. That's okay because you're Aaron Rodgers. So I don't think suddenly at this point in his career when he's admitted, maybe I want to play, maybe I don't think he's going to really, he's not going to answer to anyone's deadline.
Yeah, especially when he still has leverage. Like, his leverage is the fact that Mason Rudolph is still their quarterback. And they still play in a very tough division where the other quarterbacks are Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson. Like, those are the teams that you're trying to face. And you're telling me that Mason Rudolph is going to compete with those guys? Hell no. Like, maybe he'll beat the Browns. So it does feel like as long as he has some leverage in this situation, he's going to continue to make the most of it.
Yeah, he will. Who knows? Mm-hmm. And he's one of those guys, he could make a decision tomorrow. He could make a decision like early August, or who knows with Aaron Rodgers. So that's just part of the reason it looks like that the Steelers are keeping George Pickens for now. One story I thought was sort of interesting here that didn't put in the rundown is Drew Aller, Penn State quarterback. He'll be back with the Nittany Lions this season. And I know Double D is excited about this. Double D, you want to get in here for a hot second? Because the Athletics' Dave Brugler says had Aller declared for the NFL this year, he would have gone second overall to the Brownies. Double D, be honest. Be honest. Is he that good to have gone second overall had he been in the draft this year?
He can make every throw. He's not as mobile. His comps are Josh Allen. Now, am I going to sit here and say that he's the next Josh Allen? No. But his comps...
No.
You have to get into the NFL and earn that this is the next Josh Allen, in my eyes. But the comps are real. Height, arm strength, and he can run if he needs to. So, is he as fast as Josh Allen? No. But absolutely, once again, you're drafting for the potential, the upside of what Drew Aller could be in the NFL. So, yeah, in that quarterback class, absolutely he would have been the second best choice.
Well, here he is staying at Penn State. Why stay then? I think
national
that's my
championship.
question.
He wants the national. He wants the natty. They
wants
all
the natty.
stayed because they want the natty. That's everything that I've heard out of Penn State.
The good thing about being the Browns, Chelsea, is that even if they're going to suck this year anyway, so they'll probably have a high draft pick. You know what I mean? Like who did they get? Graham out of Michigan, right? So the defensive tackle, who's very, very good, but the Browns aren't going to suddenly become amazing, so they'll probably be in this position next year.
I mean, maybe, but there's other bad teams too. It's got some good competition. My Titans might be terrible again. Who knows?
That's true. Could be Browns and Titans again. You just never know. Coming up next on the show, it's a Tuesday, so we'll find out what's happening on Matlock this week. And if Double D still has that crush on Kathy Bates, what Chelsea's watching, what we're all watching, it's on the streaming corner next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Great to have you with us. It's a Tuesday. Tuesday. Break. Tuesday.
What do you think you are?
What do you think you're doing? Stuck right there. You're not at the beginning. You're not even at the middle. You're just there. Tuesday. You know, I just realized. I know. What's your least favorite day of the week? Is it today or is it Wednesday?
It's Wednesday.
Okay.
It's Wednesday.
I always forgot. I'm getting old. That's all it is. You know what I realized? I gotta give my mom something for Mother's Day, soon, because my mother lives in Texas, so I have to get it delivered, which means I need to be on it. And do you have any gift ideas for me? Usually, I'm pretty good about this. Past few years, I mean, normally I always take care of Mom. Mom's the best, so got to make sure that I get her something. But I don't know. I feel like I run because you know how moms are. They'll be like, "Oh, I don't want anything. Just come to see me this summer." I'm like, "Oh, I'm gonna get you something." But I don't know what to do. I don't know. I got her, what did I get her a couple years ago? Bombas, like some house slippers. She loved those bad boys. Last year, I got her some food, or I don't know what it was. Some sort of like candy, something delivered. But I got to be creative this year, and I don't know what to do. Chelsea, you're a mother. What do you want?
Well, if you're asking me what she wants, I don't personally know her, so I can't think of a personal thing, but here are some normal go-tos. If you're listening to the show and you're thinking, what do I get my wife? Well, if you want something that is pretty standard, like flowers. Flowers are always a good choice, unless somebody specifically says, hey, I don't like flowers. Please don't get me flowers. I feel like most women appreciate flowers because they're pretty and, it's a good gesture of, saying, hey, I'm thinking about you.
Yeah.
Other than that, I feel like especially for older people like things printed out when it comes to pictures. So I don't know how many pictures she has of you and Catherine. So maybe print out some pictures and put them in picture frames because we're very much a digital generation where we're hey, we just have it on our phones. That's fine. But I feel like the older generation, they like people or pictures that they can hang in their room, and hold with their hands.
No, I think that's a good idea. My mom, God bless her, she loves Catherine and is so happy that we're together. The last time I went home, because we go home once a year, we're going to go home later on this summer, and she had printed out a couple of pictures and had them mounted from Instagram, and they still had the tags on them. I'm like, Mom. I mean, I didn't even say anything. I was like, oh, Mom. You know what I mean? So I was like, okay, because Catherine is Friday Bagels on Instagram, so you'd see Friday Bagels at the bottom. I'm like, oh, Mom, okay, we gotta get you some. And we have legit pictures we've sent her, but she's so excited, so that's probably a very good idea. Okay, Chelsea, streaming corner time. Guess what I've been watching? You know me and true crime. Gone Girls, the Long Island serial killer, Double D. Let's do it.
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
Oh, thank you, Double D. Nothing like talking about murder going into something uppity and high class like that intro. Nice job, Double D. I'll say it again. Gone Girls, the Long Island serial killer. And you know what I like about this? Is what makes me enraged, actually. This is only 3 episodes. First of all, they don't drag it out. Number 2, it's fascinating. I remember when this was taking place. But number 3, the thing that drives me crazy about this, and you see this a lot of times in crime or true crime, is, especially here, total incompetence by the Suffolk County Police Department. I mean, seriously, the entire second episode is all about how there was this corruption and how these women who were murdered were sex workers. And because they were sex workers, the officers were like, who cares? And just kind of pushed them to the side. And then there was a lot of corruption anyway that was sort of built into the hires. And so while this was eventually solved, there's a whole episode on why it took years and years and years and a brand new chief of police, a brand new DA to come in and finally handle this. And it could have been handled a lot sooner, but the entire organization was so corrupt, it just wasn't going to happen until new people got in there. So it's hard. It's frustrating to watch because you're like, you've got to be kidding me. I cannot believe all this was taking place. And the families of these girls were suffering. So it's tough in that respect, but it is a very good watch if you like true crime like I do.
Let me ask you something. As somebody who watches a ton of these, doesn't it feel like this is a recurring theme? Like total incompetence?
Yes.
When it comes to whoever is prosecuting, whoever is setting up the case? Because I haven't seen many of these, but I feel like this was, what was that show, Making of a Murderer? Who was,
yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Is that the name of the show?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like the whole town's like, nah, this guy did it, and we're going to pin it on him. And also the one with the family that was really well-to-do, and I think it was it South Carolina?
Yep.
Do you know the one I'm talking about? It was really popular, that show?
The Murdaugh family.
The Murdaugh murders.
Yep.
The Murdaugh murders.
The Murdaugh. Yes, it's exactly right. Seen way too many of these. It's crazy, too. I mean, money has influence, power has influence, as we know. And look, there are some amazing members of law enforcement out there. But in a lot of these cases, you do see detectives who are so hell-bent on solving a crime and adding a notch, adding a dub to their record. Mm-hmm. Once they decide, I've decided that you've done it, so now I'm going to do everything to prove that you've done it. And so I know I drive the lovely Catherine crazy because I remember watching it was a professor, and he was talking about if you ever get accused of something, even if you're 100% innocent, immediately lawyer up. Because, of course, the thought is, if you didn't do anything, then why do you need a lawyer? Well, okay, yeah, sure. But guess what? If you sit in there for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, and sometimes people get interrogated for 12, 13, 14 hours, guess what? You've been talking for hours, and they can take all that information and twist it some way or another if they're really honing in on you and wanting you to be the person who is allegedly guilty of a crime. So the best thing you can do is say, you know what, I'll talk to you, but I'm getting a lawyer first. I don't care how it looks because I want to make sure I have this process go correctly. So next time I'm arrested, which hopefully it'll never be a first. I mean, I've never been arrested, but hopefully that will never.
Party?
Oh God, seriously. When I'm arrested at my bachelor party, lawyering up immediately. So what about you? What have you been watching?
All right. So we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I've been watching The Four Seasons, which features Tina Fey, Steve Carell, I think it's Will Forte, and it feels very much like an HBO show, but it's on Netflix. So it's about this couple, or it's about these couples, a group of couples who are like college friends, and it kind of details like their relationships and how they work together. But let me ask you this, Jenks. Mm-hmm. There is a surprise twist in the second to last episode that I did not see coming, and now I'm at a crossroads where I say, do I keep watching this or do I give it up?
Chelsea.
Like, have you ever had a show that has something you don't like, and you're like, do I keep going? Like, I really don't like this twist. Have you seen it? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I mean, I absolutely know. I haven't seen it, but I know what you're talking about. It's got Will Forte, Tina Fey, Steve Carell, like you were talking about, because they just keep putting it all over my Netflix suggestions. So I know what you mean. But let me throw this idea back at you. Maybe it's a twist you don't like, but will end up liking if you finish the series. Maybe?
No, it's a really sad twist.
Oh, no.
That's the thing.
Oh.
It's like when a show turns depressing and you're like, God, like, I didn't watch this show to be depressed. And I hope that's not too much of a spoiler, but like, I'm sure you've sensed the theme with the things that I watch.
Yes.
I want to watch things that make me feel better about life, not things that make me feel worse about life. So we took a U-turn. We're like, all right, we'll save the last episode, maybe when I'm in the right like mental space for it. But now we're watching Ransom Canyon, which was sold to me by one of my friends that said, hey, it's a combination of Yellowstone and Friday Night Lights. And speaking of, Minka Kelly's in it. But they go to this high school football game, and Minka Kelly is in the stands, and you're like, Lila Garrity, go on out there, because she looks exactly the same age as when she was doing Friday Night Lights. She's 44 now, but she has aged very well. And here's the thing. I looked this up. She was 26 when she did Friday Night Lights. Why do they do this? Like, they do this constantly, where they put somebody in a role of a high schooler when they're 26. Do this all the time.
Didn't they do that back? God, this date me, but didn't they do that back during the 90210 days? Beverly Hills 90210.
With all of
like they
them.
were all like in their like 30s, in high school. Right. I mean, seriously, like all of them. It was crazy. So Luke Perry was like pushing 40. He was like, yeah, he's still in high school. You do see that a lot, though.
Like as a kid, and you're like, wow, this is what I'm going to look like in high school. And you're like, no. High schoolers do not look like that. But here's the other problem with his show. Josh Duhamel's in it, and he's supposed to be like the rugged, like rancher, like country guy. I feel like he's too much of a movie star. I feel like I can't see him in this role. Do you ever see that? Like a guy is put in a role and you just can't believe it because of their like actual life. Like he was married to Fergie.
Oh God, I forgot about that. Good pull. You know who I feel this way about, and I'm not trying to be controversial here, is Will Smith. Like I feel like Will Smith, and at some point I'm sure he'll come back and have some amazing comeback, and they'll say, "Oh, we forgive you," and you know how that goes in Hollywood. But I always feel like Will Smith is playing Will Smith in a role. Like it's hard for me to buy his roles. It's like Will Smith is Will Smith as, like I like Will Smith. I mean, I didn't like that slap, but maybe I'm saying something different here. But sometimes I have a hard time just buying people in certain roles, and for him, I've always had a hard time with that. So I know what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I think it's a common thing. Like I'm like this with John Krasinski. Like I will always see him as Jim from The Office. And so now he's in a a dramatic role where he's in an action movie or an action series. What is it? It's not Jack Reacher. It's something. Maybe somebody.
It was Jack Ryan at one point or something like that.
Jack Ryan. That's what it was. So he's like an FBI agent or something. You're like, come on. Like when is he gonna pan over to the camera and give that like, sly smile that he always gives? Like
I had the same thing and I actually like John Krasinski a lot. Like he's super talented, but I was the same way where I was watching a part of that and I was like, well, who's your partner, Pam? When did she get here? Like when are you guys going to go out together and figure out this case? So I don't know. Yeah, it's tough once you're known for a role to sort of break out of that. Like all the Office stars, they're always like in commercials now, like reprising those roles. Coming up next on the show, we'll head to the NBA where the Warriors try to continue their championship run up in Minneapolis. Next to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
M Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlor.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's go. It's hour 2 of the Daily Tip, and it starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And over the next hour, we will cover all the bases. We'll start in the NBA. After 2 outstanding games last night, we hopefully get 2 more in the postseason. We give you all the trends, narratives, numbers you need to know before betting on Cavs, Pacers, and Warriors and Timberwolves. At 7:20, it's on to our daily baseball bets as usual. And then at 7:40, Aaron Judge is absolutely raking right now. Can he keep this up for an entire season? And is there a way to bet on this? We'll tell you at 7:40. All next on the Daily Tip within the next hour. All right, Jenks, I feel like there is a Doc Rivers joke in here somewhere, but Skype is officially shutting down. So Skype used to be the go-to video streaming services for, online meetups before COVID. But somehow they blew a 3-0 series lead, and now it's Zoom that's king of the video meetings.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy to me. Do you remember Skype? Like, I have Skype downloaded on this computer because I used to use it for some of the video shows that I did, because a lot of them were remote. It's wild to me. They had the market cornered, and then COVID hit, and it feels like it would have been the perfect opportunity for Skype to really take off. But instead, they fumbled the ball. It was like that meme of Kevin from The Office, like just dropping the chili everywhere. And here we stand, and Zoom is the king of it. Like, what an epic fail.
Yeah. Now they have Microsoft Teams instead of Skype, so they sort of pivoted as part of their sort of office suite. But you're right, Skype was there long before Zoom. I think what stands out to me is, because remember last year when I would appear on TMZ like a few times a year, and TMZ still uses Skype. So I don't know what they're going to go to now. I thought that was so bizarre. They're like, all right, they would reach out to me on Skype. They're like, hey, do you want to comment on this today? I'm like, okay, sure. And I'm like, why are you guys still using Skype? Like, I don't know anybody that uses Skype. Like, all it is spam and like TMZ. So they're going to have to pivot to something different. But they were like the Skype users until the very, very end.
Did you ever use Skype? Like before the days of, yeah, I used it as well, but for personal reasons. Because back when Jake was playing baseball, and this was like before FaceTime. So I had this little webcam that I would put on top of like my school computer, and we would Skype each other because he was in California, I think at the time. I was in Alabama. So I used to use it for that reason. But I didn't use it too much for work. But did you ever Skype somebody just for personal reasons?
I did. Yeah. A friend of mine and I used to Skype on a pretty regular basis. And then that was sort of before, like you were talking about, where phones kind of became, where you can do it on your phone now and it's much easier. But before that was, and of course I'm more of an Android guy than an iPhone person. So I never used FaceTime. So yeah, it was easy. Now with any device, you can, call up someone video-wise. It's easy. But before that was kind of a thing. You had to use your computer, and I definitely use Skype for sure.
Yeah, I feel like everything used to just be so much harder. Like, even like in the last 20 years, and I'm sure people have said this since like the dawn of time, like even in the Middle Ages, they're like, oh, you had an outhouse? Like, we just had a hole. But yeah, it felt like everything was just like that much harder. Cause like, if the internet was bad, you couldn't Skype. Your webcam's acting up. So now it feels like things, I'm not going to say are perfected because we have our share of issues on the show. But it definitely is way easier for the next generation. All right, so let's pivot to the basketball games tonight because I did tease that. So let's go to the Eastern Conference semifinals. We've got game 2 between the Pacers and the Cavs. So it's the Pacers that have a 1-game series lead, And it's the Cavs that are favored in this game, though. 9.5-point favorites, total of 229.5. So, Jenks, I went into this game thinking, okay, the Cavs are going to be better on this one. It's going to be a nice rebound spot, but 9.5 points better? That number still seems very steep to me.
I mean, it does. I feel like the Cavs might cover it, though. Like, it seems way too steep. I'm almost scared that we're seeing a number this high. But I don't think they're going to change. Like, even if you look at tomorrow's games with the Thunder and the Celtics, like, each team is laying 9.5, 10.5. So what we're seeing from the books is they're not moving off what they believe is going to happen based on a one-game sample size, which is probably very smart. But ultimately, I think here, I don't want to play this because I think Evan Mobley is questionable. Darius Garland is questionable. DeAndre Hunter is questionable. So all these guys are sort of banged up. And look, the Cavaliers were a covering machine during the regular season. They were unbelievable. I believe they were second to the Thunder when covering. So I think I would look at the over more than I would trying to play a side here. There's just too many question marks for the Cavaliers.
Yeah, I think the over is a good look. If you think Indiana has any chance in this game, they're going to control the tempo because that's the thing. It's kind of the meaning of two different styles of offense. Like the Pacers want to run and gun, and we've seen that all season long. If you look at their over-under record this year, 50-38. I think if we go back to the spread, though, and if you look at these two teams head-to-head, like it was a good matchup, for the Pacers. They're 3-0 in their last three. I think they, covered the spread in all four of the meetups this year. So I think for me, I would take the points with the Pacers, or I would lean towards the over because that's kind of what we saw in the first game. The Pacers are not a team that is going to dazzle you with some of their moves, but again, they run and gun. They're not the greatest on the defensive side of things. It's just, what do we get from Cleveland here? And you mentioned the injury report. I would imagine, the guys play because it is the postseason. But here's the other thing. I think there's still room for improvement when it comes to the Cavs because this was not a great shooting night for one of the best three-point shooting teams in the league. Only made 9 3-pointers in that first game, and the game still went over. So I think the over is probably the best play out of the two.
I totally agree with you. And you're talking about the Cavaliers, who are the best over team in the NBA during the regular season. And the Pacers are not afraid to push the pace, right? So they are deep just like the Cavaliers are. They don't have the name recognition, don't have the all-star power that Cleveland has. But I like the over. It hasn't moved, which I like. I played it yesterday at 229 and a hook, so I would lean to the over. It hit in game one, and the fact that it hasn't moved means you can still bet it. So I'm deciding whether or not I'm going to add that to the card, but I think it's a good play.
Yeah, I think the only sabotage factor is that if the books are correct and this is a blowout, because if you lay 9.5 points, you almost need a blowout, right? That's when your total starts to become in question. If some of the starters don't play, because remember, it's a 7-game series, they're not going to wear out their starters if this game, goes into blowout territory. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think we're going to get a close game. Let's go to the Western Conference. We've got game one between the Warriors and the Timberwolves. Timberwolves laying 6.5, total of 209.5, which feels very low. But both these teams have surprisingly played good defense. Not surprisingly on the side of the T-Wolves, but on the side of the Warriors. We saw a bunch of low-scoring games between the Warriors and the Rockets. But as far as the T-Wolves go, it does look like they have the matchup advantage here. But this is the same conversation we had with the Thunder and the Nuggets. So the Thunder look like the deeper team. The Wolves look like the deeper team in this one. But on each side of the coin, with the Warriors and the Thunder, and the Nuggets, you have so much championship experience. So, Jenks, what's your take here between the Warriors and the Timberwolves, at least in game one?
I kind of like the Timberwolves. Why don't I just play nothing but favorites? I feel like that's all I'm doing. I mean, I like the favorites.
Eventually
yesterday.
They'll hit.
I mean, but I feel like you can make a case for the Timberwolves. And honestly, what are we seeing? Yeah, 6.5. This opened at 5.5. So we've seen a little bit of money coming on the T-Wolves. Here's the thing. I think the lack of rest will be a factor for the Warriors. Now, it wasn't a factor for the Nuggets last night. But ultimately, this is a Golden State team that has had to go to Golden State, back to Houston, now to Minneapolis. They got those old bones. I know what that means. If Draymond Green wants to be physical with the Timberwolves, they will be more than happy to do that. Minnesota sort of beat the Lakers up because they are a big squad, a big defensive squad, and they are very physical. So they're not going to be, I'm not going to say the Rockets were intimidated, but I don't know if they were sort of ready for that physicality. The Timberwolves will be. Also, the Timberwolves are 6-1 against the number in their last 7 games at home, playing their best basketball of the season. They're rested here. I like the T-Wolves.
Yeah, I think so as well. Maybe the other thing that we should at least mention, though, that the Warriors went 3-1 against the Timberwolves during the regular season. Like, granted, it's the postseason, and I do think that the Timberwolves certainly have the advantage when it comes to depth. And I think of the two favorites, like if we're saying, hey, which favorite would I rather take? I think I'd rather take the Timberwolves because, number one, it's only 6.5 points as opposed to 9.5. And also, it just feels like the Timberwolves have, like, that X factor in Anthony Edwards. It's crazy to me that the Timberwolves won their last game of their series, despite Anthony Edwards going 0 of 11 from the three-point line. Like, that just shows how deep this team is. But you could look on the other side of the equation and say, hey, Steph Curry had a total of 3 points in the first half in Golden State's Game 7 win over it. So I don't know. This is a juncture in the postseason where I feel like it's more about the eye test than like some of these trends. Like, I think for totals, like the trends still stand. But when you're trying to pick sides, I think it's really difficult. And there's nothing wrong with sitting out a game 1 of a series. Because I was thinking about this. Like, maybe I just sit out game 1 of the Warriors and Wolves and kind of see how it goes. And then we decide to make some bets.
No, you're like Darius Garland. You take a break. And then you'll come back and hopefully perform well.
Maybe.
Better in the second game. Second try. I mean, I get it. Sometimes it's better to get your bearings a little bit, if you will, and just kind of sit and say, all right, let me get a feel for this series, or maybe use the eye test, whatever it is. And of course, you can factor in numbers and trends and all of that and kind of see how it goes. But look, we've always said the NBA is very hard to handicap, especially because of injuries. The Cavaliers, particularly with so many guys questionable because they're so banged up right now. I think it's interesting that they're still laying this big of a number with so many guys questionable going into this game. So the number is telling you they're probably going to play. That said, when you have that many question marks, it's sort of a stay away from me. And just generally this time of year, at least for me, when I've struggled early on with my bets, I'm probably going to I might go over in the Cavs-Pacers game. I do like that bet. But as far as laying a big number or taking the points, I really don't feel comfortable with either one.
Yeah, especially after I was proven wrong with some of my narratives last night. So maybe we'll sit on those narratives and say, hey, maybe we'll be better tonight. But I think the big question going back to the Pacers and Cavs game is Darius Garland. Like, we still don't know for sure if he's going to play. Like, he said during the broadcast last game that he was confident that he was going to play. So, like, that's what I think the number says to me. Because we both said, hey, this number looks big at 9.5. Do you think the odds makers are banking on Darius Garland playing?
They have to, right?
Yeah.
They have to. It feels, I mean, Evan Mobley is listed as questionable. The last time I checked, and that's huge. So, but if either one of those guys is out, you would think that this number would shrink a touch, and it hasn't. I mean, maybe I think this is just telling you that they're going to play. And also, if it's not a serious injury, then they need to play. Do you know what I mean? So if they really, really can't go, okay. But if it's a minor injury of some sort, you're down 0-1 in this series. You got to get a dub at home. So this is telling me they're probably going to suit up.
Yeah. Do you think the Cavs are in big trouble if they lose this game?
Yeah, they are. The Pacers are deep enough that they can hang with the Cavaliers' depth, and also they will play at the Cavaliers' pace. So this is not necessarily a contrast in styles. It's a team that says, all right, we'll run with you. And also they had success during the regular season as well. So sometimes, you could look at a team and say, are the Cavaliers the better team? Sure, but Indiana matches up well against them. So, yes, this is a must-win for Cleveland.
Yeah, especially, these are the games you're supposed to win. The games at home are supposed to be your gimmies, and those are the games in which your role players are supposed to be playing better. But I will say, Darius Garland was sorely missed in that first game. They needed somebody else who could score. But, Jenks, if we're thinking that Darius Garland plays, I just feel like that's more ammo for the over. like the more I talk about it, the number one in the power rankings of plays that I like in these games is going to be that over in the Pacers Cavs. Because you think about it, Cavs only made 9 3-pointers. Maybe Darius Garland is back, and the Pacers are going to push the pace no matter what. I think I will play the over.
Sold. I'll put it on the card. Let's do it. Let's do a squad play. Let's do it.
Let's do it. This is how every show goes. We're like, we're only going to play one thing. And then by the time our best bets segment rolls around, we're like, okay, we've got 5 bets.
Exactly.
Let's do it. I'm going to do it. Are you going to do it? Let's do it.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that, how many bets make the card, but it sounds like we do have 1 in the NBA so far. So maybe we'll add some when it comes to Major League Baseball. That's coming up next on the show. We'll hand out our favorite plays in baseball next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
All right, welcome back to the Daily Tip, where we bring you everything you need to know about betting on baseball here in a few minutes. We'll go over the MLB slate, but first, maybe this music is a little harsh because we're going to be going over our favorite looks from the Met Gala because me and Jenks are very much fashionistas. Most days I'm wearing a hoodie. Jenks is wearing something that resembles an Easter egg dye. The water that maybe you dye it in. What is that? A mix of blue and pink?
That's what it is. I said today is my Easter egg day. So I celebrate Easter a little bit later than everyone else. So y'all probably go on a hunt
Sponsored by POS.
Sponsored by POS, exactly. I don't know what this is. This is kind of a pastel rainbow mixture, whatever it is. Very springy.
Yeah, it is. You got the spring palette memo. So, Jenks, have you looked over any of these looks from the Met Gala? So if you don't know, if you're, knee deep in the sports world, apparently there is this hoity-toity event run by celebrities. And I guess it's like the fashion world. I think Anna Wintour of Vogue runs it, maybe. I don't know. But everybody dresses up and they dress to the nines. And apparently the theme this year was something to do with menswear. So that was kind of the theme. But I'm looking at these athletes and there are some really well-dressed ones. I was saying that I was sad that SGA wasn't a part of it this year. Obviously, he's in the postseason and that's the much better outcome. But he's somebody who's known as someone who is very stylish and goes to Paris Fashion Week. So some of the ones that I saw that kind of caught my attention, Joe Burrow was there, but I felt like he was a little bland. Joe Burrow is normally over the top, so the fact that he just wore a gray suit, Joe, what are we doing? Be a little cooler, which is a crazy thing to say. But of the athletes, I think my favorite was Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts had this is it a Kangol? Is it a newsboy cap? I'm not sure. It's what Samuel L. Jackson used to wear. Is it a Kangol? I think that's a brand, but you know what I'm talking about. That hat that goes to the side. So number one best dress for me is going to go to Jalen Hurts. I thought he looked really good.
Oh, I have not seen Jalen Hurts. I'd like to see him in a newsboy cap. That'd be awesome.
I mean, he can pull
Here's
off
the news
whatever.
for you. The Eagles are the Super Bowl champions. They won the World Championship this year. Maybe he could be a newsboy. I don't know. I didn't see many celebrities. I didn't see many sports figures. I saw a ton of celebrities, but of course everybody and their dog was there. I did see Joe Burrow. I saw Spike Lee wearing his Knicks hat, of course. Not at the game, but wearing the Knicks hat.
All right, pause. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, you can't wear a Knicks hat to the Met Gala and be like, I'm a big Knicks fan. Well, did you know they played a game last night? And you could have been there. And it was a great one.
Right. That's how you know. Celebrities, they're not just like us. You had a chance to see your Knicks. Oh, and by the way, your Knicks won outright in Boston, and you missed it because you went to the Met Gala in overtime, and you went to the Met Gala instead with your Knicks hat. If you're going to go to the Met Gala, then don't wear your Knicks hat. Dress in something. If you're going to go to the game, wear your Knicks hat, but don't wear your Knicks hat to the gala. That was his compromise, right? I'm going to the Met Gala, but say, hey, check, I'm still repping the Knicks. I haven't forgotten that my Knicks are playing tonight. So he tried to sort of thread the needle there.
Is it fair for us to question his fandom, though? I feel like he's been to, every Knicks season. Hasn't he been a season ticket holder forever?
Yes.
I can't even remember the last time that, I remember the Knicks without him. So, is it fair for us to say, is he allowed to take one night off? I know we're, busting his chops a little bit because he's wearing a Knicks hat. But it is the postseason. And, the Knicks are actually good. I feel like if you've been weathering the storm of the Knicks franchise for, the last 15 years, and now is your chance and you're not even at the game, I'm going back on what I said.
Exactly. Look, if this were I don't know, the Grizzlies are in town this weekend at the Garden, it's okay, you know what? Go to the Met Gala. And it's the regular season. This is the playoffs. You've been waiting for this forever. And you can make the quick trip to Boston easily, and you missed it. You got the dub. Yeah, if you're as hardcore of a fan as you say you are, you don't go to the Met Gala instead of a Knicks playoff game on the road where they won. Serves you right, man. You don't get to throw on a cap and say, see, I'm hardcore. No, you're not, man. You just sold out. You went with the celebs. Had to go to the Met Gala. Yeah, no, I'm not buying it.
Yeah, here's the other predictable thing. LeBron James was not at the Met Gala despite being on the board because he was on the injury list. And we've seen him on the injury list plenty of times, but apparently because of his knee injury, he could not walk the red carpet at the Met Gala. Like somewhere Anthony Davis is saying, that's my thing.
Oh, poor guy. I feel awful for him. I'm just going through all these. I'm on the Vogue website right now, and you can look at all the best dressed, every celeb, except there's 304 pictures. I'm not going through 304 pictures. And then I realize how many people I don't know. Like, of course, there's some obvious ones like, oh, hey, there's Kim Kardashian, there's Kylie Jenner, there's Rihanna, there's A$AP Rocky, and then there's a bunch of people I'm like, I have no idea who this person is. Arthur Jaffa.
I sent you a link.
Oh, did you?
Here is the link for the athletes. Sports Illustrated put a little carousel together. So you don't have to look at all these celebrities who are like celebrities in air quotes. They're like TikTok influencer, blah, blah, blah. Even though I will say like the Met Gala is pretty like A-list. Like I don't think they invite a ton of, influencers, but you're right. Like there's a lot of people who I don't know who they are. So that's a very fair thing to say. One final, note on this. Savannah James did go, LeBron's wife, despite LeBron not going. And I totally get it. Like if I already had a dress picked out, I'd be like, nah, I'm going. I don't care if you're not going. But it looks like it's Cavaliers colors. I bet somebody's going to read into this because she has on this like pinstripe suit ensemble, but it looks like it could be like a Cavs uniform. So are we reading into this? Like people have read into less. They're like, ooh, LeBron James followed this person who lives in Cleveland. Is he going to the Cavs? So I'm sure they'll have that on First Take because God forbid they talk about something other than LeBron James. It's like, guys, the playoffs are going on right now. But what about LeBron?
Stephen A. says he doesn't like Savannah's color palette at the Met Gala. Coming up on First Take. I can't wait to see that later on today.
Why Savannah James' color palette was disrespectful to the whole city of L.A.
You know what? I would not be shocked at all if you see a headline. Stephen A. questions why Spike Lee didn't attend the Knicks-Celtics game. You can absolutely see that happening. Guaranteed.
Well, we just did that, so.
Yeah, but this is going to be a hard take. This is me like, okay, whatever. Like at the end of the day, this is going to be like a hard 2 minutes on Spike Lee, and then there's going to be some sort of dust up. I can't wait.
Well, Denton brought this up. So Timothy Chalamet skipped the Met Gala for the Knicks game. Is he the new face of the Knicks, Jenks?
He is in my mind. Spike Lee dead to me. Timothy Chalamet step up. Timothy Chalamet, by the way, when he went on game day last year, remember when he went on game day? And oh my God, he was incredible. And everybody was like, and I was one of those people, I was like, what are they doing with Timothy Chalamet? Like, what does he know? I was way off, way wrong, because he went on the show and absolutely crushed it. So he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, he's not a fake sports fan.
No,
you can tell it. He's in it for the love of the game. And he could have been on the arm of Kylie Jenner at the Met Gala. So he did give up pretty good experience, one would say. But you could flip it the other way and say Kylie Jenner could have been on the arm of Timothy Chalamet at the Knicks game.
That's the way I look at it. That's why I don't follow the Jenner clan either. I'm all about the sports fans. I can't wait to go through or not go through all 304 of these pictures here. It's crazy.
Well, I sent you the abridged version. The Sports Illustrated version only has 7.
Much better. Okay. I'm like, my God, another person I don't know. Jasmine Tooks was there.
I think she's a model.
Is she?
Right?
Okay.
She's a model.
Okay, good to know. I have no idea. Amy Sherrill. I don't know. What about Jerry Lorenzo?
Reliever for the Diamondbacks.
All right. No. Yes.
Just kidding.
Yeah, just got called up.
Just kidding. I don't know who that is. All right, so speaking of baseball, maybe we'll handicap some games since we don't know who any of the people are at the Met Gala. All right, Jenks, so looking at the slate today, Who gets your first impression, Rose? Like, I think for baseball, a lot of times I'll look at the slate, and because there's so many games, I'll narrow it down to just a few. And a lot of it is just, hey, do I know these pitchers? Do I know, like, these teams? So what is that game for you on the slate? Was there one that caught your eye?
Shakira's catching my eye right now. She looks fantastic.
Oh. Those hips don't lie.
Oh, man. Been a minute. She looks fantastic. Oh, I kind of like the Padres today. I'm not huge. I will say this. I immediately wanted to fade the Marlins again like I did yesterday. Once again, Sandy Alcantara just cannot get it done. So the Dodgers roughed him up. They won on the run line. So I wanted the Dodgers on the run line again because they're facing Cal Quantrill. And as we have seen throughout the season, Cal Quantrill is a huge fade candidate, ERA over 8. The problem is the Dodgers on the run line at some places is like at most places is on the run line is minus 170. Like, that's just stupid. So it's just completely unbettable. So that was the first thing that jumped out to me. I think the best I saw was Dodgers on the run line minus 164. But I'm not going to play that. I want to play it, but I can't.
All right, here's a question, and maybe there's not a bet in here, but Paul Skeens is pitching today for the Pirates against the Cardinals. You get the Pirates at a decent price at minus 135. I don't think we've ever played a full game with Paul Skeens. It's always been first 5 because we don't trust the Pirates bullpen. But some are wondering if Paul Skeens has lost a bit of what he had last year just because, he's not absolutely dealing like he did his rookie season. He's had a couple of starts where, oh boy, he's given up runs, gave up 3 runs in 5 innings. And I feel like some people are acting like the sky is falling. Like, let's kindly remember that 3 runs is not like the worst of deals.
Right.
Like, people say, like, if he's not pitching a complete game shutout, people are like, oh, Paul Skeens, is he not going to be one of the best pitchers in baseball? Like, let's hold your horse a little bit. Because the last 2 starts before that one against the Cubs were by definition quality starts. 6 1/3 shutout innings against the Dodgers, only 2 earned runs over 7 innings against the Guardians. So today against the Cardinals, is that enough to trust Paul Skeens? Or is it, hey, this Pirates offense is not one that I like? Or you could go total here, but the total's 7.
You can find first 5 under 4 minus 130. How do you feel about that? Yeah, how about that? It's sitting at 3.5 at BetMGM, and it's juiced to the over at minus 130. But if you want to go under 4, then you're laying the juice at minus 130. I feel like the whole Skeens thing is just ridiculous. Like, okay, he gave up 3 runs in 5 innings to the Cubs, like the best hitting team in baseball, who are just absolutely raking right now. So that is one thing that needs to be put in perspective. Like, okay, you had a bad outing. You gave up 3 runs to a team that is just crushing the ball in the Cubs. If that's your worst outing against a team that's hitting the way Chicago is, then you know what? You're on my team any day of the week. Now, the Cardinals are no slouch, right? Like, they rank in the top 10 in average slugging and OPS, but Matthew Liberatore has been surprisingly good this season. Has really good metrics as well. 2-3, 3.44 ERA. And the bigger question is, even if Skeens gets hit up for a couple, are the Pirates going to be able to hit Matthew Liberatore? I don't think so. So I think first 5 under 4 is a solid play.
Yeah, sabotage factor, though. One of the tough starts for Paul Skeens this year was against the Cardinals. Gave up 5 earned runs back on April the 8th. But I don't know. I feel like Paul Skeens is so good that, what are we going to do? Like 1 or 2 bad starts? I still think he's a really good pitcher. So if I was leaning towards something, I would still lean on Paul Skeens shutting down some bats, and I would lean towards that first 5 under. All right, so what about the Cubs? We were just talking about the Cubs. Facing off with the Giants today, Justin Verlander going for the Giants. Colin Ray has a stellar record this year, 2-0, 1.46 ERA. Is it just the Cubs on the money line at minus 155, or are we looking at a total here?
Oh, I love the Cubs on the money line again. You can find it at minus 148. Bet it earlier today. So here's the thing. First of all, the Cubs are just playing good baseball, number 1. Number 2, Justin Verlander. Now, he has settled down. There's no question about it. But if you look at his last 3 games, very impressive. 4 earned over 18 1/3 innings. But who has he faced during that stretch? Angels, Rangers, Rockies. So not exactly your murderer's row. And the velocity on his fastball has been down this year. So this is a Cubs team, again, best hitting team in baseball. So they've also won every single start that Colin Ray has made this season, even though he doesn't go long. So I'm gonna be on the Cubs again, money line.
Yeah, I think I would go that way as well. Sometimes in baseball, teams just get hot. Like, it's kind of a streaky sport where I think in basketball, like, you see it within the confines of one game where you see runs where a team will be down 20, they still win the game, like we saw in the Knicks game last night. But in baseball, it's these teams that just catch fire in their stretches where it just feels like the confidence is there for the team. And the baseball looks like a beach ball when it's coming into the plate, and the hitters are really swinging for the fences. So I think that's kind of the case with the Cubs. I will be on the Cubbies today as well. Not sure if it's going to be official, but we'll see. Coming up next, we'll talk about some of the biggest headlines in baseball. Can Aaron Judge be cooled down? I don't know. We'll talk about it next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right. I'm glad we have dramatic music here because we're about to have a really serious conversation about what belongs on a breakfast sandwich. So stop whatever you're doing, pull over to the side of the road because you need to hear this because obviously this is a big topic here on the show because we're a morning show. And Jenks, I feel like if anybody has an authority over breakfast foods, it should be us, right? The early risers?
Yes, 1,000%. We're the ones doing God's work, the Lord's work. That's what I tell people. They're like, what do you do every morning? I was like, the Lord's work. Waking up at 4 a.m., drinking coffee before the sun rises in the morning, thinking about breakfast. And you know me, I don't even eat anything before the show, so I'm always just riding on fumes by the end. I need to start having some sort of nutritional bar or something. Anyway, but when this show is over, it is straight to breakfast. So yes, I would absolutely designate ourselves as the authority here.
The Breakfast Authority. It feels like something straight out of local news because they always say the Weather Authority. It's what about the other stations in town? They're not the authority. No, we are the Weather Authority. But the other stations are saying that. We are the most accurate station in Nashville. But the other station said that too. So I don't know who's the best station here in Nashville. They all say it. It's like when people say it's world's best cup of coffee. Is it? Because some other place said that as well. So I don't know. Jury's still out.
My favorite station in Nashville is definitely News Channel 5. No question.
Ooh.
Oh, I love their morning show. Channel 5. Nashville News Now. I don't even know what. I like all local stations at some point have very, very similar, mottos that they use. Your news first or something like that. It's all the same.
We're on your side.
I
didn't
another
think
good
that
one.
you were going against me. It's news you can use.
Nashville News 2, always against you. Wait, what? You don't support us? Always on the other side. Just trolling you the entire time.
Your contrarian news source. Oh, traffic? Maybe you need some time to do your makeup. We're for traffic and for storms. I think the most offensive thing I've seen on the news this week was they called rain liquid sunshine. And I'm
for
listen,
the love of God.
I understand that whether people want to put a positive spin on everything, it's not liquid sunshine. Liquid sunshine would be what?
Gasoline? Yeah. Liquid sunshine. Oh, for the love of God. I'll watch the contrarian station, middle of July. High of 17 today. We got a cold front coming in. It's wait, what? I thought we had some liquid sunshine coming down. That's ridiculous. Did they really say that? That's insane.
Yeah. They say it every week, and I want to respond on Twitter. And I'm like, Chelsea, don't take the rage bait. Don't do it. But I would love to see a news station that's the exact opposite personalities of local news, where local news is over the top cheery. And it almost feels very fake. And they're always doing these poses. You can count on us. We're on your side. I want to see the sarcastic news station. It's listen, you can tune in or not. This is what's going on. I don't know if it's a big deal, but there's this thing at the courthouse. I want to see news like that. That's more relatable. And it's just they're not trying to trump us up for stuff. Do you get what I'm saying? It's
yes.
You need to be worried about your children next at 5. It's this is probably not a story, but maybe you want to watch. I don't know. That's the news I want to watch.
Coming up at 6, how to check your Halloween candy for razor blades. It's oh my God, that sounds, isn't that an urban legend? I don't think that's true.
Who's giving away free razor blades?
Seriously. They go to commercial sponsored by Gillette or something like that. Did I tell you about the time that, sorry, we're getting off on a tangent here. I'll tell the story another time. It was about you know how what always drove me crazy about in an effort to be more relatable, they would bring in these, what's the right word? These consultants, right? And they would tell you, oh, you need to do more of this. And of course, it's all very subjective. And I've said this before on the show, and I will never forget, and I'm not really exaggerating, where this guy was I can put this out for a second. He was all right, Michael, I see you anchoring on the weekends. I was like, okay. He goes, I just, with your hands, you're just kind of sitting there with your hands on the desk. I was like, yeah. He goes, just, let it loose a little bit. Like, let's just throw it out there. Like he goes, maybe this is position 1. You're just talking. I was like, okay. And he goes, maybe this is position 2. And he's like leaning back. And then he's like, maybe this is 3. And I'm like, you are just flopping all, like, this is, no, I'm not going to be like, good evening, everyone. And I just could not believe, I was like, is this a joke? And he was just flopping all over the desk. Like, this is position 1, this is position 2. And I remember thinking as a kid, like, I'm open, of course, to, anything to make me better. This just seems absolutely preposterous to me. And I did not do position 1, position 2, and position 3. It was bizarre, but he was trying to make me more relatable to the audience so that, I was just kind of chilling and just, giving some sports news, and it wasn't that big of a deal, but it was way over the top.
I feel like it's like the photographers for like senior pictures. I don't know if you had this when you were in high school. Do you remember senior pictures where they would have somebody come in and you'd have to have these like fancy portraits and they would give you these stupid poses. Like one would be like you're hiding around a tree and you'd be like peeking around like, or you do this. Like,
I bet you have a senior picture just like that.
Or, you'd put your chin on your hand.
Thinker.
And I understand the thinker. I understand for our radio audience, this is very captivating because it's me like demonstrating these poses. But you get what I'm saying. It's like the cheesiest of cheesy poses. And that used to be the thing.
Oh, yes. They used to be very, very posed. Just like when Olin Mills used to be a thing, right? And you go down and you get the family portrait and everybody would be standing there. Trust me, you'd open up my
or we need to go back to back.
Back to back. That's like, oh, wait, I could go this way. That way we're actually back to back.
And they'd be like, got it. That's the one.
Somebody's going to clip that off and be like, check out the
wallet
daily tip.
Sizes.
Oh, dude, we'll hand them out to people. Go old school, just cut them out and be like, hey, here you go. Here you go, Denton. He'd be like, thanks, Jenks. I'm going to put
trading
this in
card.
the trash immediately.
All-star.
All-star. All of that is so true. I think they probably loosened up since then, but you're so right. That's spot on.
Yeah, now kids don't have awkward stages. Now they go straight to like, are these like professional photos in vogue? Like these teenagers are like so on their game. I miss the awkward phases of teenagers. Don't know how we got down this road, but how about back to the original discussion? That is an important one. Jenks, what belongs on a breakfast sandwich? The investigation, the E60, investigation by us here on the Daily Tip. So apparently there's a tweet that's making the rounds that people are mad about. So Dan Orlovsky of ESPN, who has famously bad food takes, says this. He says breakfast sandwiches should not be made with scrambled eggs, fried eggs only. Also, sausage patties, not links. That feels kind of obvious because it feels like it would be hard to get links in a sandwich.
Yeah.
But Jenks, what is everybody so mad about?
Because this is a dumb take. Like, I think Dan Orlovsky is super talented at what he does, but his food takes are terrible. Like, you can only put, you mean you prefer fried eggs, so you can't have anything else on a breakfast sandwich? Like, absolutely not. Like, I expect him to fully come out and be like, the only way to have a cheeseburger is the bun, mustard, lettuce, tomato, and onion. No meat, no cheese. I'm like, thanks, Dan. You haven't had a shrimp until it's tails only. Like, it's just like the most bizarre thing. Yeah, I'm like, nobody thinks this. Like, I've never heard, maybe you prefer a fried egg, okay. But the idea that it's the only way to have a breakfast sandwich is dumb. You can make, scrambled is probably the most popular way to eat an egg on the planet. There's a billion ways to eat a breakfast sandwich with scrambled eggs. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Dan, my sandwich, my choice. I feel like we need to make signs and pick at ESPN with that. What's the difference between a fried egg and a scrambled egg? Like, I was just thinking this. Like, is it really that different?
Yeah,
am I stupid for not knowing this?
Well, it's pretty, it's significant.
Well, yeah, you are stupid.
I know you're not stupid, you're not. But there is a marked difference between the two. Scrambled is by definition it's scrambled up, right? A fried egg, generally, depending on how you want it, you can have it over easy, you can have it sunny side up. But it's a fried egg. If you have it sunny side up, for example, is a lot runnier, right? Because you have the yolk in the middle that isn't scrambled and isn't isn't really cooked as much. So I guess he wants, you put that on a breakfast sandwich and then you eat it and all of a sudden, the egg kind of like runs over the sandwich. You see that on burgers a lot too, right? They'll put the fried egg on top and so it adds some, I don't want to say liquid, but it adds some sauce, if you will.
Some richness.
Well,
Thank you. That's much better than liquid.
Some richness.
Some
I don't know.
richness.
I am not a chef, as you might imagine. But yes, some richness. That's the way to put it.
Isn't that Eggs Benedict? Or what's the thing what's the name of the one that has the runny stuff on it? I feel like there's a
Eggs
name
Benedict
of it.
has the hollandaise on it.
The hollandaise sauce.
See, I have an ick about runny eggs. So clearly I'm not in the camp of Dan Orlovsky.
No,
I like
you would
normal
not like
eggs. And plus, if you have a breakfast sandwich, like, don't you want to be able to eat said sandwich without stuff running down? Like, that's the thing. I'm always, like, in the car. So I don't want to be at a stoplight and it's just, like, dripping down my face. Because, like, I'm not those people who wait till they get home. Oh, why don't you wait till you get home to eat your fast food? No. Got fast food for a reason. I'm going to eat it in the car.
Well, you are definitely not going to have. Oh, go ahead.
If you're getting fast food, do not get a runny egg.
Never.
Don't. If it's like a sit-down restaurant, you can have a conversation. If you're doing it at home, you can have a. If you go to McDonald's and that egg is runny,
well, forget it.
Lawyer up. March on McDonald's.
This egg is a little runny. Don't worry. It's McDonald's. I know. That's the problem.
So this sounds like an elitist take. If he's saying you only need to eat sandwiches like this because he's eating at all these fancy sit-down restaurants, he's not like us, Jenks.
No.
He needs to be a little humbled.
There's nothing wrong with going to McDonald's. McDonald's has great breakfast sandwiches, by the way. I love McDonald's breakfast sandwiches. I'll give me a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit any day of the week. Destroy that. A McGriddle? How about that? We already had a time.
That's America.
My God. That is America.
If you don't agree with that, you're not American. Get out. Get out, Dan Orlovsky. All right, Hour 3 starts next here on the show. We'll get to basketball. Had some great games in the association last night, and also our bets for tonight's action next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Network. It's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, and it is fantastic to have you with us on a Tuesday. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in the nation's capital. She is Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville, Tennessee. Coming up in our final hour, we'll make our plays for tonight's games in the NBA, with the Cavaliers looking to even up their series against the Pacers in 20 minutes. Oh, it wouldn't be a show without a Jordan Hudson discussion. Find out the impact she's actually having on Carolina football and Bill Belichick. We bring in Brett Friedlander, who covers the ACC for SaturdayRoad.com. Then it is our best bets and the Dogster at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. You can stream the final hour of our show on the Bally Sports Live app and BallySportsLive.com. We are mourning this morning. Good job, Jenkins. We are mourning the death of Skype. It's over. It's over. It's been a good run. We were talking about this earlier, and the reason why it popped back into my mind is that Microsoft is now transitioning everyone to Teams as part of their Office suite instead of Skype. And I was saying that the only people I've talked to on Skype are the people at TMZ, which use Skype to the very end. But then I logged on to Teams just to kind of check it out because I have it on my computer, and already they've migrated like the users and the chats that you have over to Teams. So right there, the first thing that popped up was like TMZ Live. I'm like, oh, interesting. So if you're one of those people worried about Skype ending and you're still having conversations, they're still there. They're just in a different app. And also, I feel like that I don't want to do TMZ anymore. I did it for a while, Chelsea, and then it just got untenable, where they definitely play on the idea that I think they talk to a lot of people who are just dying to be on the show, and so they make you wait, they put you off, and after a while, I was like, I don't have time for this. So I was like, guys, I'm out of here.
Time to bring in Jordan Hudson as your PR person.
Yeah.
He's not answering that. Nope. Next question.
No.
And then storm out. Do the Jordan Hudson. But back to the Microsoft thing.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you love Microsoft products more than anybody I've ever met. I feel like you need to get a hat that says Microsoft Teams and like a hoodie. Like as people wear like sports sweatshirts, you need that for Microsoft products.
I do. Well, I told you, like, I'm a total tech nerd. Like I invest in Microsoft, so I better know a lot about the company because I don't want to ever put my money in something I don't know about, right? So I want to make sure I'm fully understanding of where I'm putting something. But more than that, I'm a nerd. Like I'm just a total tech nerd. Like technology is super fascinating to me, and I don't like not being able to figure something out. So if it's on my phone or my computer and I'm having a technical issue, like 99% of the time can figure it out myself. It'll take some work. It'll take some research. It'll take me tinkering with things. I can fix it, but I have to sort of go in the weeds of the whole IT tech process. And so, I mean, I was like that back in the day at NBC. I know I've said this before, but me and the IT guy were like super tight. So he gave me the company password where everyone else had a limit on what they could download. And with me, he was like, here, you know what you're doing here. So I had this awesome setup with like 2 screens and all this software. And a friend of mine comes in one day and is like, how'd you get all this? I was like, I just, I asked Kareem, he just kind of got me a couple of programs, but it was me. Like I was just going in and I was changing all these security settings and getting whatever I wanted. And it made my workflow a billion times easier. But when you work for a big corporation, a lot of times they try to lock that stuff down. Like I'm a total nerd when it comes to that stuff. So yeah, that's why I'm always like, this is how this is migrated over to a new software program.
Yeah, you do sound like a nerd.
I know. I'm a nerd.
That's the most I've ever heard anybody talk about Microsoft products.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. If you're going to be able to fix things, you got to know a lot about the product you're working on. So there you go. I'm a total nerd when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Microsoft Teams.
Go nerds. 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 Yeah. So and I told you if I wasn't doing this, I'd probably do something, tech related or something because at least it interests me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, not for me. I'm team, have you tried plugging it in and unplugging it again? Like, there's the extent of my technology knowledge. So maybe that's why we're a good team.
That's right.
A Microsoft team.
Hey-oh! That's going to do it for the Daily Tip. That's how we wrap things up right there. Oh, my God. All right, let me get out of the nerd space and talk about someone who's infinitely cooler than I am, which is the great Greg Popovich. So we know Pop suffered a stroke back in November, and now he is stepping down as the Spurs head coach, but he is remaining a part of the organization as president, and he spoke to the media yesterday about that new role.
I want to make sure everybody understands what the new job is. I'm no longer a coach. I'm El Jefe.
So he, a little low there, but he revealed a shirt. He opened up the shirt he was wearing above a T-shirt, and it said El Jefe because he's the boss now. He's running the show, and he was a little soft-spoken. The audio was a little low there, but he was soft-spoken because he is recovering. But it was wonderful to see him in person, and also I thought it was fascinating that he said that guys like Manu Ginobili and Tim Duncan are helping him with his recovery because one thing about Pop is his players are very loyal, they love him, and they have been a huge part of his rehab. So this is just a good feel-good story all the way around, and Pop says he's slowly getting better every day.
Well, it's good to hear that his sense of humor is still intact. Because that's one of the most refreshing things about Coach Pop is his personality. So to hear him say like, oh, I'm not the coach anymore, I'm the boss. Like that was really cool. And like one of the things that you would imagine Coach Pop saying. So now we can't call him Coach Pop anymore. Or can we? It's like one of those things that like in high school, there were like high school football coaches that like, it doesn't matter like what walk of life you're in, you call them coach. Like, were they my football coach? No, but it's such a big part of their personality and their identity. I think I'll always refer to him as Coach Pop.
Yeah, I think so too. And imagine his former players. You know what I mean? Like when I was talking about Timmy and Manu, do you think they're suddenly not calling him coach? Like he's always going to be coach because that's
Greg.
Hey, Greg. Hi, Gregory. Like, no. What the hell's going on? So no. Do you have a nickname that people called you? No.
People just get my name wrong. People are like, hey,
true.
Chelsea, how about Chelsea? It's like, where did that even come from?
That's
like, here's the thing. I understand my name is different because it's Chelsea. It's not Chelsea, but it's spelled exactly like it sounds. It's not one of those names that adds a bunch of vowels or consonants. Like, it's Chelsa. So if you can read English, you should be able to pronounce my name correctly. But alas, nobody ever does.
When Catherine wants to like mess with me, like she'll call me Jenks, which of course I don't want that in any sort of like of course everybody calls me that, but which I don't mind at all. But you don't want your romantic partner calling you that. So every now and then she'll be like Jenks, and I'm like, Catherine, and then she's like snickering in the corner. I'm like, all right, very funny. Well, good to see Pop back, man. I mean, like we were saying yesterday, he's part of the fabric of the NBA and has been for so long. And for him to be able to make a public appearance like that, absolutely huge. So best of luck to him. And look, I know he's not coaching anymore, but the Spurs, with all the talent that they have on that roster, led by Wemby and Stephon Castle this year, who is also fantastic. I mean, they have a really bright future. So he is far from done. What about tonight's games, Chelsea? We have a couple of good ones, starting with the Eastern Conference semifinals after the Pacers pulled the upset in Game 1. Cavaliers still at home hosting Indiana. Cavaliers laying 9.5. Cavs minus 400 on the money line. The Pacers are plus 310. Your total is 229.5. I think we both like the over in this game, or have you switched gears on me?
No, we're absolutely rooting for points in this game because if you look at the first game, I thought it gave us a good pathway to kind of provide some logic for this bet because, listen, we knew that the Pacers were going to run and gun and score some points, but I think there's still some meat left on the bone for the Cavs because if you look at Cleveland, they were offensively bad, at least, up to their standards. They only made 9 3-pointers in Game 1 of this series. So for a team that was making some of the most 3-pointers per game of any team in the NBA, one would think some regression would go back to them making more threes. So that lends itself to the over. And plus, we had an over in Game 1 as well. Should be mentioned. 121, 112 final score. And I think Cleveland can add to the mix even more tonight, especially if we get Darius Garland in the mix. So the fact that the Cleveland Cavaliers are 9.5-point favorites in this game makes me think that Darius Garland will be back. In fact, the books already have props for Darius Garland. So if you add another player who can create his own shot, I feel like this game is going to go over this total of 229.5. So I think that's where I stand as far as my best bet in this game.
Yeah, I'm with you. I am going to put this on the card. I'm going to go with this and a baseball bet as well. But look, the Cavaliers were bad shooting-wise in Game 1. I don't expect that to happen again. They had their second worst shooting game of the season from three-point land. So we saw a real anomaly in Game 1. Just you would think they have to have some sort of positive regression there. Then they get Darius Garland back. Also, if you look at the Pacers, they don't mind running with the Cavaliers. They're also very athletic, so they don't want to really slow things down. And also, if you look at the regular season totals, the Cavaliers were the best over team in the NBA, and we're still sitting there at 229.5. So, yeah, let's go to the over here. Pacers and Cavaliers tonight in Game 2. How about out west, Chelsea? Minnesota, Western Conference semifinals. Game 1 between the Warriors and the Timberwolves. This line opened with the Timberwolves laying 5.5. Now we're sitting at Timberwolves minus 6.5. They're minus 295 on the money line. The Warriors are plus 230, and your total is 209.5. Total has inched up a couple points from 207.5 yesterday. So what is the play here to make us some money? Please tell me, because I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, this one's a little bit more confusing, especially because it's hard not to carry over some of the thought process that we saw last night, between the Thunder and the Nuggets, because it's a similar handicap. Because going into that game, you said, hey, the Thunder have been the best team in the Western Conference. They are extremely deep. And then you look at the Warriors, who you'd think, the Nuggets, you'd think they'd be tired. And you'd think that, hey, it can't be the Nikola Jokic show every single night. But alas, it was the Nuggets who won that game. So a similar handicap here. T-Wolves are the deeper team. They've been better in the regular season, and the Warriors shouldn't be coming in with tired legs. And they rely heavily on their top two guys in Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. But I'll say this, last game the Warriors, were more than just those two guys. It was Buddy Hield that made a bunch of threes. But I think if I had to pick a side, it would still be the Timberwolves for me. Because if you can win a game, a final game of your series with your superstar going 0 of 11 from the three-point line. Anthony Edwards didn't make a single three. 0 of 11 from 3-point line and still run his mouth after the game, you still won the game. Like the
Right.
T-Wolves just still feel too deep to me. So I think I'm going to be on the T-Wolves, laying the 6.5. It feels like a high number, but I do feel like the Timberwolves are the better overall team.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I feel the same way. And I believe I read yesterday, this is the first time that Golden State has not been favored in a series in 27 consecutive series, which is amazing to think about because they've had such a great run for so long. And there's always a little value on a team that has a Steph Curry or has a Draymond Green, whatever it is, because they have that championship DNA. But I think I'd lay it with the Warriors here. This is a Warriors team. It's tough to balance what we saw during the regular season, during the playoffs. You have to take both of those things into account. But I think right now the Timberwolves look as good as anyone. At least they did against the Lakers. So in some ways, the Lakers mirror the Timberwolves. I think the Warriors are a deeper team, but you're talking about a couple of superstars, right? Where the Timberwolves had to handle LBJ and Luka. Now they have to handle playoff Jimmy and Steph. And so it's not exactly the same, but ultimately, if you can slow down those two guys, you can slow down the rest of the team for the most part. They were very physical against Golden State or against the Lakers. I think they'll be physical against Golden State tonight. And also the T-Wolves 6-1 against the number in their last 7 games at home. They match up really well, I believe, with Golden State. And also I think the Warriors are going to be a bit worn out because they've gone back and forth, Houston, Golden State, back to Houston, now to Minneapolis. So, I mean, that was sort of my handicap with the Nuggets, thinking they were going to be tired. They were not. They came out absolutely swinging last night. But still, I think I would lay it with Minnesota.
Yeah. We said, hey, the Nuggets are going to be tired. And Nikola Jokic scored, 40 points and had 20 rebounds? So here's the thing. Betting advice. If you feel conflicted on a game, especially when it comes to postseason, maybe sit out game 1 of the series and say, hey, let's see how the matchups go in game 1 because, you'll have other betting opportunities in the series. So maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll sit out game 1 of the series, kind of see how it goes. Because what scares me is the 6.5, because that is a pretty high number. And if you think this game's going to be close, I don't know. I think I'm sitting this one out.
Yeah, I don't know. I would lean Timberwolves. It's not going to make the card for me. Going back to the regular season, the Warriors were great against the number at home, not necessarily so on the road, but I'm like you. Maybe I just need a bit more of a sample size here. Coming up next on the show, we'll talk football, or at least we will try, when Brett Friedlander from SaturdayRoad.com joins the show to tell us about the Jordan Hudson effect at North Carolina and in the ACC. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. Great to have you with us. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show. Yeah, we're going to try to talk some ACC football. But we're probably going to talk a lot about North Carolina and Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick when Brett Friedlander, the ACC beat reporter for Saturday Down South, joins us. He's been covering the conference since 1981, which is amazing. What were you saying during the break? I think we all need some words of wisdom. You're waking up early. It's a Tuesday. You know, something inspirational to kind of drive you and motivate you throughout the week. And I believe this is sort of ACC related.
Yeah, words of Chisdom, you should say, because it's Gene Chizik, apparently, who is tweeting. So Gene Chizik, who is no longer the defensive coordinator at UNC, because that was his last job title, he tweeted this yesterday. So if you need some motivation, here you go. You're the CEO of your life. Some of the people in your circle need to be hired. Some people also need to be fired. Time to level up, even though it's hard. 100 emoji. Hashtag words of Chisholm. Jenks, that's how you relate to the youths. The 100 emoji. Nailed it.
Oh, for the love of God. I saw a TikTok about this, and it was just a supercut of people giving advice that was like the lamest stuff ever. Like it was like a podcast, and it was some guy go, if you think about it, if you really think about it, you should just go for it because you only live once. And the girl on his pod was like, oh my God, that's so true. That is so true. I was like,
that's literally true.
Oh my God. Wow. And I was like, how is this an actual thing? And it was just like one cut after the other of things you've heard a million times. And they acted like they were just discovering something for the first time that was so meaningful and deep. It was something. So I feel like maybe Gene Chizik belongs on that show.
He was the OG influencer.
He was.
Chisdom, because that is his hashtag that he includes on every tweet.
Oh, I'm going to come up with a custom hashtag for you. I just got to figure out. Oh, it's easy. Like something with the messenger. Come on. It's perfect for you.
Don't shoot the messenger.
Oh,
Life
bam.
is short.
Boom. Don't shoot the messenger. Done. Oh, man. Watch out, Gene Chizik.
It's almost as good as Jenks tough. Ram tough. Dodge Ram. He's a man.
That's right. I built my life brick by brick. That's how you do it. You want to do something, you do it right. Well, if you want to do it right, you listen to Brett Friedlander. He is the ACC beat reporter for Saturday Down South. Been covering the conference since 1981. Brett, thanks for being with us and for listening to our little diatribe there before we talk to you about ACC football. And it's bizarre that we're talking about this Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick thing, and I know all of this can get blown out of proportion, but what sort of reaction and traction is it getting there in ACC country?
Well, it's getting a lot of traction, and it's getting a lot of conversation. But I got to tell you, I'm going to take a little different slant on this because I think this is exactly what UNC signed up for. Not necessarily the TMZ stuff, but it's May 6th, and we are talking about North Carolina football. And by hiring Bill Belichick, the 100% goal was to thrust North Carolina football into the national conversation. Here we are. So, yeah, it's let's put it this way. There's some concern among the money that pushed for this, that this thing is kind of spinning out of control. But the general feeling is that, yeah, this is entertaining. Yeah, this is crazy, go nuts. But it's also May. The first game doesn't start for another, 3.5 months? And so, this is the silly season. The expectation is that when this gets real, when fall practice starts, when they start getting ready for games, Belichick is going to click into Belichick mode, and it's going to be all about, next week we're going to Cincinnati.
I'm going to challenge you a little bit on, the fact that you say, hey, we're talking about North Carolina football, which is, the goal of the program. are we talking about North Carolina football? It feels like we're only talking about Jordan Hudson. Like, I don't even know who the quarterback is. Like, it would be one thing if this was, the engine for us to, hear about the recruits or something, but it doesn't even feel like I know anything about the team. So, like, I understand in the world of, like, publicity, like, I get what you're saying. Like, we are talking about it. But, like, I don't think I believe that all publicity is good publicity. Because we're not hearing about the football team.
Yeah. And listen, it might be a distraction because I don't think he knows who the quarterback is at this point. I mean, he's still bringing in guys. I mean, since the end of
he's not answering that.
That's right, exactly. But there is a concern. I mean, there's a major concern because what happens, if after TCU, Belichick is explaining why, or somebody asks Belichick, why'd you go for it on 4th and 7 in the third quarter? And Jordan's sitting off to the side saying he's not going to answer that. I mean, how much influence is she going to have? And that is a definite concern. So, yeah, I mean, while we are talking about it, there is that underlying concern is like, what role is she going to play once this thing starts to get real here? And the potential for this just going sideways and being a total circus is really it's there.
Brett, so to sort of play off that, and you did mention it, right? If we get to football season, it's going to be on to Cincinnati. But I think that's the overarching thing that I'm having a hard time getting past is that if you're Bill Belichick, and I understand maybe this comes a little bit with the territory, how surprising is it that he sort of let it go on for this long when this is a guy who has been singularly focused on football seemingly his entire life?
Yeah, that's the strange thing. I mean, one of the funniest things I saw on social media after the CBS interview was that it looked like Belichick was in a hostage situation. I want to say maybe it was Barstool who said, "Hey, Bill, blink twice if you need help." I mean, like, he's the one who's being manipulated here. So I don't know, but here's the other thing, too, to think about, and this is coming from someone who wrote a book and who did promotional work on it. How many books are they selling because of this? And, is this a calculated strategy to call attention to a book that otherwise, okay, yeah, he won Super Bowls, he coached Brady, but now all of a sudden you've got this juicy stuff you want to read about. Maybe I'm going to go out and get this book after all. So I'm kind of torn on this. It's so bizarro because you're right. It is so opposite of everything we have known about Bill Belichick in his public life.
Well, here's the other thing. Do you think Bill Belichick needs the publicity? Like, aren't the rings enough? Like, if this was somebody like Rex Ryan or like another coach that didn't have the resume that Bill Belichick had, like, I'd be with you and say, hey, this is a ploy to sell books. But when you have the legacy that Bill Belichick has, like, that's where I'm at. It's like, why do you need this sideshow? I feel like he doesn't need it.
No, he doesn't. That's the thing. I mean, maybe this is just a delayed midlife crisis. I mean, maybe instead of having it in his 40s, he's having it in his 70s. I don't know. Really. I mean, right? Instead of the convertible, Mustang, he's going for the young girlfriend. I mean, who's young enough to be his granddaughter, for crying out loud.
Oh.
So, Brett.
And then the other thing too about it, the other weird part about this is all the other like ancillary things that have come out about her. The whole real estate holdings that that she has acquired since they have started dating, and things about her past. And it's like it's like I say, it's TMZ. This is so outside of the realm of anything I've ever covered, and I've been doing it for a long time. I don't know how to explain it, and it's just bizarre. It's crazy.
Brett, and this is just speculation, but how is this playing off, or how do you think it comes off to a prospective recruit? Is it interesting? Is it off-putting? Does it matter? I wonder if you're someone who's thinking about maybe going to North Carolina, do you push this aside and say, I want to play for Bill Belichick, I want to be a part of this rebuild, or does this factor at all into your decision?
I don't think it does, because I think all this sideshow stuff is for the adults. I think the kids see those rings and say, this guy, Coach Tom Brady. He's going to get me to the league. And so I think that it really does not have that big of an effect on it. Now, maybe there are some, but I think that for them, it's still about football. Like I said, I have my doubts as to how this is going to translate onto the field. It was going to be a circus anyway. I mean, think about Deion Sanders' first year at Colorado and the ESPN extravaganza that became. This is going to be that on steroids. And so, there's going to be a lot of distractions. And again, he doesn't have Tom Brady playing quarterback for him. He doesn't. I mean, this roster barely won 6. Well, this roster is pretty much decimated, but I mean, this team only won 6 games last year under a Hall of Fame coach. And so, he's got his work cut out for him. I don't know how long he's going to put up with this. He doesn't lose very well. And so if this goes sideways, and there's a very good possibility it is, this could be a one-and-done situation because his buyout is only $1 million.
Let me ask you about the ACC in general. Do you think the future is bright? Because here's the thing. I almost forgot that SMU was the team out of the ACC because obviously the conferences are so wonky now where we have different teams. But it feels like we haven't seen as much of the ACC in the top 5 teams, mostly because Clemson's kind of dropped down from, the power team that they used to be 5 years ago. Do you think the ACC can regain prominence in, the standings of college football?
I think it can. And the reason I think it can is because Clemson, I think Dabo has finally figured out. He's finally entered the 21st century. And he's using the portal now. He's brought in 3 transfers, but all of them are guys who are going to contribute this year. And he's got a Heisman quality quarterback pulling the trigger this year. So I think Clemson's going to be back. I think they're going to be better than they were last year. I can't imagine Florida State being 2-10 again. And so those are your brand names. Mario Cristobal is an elite recruiter. Now, he needs to hire somebody to do the X's and O's because his game management skills are really lacking, and that's held Miami back. But, I think their talent is good enough to compete. You mentioned SMU, and don't discount Jeff Brom at Louisville because I think he's building something special there. I really love what he has done, and I love what he is doing, and I think he's a really seriously, underrated coach who understands quarterback talent, and bringing in the kid from Southern Cal, I think, is going to really be a good thing for them. So I think you've got the potential for some really good teams. I also think that if Fran Brown stays at Syracuse long enough, he might be able to make that something into a program that can be competitive nationally. Because I think he's a superstar in the making. Now, I don't know that he's going to be there very long because if he's successful there, an SEC team or a Big Ten team is going to scoop him up. But I think the potential is there, but it's all about players, and it's all about commitments, and it's all about finance. Because if you just looked at the final 4 teams, the final 8 teams, the talent level just did not. The ACC's talent level did not match up to that. And so you've got to use if you've got limited NIL resources because the Big Ten and SEC are making more money, you've got to use your resources wisely. You've got to find ways of financing that. You've got to, you got to pass the hat around. You got to do something because it's all about talent. And right now, I think the talent in the ACC is a little bit lacking.
He is the ACC beat reporter for Saturday Down South, has been covering the conference since 1981. It is Brett Friedlander, and we got some actual football in there. Brett, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Yay. Hey, anytime, guys.
Much appreciated. Yeah, that's good info. Thank you. I think he's absolutely right, by the way. I did some just very, very early looking at ACC numbers yesterday, and you can get Clemson at plus money. I think Clemson is going to be really, really good this year because they have Kate Klubnik coming back at quarterback, and their defensive line is going to be stout. You never really know this early because things can change, but I think he's spot on about the Tigers, and it's got to be strange for him having covered the conference for so long, this whole Jordan and Bill thing.
Yeah, when that's the top story and not like, hey, Clemson, are they a powerhouse? Is Dabo Swinney the next Nick Saban? Remember when that was a topic?
Oh, yeah.
Nice to see that Dabo's finally using the transfer portal. What, 3 years too late?
Yeah. Didn't he say he'd quit before he'd use it 2 years ago?
I'm going to quit.
I'm going to quit.
If they pay the players.
No,
you're not.
No, you're not. Going next to the show, the betting slate is, well, we're looking all right. Not our best night last night, but now it's time to turn it up a notch, and we'll do that next on the Daily Tip right here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is Tuesday. Thanks for being with us. Come on, Double D, give me something. Good way to waste time. You know, close to the end of the show. Got the doctor coming up. Got our best bets on the way as well. Appreciate you waking up with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Oh, looks like we got a couple squad plays today. Chelsea, I know that you are not here in studio, which is a shame. But you're like, I don't want to be there. I want to be at home. But whew, it was close. I was in the break room earlier, and as I've said before, we had this huge vat of coffee that Raj, the GOAT, the legendary Roger, makes every morning. And I noticed a tinge of sadness as I was walking near the break room to go to the bathroom, and Roger says, I don't think anybody uses this coffee anymore. And I said, Raj, I use it every single day. He goes, you do? I go, yep, I use it every single day, and it's delicious. He goes, oh, really? I was like, yep, it's great. I love having it right there. And so thank God. I mean, I think he was this close to not filling up that vat of hot coffee because now we have a couple machines in there, like a Keurig or something like that, and they're fine. They're good. I prefer Roger's blend here at Odyssey.
Roger's blend.
Roger's morning blend. So I might have just saved it because he thought nobody was using it. I am using it.
Well, it's good to feel appreciated. Like, I understand this feeling as somebody who is a mom and always doing things around the house. Sometimes you just want people to notice. Be like, hey, you mopped the floors. Looks great. I feel like people do this a lot with haircuts. Honestly, I don't really care that much about haircuts. So let me ask you, when you get a haircut and you maybe didn't tell the lovely Catherine, do you like it when she notices, or does it not matter to you?
I don't think, for me, I'm not really going for anything new. I'm just hoping she doesn't. No, I think it depends. Like for her, she just got her hair done on Friday. So I know she likes it, and her hair always looks great. So I know she likes it when I notice it. So I always make sure, and her hair, she looks great. So I'll always say, oh, the hair looks really good. And, she spent time to get it done. For me, I don't want anyone to notice because I don't want it to look like I got a haircut. I just want it to sort of say similar. I mean, my hairstyle might look different from day to day because I'm just like waking up and going with it. But like I'm going to someone different now. Like the woman I did use down the street here, she moved away. So I went to someone else for a while, and I tried to give her a shot, but it's just not happening. So I don't know. I'm on the search again. I don't want anyone to notice. I don't want to say, oh, you got your ears lowered or something like that. You know what I mean? I don't want to hear that.
Well, one would think probably for guys, like there's not really that much you can do with your hair. Like if you're trying to look like normal, I guess, like you could dye it purple if you wanted to, but it doesn't feel like that's in your wheelhouse. So I'm kind of like you, like I'm not doing anything different. I want it to look the same. Like I want to get my roots redone. So like my hair looks the same at the, roots. Right. So I'm similar in that regard, but point still stands. Like sometimes you want people to recognize the work that you're putting in or, something that you did differently. Maybe it's not about your appearance. What about cleaning the house? Like, do you ever wipe down the counters? You're like, look at this masterpiece. You're not going to say anything?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that is true. No, because I definitely am the one who is, I'm not in charge. I'm just super clean like that. So I'm always doing the dishes, wiping down the counters, doing the laundry. Like if Catherine has, clothes in the dryer, I'll generally take them out and fold them for her or whatever. So just as long as you get a little acknowledgement, like, hey, I appreciate you doing that, then that's really, you just don't want it to be taken for granted. Like anything that you do around, you don't want it to become so normalized that, and it's not like I need some sort of thank you for this, thank you for this, thank you for that. But just every now and then some sort of acknowledgement that you're doing something that is helpful to everyone is always nice.
I always imagine the Jinx Tough slogan playing when you're folding laundry.
Yeah.
Like a real man's man as he puts the folds.
Right.
His clothes perfectly.
That's true. But also the flip side of that is, when the girl's like, oh my God, my future husband is folding my laundry for me and helping clean, then you know what? That goes a long way. So there's a good trade-off there.
Oh, absolutely. Like whoever says that men doing chores is not manly, is not a person that is married, because I love it when Jake does stuff around the house. That is a great quality in somebody that you're marrying. Like maybe if you're not like 19 and you're dating somebody, you're like, oh, well, he folds stuff really well. But no, if you're looking for a long-term relationship, look for somebody who can keep up their like house a little bit and somebody who's not going to be living in a pigsty frat house.
Yes, I can assure you that talking tech and folding laundry at 19 is not the best, harbinger for a relationship in the near future. Like, this guy, woo, what a catch. Folding those shorts all right there, buddy? But now, as you get older, of course, it's like, I'd take this all day. But early on, you're like, boring, nerd. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, Joe O and Sammy P react to the barking dogs last night in the NBA, and they were a barking. Plus, we'll have Stanley Cup bets and Major League Baseball bets for the day as well. Plus, Ian McMillan from Sports Illustrated will join the show at 10 a.m., just a little more than an hour from now. But right now, it is time for our best bets of the day.
Time to place your bets.
That's what I'm talking about. A couple squad plays. Chelsea, kick it off for us.
Yeah, squad play on the Cubs. Let's go Chicago today over the Giants. So it's a little juicy at, what is it, minus 150, something around that price, minus 148. But still, this is banking on the team that's been one of the hottest teams in all of baseball over the last month. In fact, I can back that up by some numbers. If you look at the last month in Major League Baseball, the Cubs have the best OPS of any team in baseball. And earlier in the season, you could say that about the Giants because you look at this match, you say, hey, similar records here. But the Giants offense has fallen off a cliff, like in the last month. They started off the season red hot. Now, if you look at the last month, they're sitting in the bottom 10 of just about every statistical metric. So we haven't got to the starting pitchers just yet. And I understand anytime you see Justin Verlander, you say, oh, he's a good pitcher. He deserves some respect. But listen, Justin Verlander is in his 40s now. And you look at his last few starts, they do look good, but they were against the Rockies, the Rangers, and the Angels, who are not good offenses. And it should be noted that his team did not give him any run support. They lost each of the last 3 starts, even though he put up good numbers. Meanwhile, we've got Colin Ray going for the Cubs today, 2-0 with a 1.46 ERA, and he's backed by a better offense. I think I'm going to go Cubs here, and they've been great in this spot as favorites this year, a blistering 14-6. So let's go Cubs on the money line at minus 148.
Oh, I'm with you on that. So I will be tailing you. Love that bet. Let's get another dub with the Cubs tonight. I'm going to go Pacers-Cavs over 229 and a hook, and I think we see the Cavaliers get back on the right track, at least shooting-wise, because they can't be much worse than we saw in the opener of this series when they had their second worst shooting game of the season from three-point land. The Pacers, meanwhile, shot better than 50% as a team. I don't know if that holds, but I do know the Cavaliers have to shoot better tonight. Also, if you're looking at the spread, I think we can pretty much infer that Darius Garland and Evan Mobley are going to play tonight. That will be huge. Also, this total is absolutely gettable. The Cavaliers were the best over team in the NBA during the regular season. And when you're talking about game script, the Pacers not afraid to run with the Cavaliers. Let's go over 229.5 tonight in Cleveland.
Yeah, it's going to be a squad play. I'm going to be rooting for points, and the basis is simple for me. Cavs only made 9 3-pointers. Like you said, one of the best three-point shooting teams in the NBA. One would think they revert back to the mean there. And also, if Darius Garland is playing, he's one of the guys that they badly needed in game one. Somebody who can create his own shot. So I like that one as well.
Yeah, I do too. All right, couple bets on the card. I keep thinking about a side here. I feel like maybe this is a nice rebound spot for the Cavaliers, but 9.5 is such a big number. I'm just going to stay away and play the 2 games on the card. Before we get to Sammy P, I see his beautiful face right now waiting to talk to us. We got to get to the Donkster and find out what's on his mind, and then we'll find out what's coming up next on Bet Sweats Donkster. Oh, you're in your chair in time today. All right, he's very happy today. Donkster, what's going on?
Dad, you're being so boring with all of this tech talk. Why don't you talk about something interesting?
Okay. Like what?
Like what Sabrina Carpenter was wearing at the Met Gala. Her burgundy bodysuit made by Louis Vuitton was a stunner, giving her distinctive looks with long suit tails and no pants on.
Okay. I think that's probably enough of that.
Then there's Sydney Sweeney, wearing a tailored black sparkling dress in a nod to 1950s actress Kim Novak. The gown featured beaded fringe and a keyhole cutout that showcased Sydney's ample cleavage.
Knew that was coming.
Okay. Cut you off, buddy. Let's get a bet.
Okay, Timberwolves minus 6.5 hosting Golden State and Joe Barry Carroll.
Way back on that one. Not. Okay, good enough. It's a bet. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, we bring in doesn't need to go to the Met Gala to look great. Of course, I'm talking about Sammy P. You throw on a hoodie, boom, good to go. Not in the town. Morning, Sammy P.
I was surprised I didn't hear Rick Barry instead of Joe Barry Carroll.
Oh, that would have been a better choice. That was just off the top of my head.
Underhand.
Oh, yeah, underhand. You surprised you don't see that more? He was an awesome free throw shooter.
Not really. Kids want to look cool these days.
Yeah, exactly right.
We saw it in March Madness. There was a kid from one of the smaller schools. You remember that? That did the underhand. And he shot like 37%. Yeah. Remember, he wasn't even good.
I do remember.
That was embarrassing.
Yeah. I think, honestly, though, kids want to look cool. That's why they don't want to shoot free throws underhand, even though it does work. My old high school gym coach shot like 92% at the line. He never let us forget that. All he did was shoot like this. Whatever.
I love that.
A stat that will live in infamy. It could be his identity.
It'll be on his tombstone. 92% high school free throws.
Like middle name. Like his middle name's 92%. That's what they call him. Are you stunned at what we saw? I mean, I know you guys are going to talk about it on the show, but 2 outright upsets last night from the Dogs?
I was stunned that the Nuggets won. I took the points. I did not think they were going to win. But this is that weird game one stuff. Like, the Dogs are always super live, I feel like, in game ones.
But the Knicks actually closing out a game. Like, I know Jalen Brunson is good. What were the Celtics doing? Like, I felt like I needed to, like, yell at Jason Tatum.
They can't shoot. Well, they couldn't shoot. They can shoot. They couldn't shoot last night. Tatum was just a bricklayer, man. Ooh.
Ugh.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, too. There's got to be some, like, positive regression here. I mean, what were the Celtics? They were, like, 15 of... Oh, so they shot 25%, like 15 of 60 or something.
They missed
like it was
45 threes.
God,
it's almost
bless.
impressive.
That is.
Shoot.
Sammy, have a great show. Good to see you as always. And we're out of time. That's it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you have a great Tuesday. Good luck in your bets. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow at 6 a.m.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM Tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
I love me some Game 1 dogs.
Mitchell Robinson will be on the ball. White will inbound. It's off to Brown. Bridge is there. They hold it. They grapple. It's makes it one. What a comeback and a Game 1 win for New York.
Second one for Holmgren. It rims out. Brown grabs it. 7 seconds left. Westbrook, 5 seconds. They're down by 1. Gordon got it. Aaron Gordon with a deep shot. Williams, three-quarter court, no good. The Nuggets steal Game 1. That's a winner for Aaron Gordon, 121 to 119.
Damn. Welcome into Bet Sweats, hanging out with you for the next 3 hours. Our friend Ian McMillan will be joining us in an hour from right now at 10 a.m. Eastern. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panianovich with you, BetMGMNetwork.com. Check out the YouTube and Twitch pages at the BetMGM Network. Sam, it's easy. You parlay the two massive dogs, and you're good. Game 1, NBA playoffs. Didn't expect that. I'd say it was overall a chalky first round, at some points boring. It had a couple of decent series, but that's how it usually goes in the NBA. That's life in the NBA. Round number 2.
Dog.
Yeah, I know. All right, 3 in a row. So what does that mean about tonight when we got our 4th series starting? What does that tell you? Probably nothing. The trends will be out. The trends will be out. Yes, correct. We're going to probably go the other way. But how about it? You liked one of the dogs. That was a good call. And then I'm sure they're freaking out by you in Boston after blowing that 20-point lead.
Oh, they're going to annihilate Tatum all day today. And understandably so. He missed 4 threes in the final 2 minutes of regulation. And there was the one possession where he took the first 3, janked it badly. They get the offensive rebound, give it back to him. He starts to drive to the basket and then just leaps back behind the line and bricks another one. He was 4 of 15 from 3. Mm-hmm. And this team generally goes the way Jason Tatum goes. How about 15 of 60 from 3? They shot 25% from downtown and missed 45 threes.
We're on repeat. I don't know if it's good or bad. It's just what it is right now, the state of the NBA. And every day we're going to sit here and we're going to talk about the team that won the game. It was a team that probably made more threes, and they're the team that didn't miss a ton because you get teams that are ice cold. That was the case with the first game of the night with the Knicks and the Celtics. You just went over some of the numbers. Shot 25%, missed 45. Wait, we could sit here all day. Here's the ones that really stood out. I always find these entertaining. So the Knicks took 23 fewer threes, right? 23 fewer, and they made 2 more. It's ridiculous. What else? The second half and overtime, Boston took 49 shots. 37 out of 49 were threes. It's easy when you have the results. It is with gambling. It is when talking about sports. But isn't there something to game situation? You get a 20-point lead. Does it help us to chuck threes? We know it's a game of runs. That's going to happen. And, there's a decent chance that maybe the Knicks go on a run and they're making threes and they're gaining on you. But isn't there something to when you have a big lead, clock is ticking, do we have to play as fast and do we have to keep chucking threes because that's what we do the rest of the game?
I know what Joe Mazzulla is going to say. That's who we are. That's what we do. They won a championship last year. But this is what happens when the shots don't go in. They lose, and it's embarrassing. I mean, this is a game. I don't want to say you can't lose game 1 because I've always thought that game 1 is the slipperiest slope, not to quote Charles Barkley. See, you play one clip yesterday of Barkley saying slippery slope, and now I can't stop saying it. But when the shots don't go in, he stands there, he faces the music, and he says, that's what we are. Mm-hmm. And the Celtics really changed their analytical approach a few years ago. It was like right after Udoka got, launched out of town. And Mazzulla comes in and met with Brad Stevens, and they sat down and figured out not only was it the corner 3, it was all threes. Because the first real metrical shift was, all right, got to take advantage of the corner 3s. Those are the closest shots from downtown that cost the most. Boston said, forget the corner 3. We're going to just shoot 3s and layups. And if we can get dunks, fine. But it's 3s, it's layups, and it's dunks. I mean, teams didn't even shoot 45 threes 10 years ago. For the most part, they missed 45 threes. And remember, I told you I was back home in Chicago for Christmas, and my old youth basketball coach was there at this party. And I remember I prodded him, and I go, hey, you see how many threes the Celtics are shooting a game? And he goes, oh, God, what, 30? I'm like, no, try 50. And he almost fainted. He's like, 50 threes? Well, 60 last night. But guess what, man? It's one game. And their numbers and their metrics say if they shoot on average, if they just average a typical night from 3, they're going to win next game, they're going to win the series, and they're going to go back to the finals. That's what they believe in Boston.
Yep. And I understand that thinking. And I think that was my reaction to the 2 upsets that we got last night. Okay. Are the Knicks going to do that 3 more times? Okay. Is Denver going to do that 3 more times? And the same thing happening for OKC? Like, if you look at everything that the Knicks had to have go their way. Okay. So 75% of the time we need the Celtics to miss their threes. We also need not only Brunson, we expect a performance out of Brunson, nearly 30. He was at the 29-point mark. OG Anunoby added 29. Not something that we've typically seen from him. You had two guys in the starting lineup that had double-doubles, Cat and Hart. And we also had Bridges, who was phenomenal defensively. He contributed, and then he has a steal in the last second of the game. When you line up everything and they just survive in overtime, I understand that line of thinking.
Yep, I do as well. I remember during the segment yesterday, Where's the Room? We were saying, of course they're betting Porzingis. And they were laying a price. Was it $1.40 or $1.50? It was a big number over his point prop. Mm-hmm. He only played 13 minutes last night. And people on Twitter are crying, refund my bets. Oh, I want my money back. No, this is what happens. You also, you can bet unders. You don't just have to bet overs. Every underbetter won on Porzingis last night. He did not return. He was sick, I guess. I'm glad they told us it wasn't COVID. Thank you. We really needed to know that. But he did not return. He played 13 minutes and had, 0 points. No points last night for Porzingis.
I saw it was illness. They said that in a release or something? Like they made sure, or were they responding to a question?
Celtics announced Porzingis questionable to return, illness, non-COVID.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, that does suck. Like whatever your handicap is, over, under, you're assuming that he's going to play in the game. He was not someone that you were concerned about with an injury. That does stink. Was he going to get there? I don't know. He played 13 minutes, scored 0, as you mentioned. So I'm not sure that he was going to get there, even if he plays the full game with the way things ended up going for them. So yeah, that was pretty fascinating. And then in the other game, I'd like you to explain why, because you're like Aaron Gordon.
No, Porter. Michael
Porter.
Jr.
And he did nothing. As Aaron Gordon's on the mind because he had the game-winning shot. All credit to him. He had a big game, 22 and 14. The Nuggets win on the road, 121-119. They were 10.5-point dogs, and they take game number 1. You had this game, man. You're like, Porter under forever, and you got there eventually. You like the Nuggets in this game. I don't know about to win, but you certainly like them to cover.
Did not think they were going to win outright. We did have the conversation. I did pose the question, can they win? Believe I said no, but it doesn't matter. If you took 9.5, you're a winner. We should lead with Jokic 42 and 22, but the lead on BetSweats is that we told you Michael Porter was going to do nothing, and he was 1 of 8 for 2 points. 24 minutes. You know who's getting his minutes now? It's Westbrook. Westbrook is taking Porter's time. And Porter just hasn't really had it. And you had actually brought up his home and road splits. He's been much better at home, as most role players tend to be. But he was a non-factor in the game. And that was another very popular prop. Where's the room? Yeah, they're laying Michael Porter over on points in game 1 of the playoffs, because that's what you must do. That's the move. Did nothing last night. How about the Joker? 42, 22, 6 assists, 2 blocks. Man, does he fill up a stat sheet.
So if you faded the Where's the Room plays that we went over yesterday, top 5 for each game, you went 7 and 3.
Oh.
Well, you can't really fade first field goal, so I guess we should remove that one. So, but you still have damn good record. You go 6 and 3, all plus money sides, because they were laying it again. So that's a really good night of NBA action. If you go 6 and 3 and you got plus money on all of them, you're really happy walking away with that one. So, I mean, the Porzingis wasn't close. Tatum at 16 boards. They played the under 9.5. That is phenomenal. Just destroyed it. The 2.5 assists for Cat. He had 0 in that. I love that. I love it when that happens. They go over on something. Like, yeah, how about 0? None of them were really all that close. You mentioned the Porter one as well. So Thunder go down. Heavy favorite Boston go down. both at home. Doesn't matter. Boston won all 4 times in the regular season. Ends up not mattering there. And we talked about Jokic's PRA, the guy that's probably going to be the runner-up for the MVP once that thing's announced. Just a dominant game. If you played it, you hit that one with ease. In fact, he almost got there on points alone, Sammy.
Can you imagine? I'm just going to throw this out here. If the Nuggets can finish this off, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if the Nuggets knock out the Thunder and SGA wins the MVP over Jokic, that is going to be so funny. I know it's not a postseason award, but if the guy that you're giving the MVP because you don't want to give it to Jokic again, if that guy loses to Jokic, it'll just be fascinating theater. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but a great start for the best player in basketball. He's the best player. I still think he's the most valuable. Voters want change, though. Understood. But can you imagine if Jokic knocks out SGA?
That would be phenomenal. An unreal storyline. And what's you're going to hear a lot about now. Zigzag. A lot of people are going to play the zigzag. I think, or maybe they're going to be convinced that maybe one of these teams, still a big favorite to win the series down 0-1, is in some real trouble. So that's another interesting wrinkle to all of this. On the ice, 9 goals, 5-4 Toronto. I mean, you flip it on 1 minute late, you already missed one. I mean, just the high scoring that we saw in this matchup. Big game out of Nylander. He put in, he had 3 points for Toronto, but 5-4 over hits easily. Toronto, the short dog, they end up going up 1-0.
Got hairy at the end. And I was starting to have Colorado Avalanche flashbacks and St. Louis Blues flashbacks from Saturday and Sunday. I'm like, is another team in total control about to muff this? Nope. They got it done. And what did we talk about yesterday? Leafs to win game 1. Just sit by, relax, enjoy yourself. And if the Leafs take a 1-0 lead, you can bet that Florida series price. I know we'll talk more about it. Now's the time.
Okay, good. And we had the San Diego Padres as a show bet. Ends up being a winner as a dog against Rodon and the Yankees, but not quite the handicap we talked about. It was a Rodon fade. Rodon was just fine. 6 2/3, actually really strong. No runs, 3 hits in the game, but you had Machado, Bogarts coming through, 4 in the top of the 8th. Padres win 4-3.
Better to be lucky than good sometimes.
All right, we'll take it. Doesn't have to be the way we said it's going to be, as long as you get a win in the end. Joe O, Sammy P, we're going to break down the NBA playoffs pair of games tonight right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
rims out. Brown grabs it. 7 seconds left. Westbrook, 5 seconds. They're down by 1. Gordon got it. Aaron Gordon with a deep shot. Williams, three-quarter court. No good. The Nuggets steal game 1. That's a winner for Aaron Gordon. 121 to 119.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Hanging out with you for a few hours every day, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern Time. You can watch us on Stadium in the first hour of the show, BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. You could also check out the show via the Odyssey app. Just go to BetMGMNetwork.com. It will take you there. Joe O, Sammy P here, and very excited that Jake Hassan is back in the house because we've got to talk to Jake about something coming up before we get out of here over the next few hours. We got a lot of different stuff that we want to get through. 20 minutes from now, Coach of the Year odds. We found them comical. I understand them, but we still laughed at them. We have a bit of a breakdown that we're going to go over coming up in 20 minutes. All right, NBA playoffs. Do it again? Easy. Pacers win, Warriors win? Is that what they're going to do? Or go the other way?
So I'm not a blind zigzagger, as I've told you before. Mm-hmm. I'm just looking at the way the market has moved in this game. The first number I ever saw in Cleveland, Indiana was 8. And then we saw a couple other shops open 8.5. Now we're 9.5. MGM has 9.5. So there doesn't seem to be this concern from the market on Cleveland. You know, was Cleveland sleepwalking? Maybe. Did they take Indiana seriously? I don't know. But to see this love for Indiana in the media, and now you got all these analysts like Kendrick Perkins talking about how great Indiana is matching up with Cleveland. The truth is probably in the middle, right? Mm-hmm. They're a good team, not a great team. I would be stunned if Indiana won game 2. Now, obviously, the spread is the great equalizer. I would lay it before I would take it, but I probably won't bet this game until we get into Where's the Room. And then I will find something that will definitely lose, and I will fade that. But in terms of laying 9 points, I think I'm good. I would, if you said, all right, I'm in this contest, I got to pick every game against the spread, I would take Cleveland.
That might be your biggest strength. When we get the popular plays, like it's immediate. There's no hesitation. That's a loser. That is the biggest loser on the board, and you could spot it from a mile away. And then yesterday, you had one that was strong. Like we could have done all. Maybe we should be doing like these alt lines, whether it's over. Well, it's rarely over, where they're on and under. But we should probably do that from time to time. Yeah.
No, I'm glad you brought that up because when we used to do the segment at Nesson, Follow the Crowd, he used to always say, hey, I put the list in the rundown, our producer, who I loved. And I would say, no, I don't want to know them. I would rather see them and react to them. And at first he was like, no, you should be prepared for the segment. No, the whole point is reveal, and then I can tell you which one is definitely, well, not definitely, probably going to lose. So that's why I try not to look at them. I mean, Paul probably has them in the rundown already. I have no idea because I would much rather be surprised and then react right away because I just have these feelings when people are firing Michael Porter over in game 1 or Porzingis over. I think you're right, though. The Jason Tatum rebound prop was maybe the funniest given the number itself and what he finished with. What do you have, 15 rebounds?
16.
That's funny. Like, it's so funny because it's so random and it was so wrong.
Uh-huh. Yeah, like the rebound one especially. We always bring that up, and they have very specific ones, and they're willing to lay $30, $40, $50, whatever number you put in front of them. In their mind, that's the bet. The juice does not matter. On the Cavs, yeah, there's like 8.5. BetMGM's high. They're higher than anybody else. They're at 9.5, but most of the market is at 9. I understand why. When you look at the Pacers, like even the games last night, Okay, is that going to happen again? Right? Pacers made 10 more threes. 30-point difference. Is that going to happen again? Is that their only path to victory? But is it going to happen again? Donovan Mitchell, 1 for 11 on threes. Is that going to happen again? Now, the big concern for me on the Cleveland side is injuries. Darius Garland, a guy that did a lot this year. He's averaging 21 and 7 on a nightly basis. He's listed as questionable. He has not played in the last 3 games. He's got basically turf toe. That's a bitch. I don't know what else to say. He's missed 3 games in a row in the playoffs for a reason. He was talking optimistically to Jared Greenberg about it. Like he was thinking that he could be back for this game, but I don't know. He's listed as questionable. Mobley's questionable. Hunter's questionable. But this is a gotta-have-it spot. If you go down 0-2 at home, now you're going to Indiana, you're in trouble, man. I mean, the expectation then is that you're probably going to be down 3-1 at some point in the series, and you're going to have to rattle off 3 straight wins to win it.
I've got a player that I definitely can't wait to talk about when we get to the room. Would you like me to give you his name now or wait until we get to that segment?
Give me the name. We don't have to talk about the exact angle.
Okay. Well, I'm going to play this guy in 1 or 2 ways. He's an ancillary guy for Cleveland. You know I like my role players at home. Mm-hmm. I will be playing Max Strus tonight.
Oh, okay.
This is probably a good game for him. He was 2 of 8 for 3 in the last game. 7 points. But he was really active. Like, he's good on the glass. He had 7 boards. He had 3 assists, 2 steals. He had a block. No turnovers. 32 minutes. So if you're going to take 8 threes in 32 minutes and only make 2, you're due to regress the right way. And you're due to have some positive reinforcements. You also have probably more shots because, again, Garland is I don't think he's going to play. That's my opinion. That's my guess or my forecast. But Max Strus, don't be surprised if you see him put in 15 points tonight.
In my mind, when you said Cleveland role player, and maybe he's beyond this at this point, I was thinking it's got to be Strus or Ty Jerome. Now, Jerome had a good game. I think he's a guy that's going to be brought up in that segment, so I'm very curious. 21 and 8 for him in game number 1 with Garland sideline. I mean, that's the tough part here about who's going to be on the court here. But with Garland out, he was second in usage in the team behind Mitchell. So if Garland's out, I do think Ty Jerome is going to be very popular. Cleveland did dominate the paint, but again, Indiana shot 53% on threes on the road. That's not going to happen again. Not going to happen again. So, yeah, I understand the move on the number. It's a big number, but I totally get the move on the number. I would look to first half, first quarter. But as far as full game, we see how these runs end up going in this. That's how I would look if I'm playing a side. If we go first half, man, it's 5.5, 6, depending where you go. Some places going really high at 6.5. But that makes sense. It's no trick. You don't have any sort of advantage, but I would look to see them coming out with a very fast start on the Cleveland side.
So Cleveland, to your point, had a bunch of issues shooting the basketball. That much has been chronicled. They were 9 of 38 from 3. They also missed 5 free throws. Not that that's a lot, but you'd like to make as many as you can. Indiana was 14 of 15 at the free throw line. Despite all that, despite missing 29 threes, Cleveland still had 112 points.
Yep.
And the game still landed 233. If we both sort of expect an offensive burst, is the over just the right play again? I mean, if they shoot average from 3 and Indiana does what Indiana does, which is dictate pace and get up and down the court, if both teams shoot what they're supposed to shoot, this is an over again.
Yeah, all of these questionable guys, like Mobley and Hunter, I'm not as concerned about. Like the Garland stuff is real, but in this position, after going down 0-1, where they got to get this win, I expect them to be playing. Now, if we get other word, maybe this number is going to move. But as far as the total, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Maybe the Cleveland team totals the play. Because what is Indiana going to do? Are they going to shoot that well? Like I mentioned, I would prefer the Cleveland team total. But yeah, I understand the angle. Certainly. All right, game 1, Warriors T-Wolves. I don't think the market has really settled on this one either, Sam. Looking this morning, and I see 6.5, 7, 7.5s available. Actually, those are all gone. Okay, so the market actually is starting to settle now. BetMGM at 6.5, and that's where most of the market is. The T-Wolves, the favorites. So those 7.5s to 7s that were out there just like an hour ago, completely wiped out. Maybe a little bit of Warrior support in game 1. And the total, let's call it 209 in the hook.
This number seems way too big on the spread side. You know, to open 5.5 for a team that, you know, hasn't really experienced a lot of playoff success in totality. They've had some nice wins, and you know me. I'm the biggest Anthony Edwards fan on this network. I'm a huge fan. Well, I was until last week, and now maybe Costos is.
Now you are.
I'm a huge Edwards fan, and I bet Minnesota last round. But now we have the role reversal. And now you have a young team that does have vets. I mean, Gobert and Randall and Conley. I really think they did a good job in the last couple of years constructing this roster. But when I say role reversal, I mean you took a team that most people didn't pick to win the last round. They were the dog because the Lakers were minus 190, minus 200. And the dog wins and becomes a popular favorite. It's a big role reversal, excuse me. Say role reversal 8 times fast. So now, not only do you have to win, you got to win by 7 or more. In that first game where I've told you, I think these dogs are extra barky in the series openers. I am trying hard to not overthink this one and just take the points and take the 6.5. I don't know that Golden State wins the series. I don't know that much yet. I'd like to at least see them play a couple games. 6.5 feels heavy though for Minnesota.
So of the 4 series before they start, obviously this is game 1 and the other's already underway. But before they start, this is clearly the closest series. Like everybody's like, oh, it's easy. We've got $8, $9 on these other series. This one's close. I'm going to pull a Sammy P here. Omar Raha, T-Wolves in 7. Jamal Collier, T-Wolves in 6. George Sedano, T-Wolves in 7. Chris Herring, T-Wolves in 7. Dave McMenamin, T-Wolves in 7. Kevin Pelton, T-Wolves in 7. Jeremy Wu, T-Wolves in 7. Andre Snellings, T-Wolves in 6. Jerry Bembry, T-Wolves in 6. Zach Cram, T-Wolves in 7. ESPN, their NBA experts, 10 of the 12 took Minnesota in this series, and this is the closest series price that we see. I looked that up because I wasn't looking everywhere, but everything I had heard, everything since this series was set, was T-Wolves in 6. And almost every ESPN expert has it T-Wolves in 6 or T-Wolves in 7. Usually it isn't that easy. I understand it, but it usually is not that easy. Where are you in this series? I know you've got Warriors futures. Yeah.
I wish I didn't hear that. I really wish I wasn't listening for the last minute there, because now I have to do something. Aren't those all the same? Aren't those all the same writers that had Lakers over Wolves? Every single one of them.
I've got to look that up.
Yeah, they were. We talked about it with Friedel last week.
Yeah, because I remember you going down the names. And now they're all jumping T-Wolves. Wait, was it 12-0?
Nobody had the other side. I'm pretty sure it was Lakers Wolves. Yeah, everybody was like Luka LeBron, Luka LeBron, Luka LeBron. And now all those writers are taking the Wolves after nobody had the Wolves last round. As I've said,
nobody has the Pacers,
it is the definition of a role reversal. It's one thing to be that chippy underdog that people are counting out, but now you got the bullseye on your chest. It's a different mentality, and Minnesota's never been through it yet. Not to say they can't handle it, but it's alarming how much the narrative has changed on one team in one round.
Yeah. I mean, this Minnesota team isn't scared, though. Like, that is one thing. Going against Stars and Steph and Draymond, the Draymond Gobert matchup is going to be really fun to watch. Warriors got pushed further than we thought, probably further than most people thought by Houston. But we'll continue to break this down. Joe O, Sammy P on the other side. We've got the NFL Coach of the Year odds. We find them hilarious. We'll explain. You've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
All right, NBA playoffs continue. We were discussing Game 1, Warriors T-Wolves. We'll get back to that to give a full breakdown. A few angles that I think we need to discuss, as everybody seems to be on the T-Wolves. T-Wolves in 6, T-Wolves in 7. That seems to be the very popular pick. Maybe it's shorter, or maybe it's the other side. We'll get to that coming up. We thought it was kind of funny, and now I understand why, but we thought it was kind of funny how the odds are already set up for the NFL Coach of the Year. And what happens, what's new? That's what excites people. And you see these rookie head coaches, they do win this award from time to time. We've seen it a good bunch of times. But we see at the very top, new coaches. What's new? Which coaches are going to exceed expectations in their new situation, Sam? And it is Ben Johnson. We talked about the Bears plenty. He's the favorite. And then the second favorite, both teams, both coaches, connections to you. You're living in Boston, and you've been a Bears fan all your life. Vrabel, the second favorite. Now, while we do find it amusing, it's also perfectly understandable, right? Like, these were the two hires that, I don't know, maybe they were viewed as 1-2 as far as best coaching hires. You have rabid fan bases. You have the excitement with the Bears. Maybe they'll finally have an offense. They think that they finally have a franchise quarterback, and then the Patriots do have a franchise quarterback. I felt Drake May proved that last year, and now they actually just have much better coaching.
It's funny because Matt Eberflus was favored last year. That's why it's funny.
Hilarious.
I remember you and I having a lot of fun with that. We started working together at the end of August into September. And we both said we would never, ever, 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 ever bet Matt Eberflus to win Coach of the Year. And you said, why wouldn't you bet it? And I said, because he's not a good coach.
Like, there's that.
If you're not a good coach, how can you win Coach of the Year? Everything was there for him, allegedly, but not really. I mean, they had a rookie quarterback. And
Hard
drafted
knocks.
a rookie receiver in the first round, because that's the answer. It's a receiver. That's what you should do when you have holes on the O-line and D-line. You should definitely take the sports card. That's what you should do.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. Now, I do think in terms of betting Matt Eberflus or Ben Johnson, it's not even close. I would be much more interested in a Ben Johnson ticket. But they know that you're going to bet it. So the book I'm looking at right now has Vrabel 6-1, Johnson 6-1. Yeah. I don't love those prices. And I wonder if I volleyed this question your way, how would you answer it? I'll give you Vrabel and Johnson. I get everybody else. Would you take that bet?
No.
Yeah,
absolutely not. No. I need the field. What if you gave me every rookie coach?
You can have every rookie coach. Fine.
Cohen, Carroll. I probably still wouldn't take Kellen Moore. I don't think he's going to win it anyways.
You get Aaron Glenn.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, and then Jets ain't winning. No,
wait,
I don't think the Jets.
Wait a minute. You don't think that defensive-minded Aaron Glenn is going to fix Justin Fields? What?
They'll be better. They'll be better because it couldn't possibly be worse, that situation. But yeah, I don't even think I would do that. All right, so I do want to counter what you said about if you're a bad coach, you can't win this award. Matt Nagy won it. Jason Garrett won it.
Oh, wow.
Marvin Lewis won it, if you want to go way back. Everything can come together for a year, and it is possible for bad coaches to win this award. I don't know that I want to bet on those bad guys. Here's the starting point for me. Kevin O'Connell, by the way, your winner. I do think there is a trend. I'm not saying it's a bettable trend, but it kind of stood out almost, but I'm going to go 1 year further. So O'Connell, Stefanski, Daboll. None of them won their division. You got to make the playoffs, but you don't necessarily have to win your division. So if you're in a division like the AFC West, like the AFC East, where you have a likely winner with a stud quarterback, you don't have to win that division. You just exceed expectations, have an excellent season, and still win this award.
Okay. I don't know that we meant to get here, but I think we may have just created a new system. Because if I close my eyes and go back in time, those 3 coaches that you mentioned didn't, I know for a fact 2 of them did, lost their first playoff game. Because the Browns lost to the Texans. That was the game Houston put 40+ on Cleveland. And I'm pretty sure O'Connell lost in the first game to the Giants the year that they won, or the year that he won Coach of the Year. What did Daboll do?
I think they won a game.
Okay. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but the point was I feel like these coaches that have won Coach of the Year have gotten into the playoffs and laid eggs or been exposed or both.
Yep, they won in the wild card round at the Vikings, and then they lost
at the Vikings. Okay, so I mixed my years up. I thought O'Connell won that year and lost to the Giants. So Daboll won that year and beat the Vikings. So then when O'Connell won, what did they do in the playoffs?
This past year.
Yes.
They lost. Right? Remember the NFC North went 0
for the Rams. Of course. That's
Yeah.
right. They lost to the Lions and then the Rams back to back. Okay, there's our system. Fade coach, first playoff game.
I have a system too. Yeah, you fade them. If they win, then you fade them in the playoffs. And then here's another one. To win this award, you need to have a mid quarterback. You can't have a good quarterback. Look at these quarterbacks. The coaches that are winning this award, and look at the quarterbacks that they have, they get some of that credit. Like, they are helping build the team. Like Darnold. Nobody believed in him. That was part of the reason O'Connell ends up winning this award last year. Daboll, it was Daniel Jones at that time. Just they ended up paying him, but we know not a great quarterback. When Vrabel won it, he didn't have a great quarterback play. Same thing with Stefanski. They kept changing the quarterbacks. It was Flacco at the end. Like, you can't have a really good quarterback. Here's what I'm looking for in this award. I'm looking for win totals somewhere in the middle, between 6.5 and 8.5. The Vikings was 6.5 last year. And I'm looking for teams that don't have great quarterback play, that have the potential to put everything together, and the coach would get a lot of that credit. So here are the 8.5s. Minnesota, Arizona, Pittsburgh, Chicago, Miami. I'm eliminating Miami. I'm eliminating Pittsburgh. I'm eliminating Minnesota. Arizona and Chicago are left. What do you think about Gannon's chances?
I like Gannon. I also think that division could be wide open. Mm-hmm. But then I also saw something yesterday that the San Francisco 49ers, according to Warren Sharp, have the easiest schedule in the NFL.
Yes, they do.
So that certainly throws a wrench in maybe the plans to bet Arizona. I think he's going to fix that defense. I mean, they got substantially better last year as a whole. I mean, 2 years ago, they were atrocious on defense. And he, of course, was the defensive coordinator in Philly, helped them get to a Super Bowl. So in total defense last year, let's just look at points. They were 15th in the NFL in points. So right in the middle, because there's 32 teams. The year before, they were 31st. So he took them from, the 31st worst team in terms of allowing points. He took them from 31 to 15 in 1 year. And I don't think it's going to regress because they changed the schematics. They went in and made some personnel decisions. I think their defense is even better this year. They need Kyler Murray to play like a number 1 pick. That's what needs to happen. So you need that side of the ball to continue to grow. I think a lot of things could line up, though, because Seattle, I'm not sure about them. San Francisco does have issues. Lost a lot of guys on defense.
Ramley.
Yeah, McVay. I mean, McVay's an awesome coach, and he's going to have them, as long as Stafford is not concussed and upright, they have a chance to beat anybody on any given day. But I don't think Gannon's the worst idea. I don't.
I totally understand betting on New England, and we've talked about that. They wouldn't probably have to win the division where everything goes right. Vrabel gets double-digit wins and he wins the award. I could see it, but I'm not going to bet it at the current price as a co-favorite. Here's one that's a long shot. I want to get your thoughts. I'm trying to figure out the NFC South. And is there a team that could just be so much better where they get all the wins and they're better than everybody else? I hated their defense in the past, loved the draft that they had. They got Walker, they got Pierce, they drafted Xavier Watts for the back end. Now it's Penix, not Cousins. We can bring it up to Ian McMillan. What do you think about Raheem Morris 35-1?
Ian probably already bet it. Probably already has it in the hopper.
Yep.
The path is there. In that division of all divisions, who the hell knows what's going to happen? And if they can take a team with a young quarterback and a lot of young talent, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I would much rather bet Raheem Morris at 35-1 than Dave Canales at 18. And they're in the same division.
Yeah, I circled him too. I was considering Canales.
I like Canales, just not at 18-1 when you could give me 35. I will tell you who's not winning this award, Andy Reid.
Yeah, the guys at the top, guys with great quarterbacks, they're not going to win it. The media loves Pete Carroll. If they have a good year for Raider standards, do you think he has a chance with Genti and Geno and Chip Kelly helping him on offense?
A chance, yes, but that division is so tough. I mean, to face Mahomes twice and Herbert twice and Bo Nix twice, got your work cut out for you in Vegas.
Yeah. I don't think Harbaugh can win it. The expectations are too high. Jim. Do you think he can?
I disagree. I think Jim could. I don't think John can.
Agree with that. Yeah. The odds already cut over at BetMGM on Jim. So they are clearly betting Jim, and maybe a little respected money there. All right, we'll talk to Ian McMillan. He's got a lot of thoughts on the Leafs and the Jays and, of course, his Falcons and NHL playoffs in general right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
William Nylander scores! 33 seconds in! Schmidt tried to keep it alive. Nyes with a step. Nyes moving in. Score! The lead is 2.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
I'm sure it was nothing but confidence throughout the entire game last night as the Leafs take a 1-0 series advantage from our guy, Ian McMillan. Joe O. Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Ian joins us now at Ian Mac Bets, senior editor, SI Now, SI Betting, also the host of the Bacon Bets podcast, right? You never got concerned. I'm sure the crowd that you were watching the game with last night, full confidence. Leafs were going to win because this is our year. There was never any negative vibes, I assume, Ian.
There's never confidence with the Leafs. You never feel comfortable with this team at any point in any game in any season. So, no. What, 4-1, I think, at the end of the second, we almost blew it. But it's nice to get one win at least.
I was following your Twitter all night.
One win.
You know, I still don't know that you know how to spell the word "your," but it's okay. You're having a blast, man. Like, how much would it mean for that city and that organization and that fan base to make a deep run?
If the Leafs win the Stanley Cup, and that's obviously a massive if, and it's probably not going to happen, the city of Toronto will burn to the ground. I think it's equal to the Knicks winning the NBA Finals in New York, what that would mean for that city. It's cool now because now that I live in Toronto, obviously I lived in New York for the past 3.5 years. So anytime I'd be watching the Leafs in person, I'd be at the Rangers or at the Devils or at the Islanders. So I'd have to be cheering for the road team, obviously. It feels good to be amongst my people now. It was a lot of fun watching it in Maple Leaf Square last night, being just surrounded by fellow Maple Leafs fans. Not something I've experienced before, so it was fun last night.
All right, so what's your thought about tomorrow? Game number 2, Florida the favorite, -130, total 5.5. That total didn't stand a chance last night.
Yeah, we'll probably lose. We'll probably lose. I'm trying to figure out, the Leafs are going to break our hearts at some point. I'm trying to figure out how it's going to happen. Is it going to be, are we going to get up 3-0, 3-1 in the series and then lose 3-4 straight games? Was kind of last night the one game where we get hope and now we lose 4 straight games? Is it going to go in game 7 and then we lose in overtime like we seemingly do every single year? They will break our hearts at some point. I'm not fully confident that they can win here in game 2. I mean, I'm keeping an eye out for the status of Anthony Stoller. It's obviously him getting hurt last night is huge. Joseph Woll, one of the more capable backup goaltenders in the NHL. He also had a very good season, but I just don't quite trust him in big moments like I trust Stoller. So concussion last night, I mean, throwing up on the bench and then apparently got stretchered off the bench in the third period. Not a good sign. So I would guess it's probably going to be Wall in net for us tomorrow night, which does not give me as much confidence as I would have if it was Stoller. I'm not going to the game Wednesday, so I'm probably going to be betting on the Panthers.
I just went to X and typed in STOLA, and the second hit is Stolar's stretcher.
Yeah,
so
not good.
Not great.
No.
I also think that the series price is going to be fascinating if Florida wins. Now, yesterday I told Joe I think Toronto's in a good spot, but I'm not a Toronto guy. I don't mean to tick you off, but I think Florida's the better team. Doesn't mean they're going to win. Yeah. But I said, Joe, if Florida loses game 1, we can bet them at -110 or -115. And that's basically where we're at right now. Pinnacle's 106, Chris is 113. BetMGM's -110. So it's essentially a coin flip now. But if Florida can win game 2 and go back home, that goes to -200, right?
Maybe not. Well, yeah, maybe not quite -200, but it would flip pretty significantly. How about this? Now, I'm not an NBA guy, but just go ahead and parlay Panthers to come back and win that series, the Celtics to come back and win that series, and the Thunder to come back and win that series. That's got to be a pretty good bet. Like, just go ahead and bet all the series of the better, because I feel like every good team in both the NBA and the NHL now lost game 1. So just bet on all the good teams to come back and win their series. That's got to be a pretty decent parlay if you toss all those together.
That would be, let's see. You said Thunder, Celtics, and Panthers?
Yeah.
260.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing. They're all still favorites. So I understand that. But I'm the idiot that was like, oh, yeah, Boston, throw them in a parlay. Throw OKC in a parlay, and then they both lose game one. Like,
Yeah.
I still think they're going to win the series, but the timing not ideal there. What about these series that start tonight? Carolina, minus 125 on the road against Washington, total of 6.
Yeah, I like Carolina a lot. Carolina's been my Stanley Cup pick now for a number of years because I'm such like a numbers guy, and every single season they lead the NHL or top 3 at the least in things like Corsi percentage and expected goals and high danger scoring chances. And it's the same this year. Now, a little bit of a difference this year, and we'll see if he can continue his play in the second round, but Frederik Andersen was quietly kind of like the best goaltender in the first round of the playoffs. Now, the Devils have had shooting issues all season, so it shouldn't be that big of a surprise. But if they keep getting great goaltending from Frederik Andersen, they're quietly an extremely dangerous team in these NHL playoffs. A lot of people talking about the Stars, a lot of people talking Oilers and Panthers, obviously. I think this could actually be the Hurricanes' year. The Capitals, great scoring team. They're getting some great goaltending. Between the blue lines, I have a lot of issues with the Capitals. So I like the Hurricanes to win tonight. That's going to be my bet for that game. And I think they end up winning the series too.
Okay, so at 9:30 Eastern, you got Edmonton and Vegas. Market betting Vegas. Opened $1.25, $1.30. Now we're out to, let's see, $1.35, $1.40. Not a big move, but enough of a move. And the total's gone up a half a goal, 6 to 6.5. Not really a surprise given how Edmonton has played so far.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the betting on any game involving the Oilers is so frustrating because they're so good offensively. But if they allow 10 shots on goal, 5 of those shots might go in. It's just some of the worst. They cannot find a goalie. It's unbelievable. Calvin Pickard stinks. Stuart Skinner stinks. Yeah, go ahead and bet on the Oilers as underdogs if you want. They certainly have the firepower offensively to win this game as underdogs, but it's so frustrating to watch them because their goaltenders just let in weak goal after weak goal, and then the Golden Knights are kind of the complete opposite, whereas they're kind of good everywhere. They're not excellent. They're not the best in the NHL at anything, but they are good in every single area. Defensively, depth is obviously a big strength of theirs. Goaltending, forwards, they're just good everywhere. So what team do you want to bet on? The more complete team or the team that has a high ceiling but also a pretty low floor? I think, especially with them being at home, I'm going to take the Golden Knights. I'm just going to trust the more complete team in the majority of situations. I mean, I'm not surprised the total went from 6 to 6.5. I would have loved it at 6. Still, I think you can get plus money on the over 6.5. That might just be the way to go. That's mostly how I bet the Oilers in the first round, is just bet the over every game, because what else are you going to do with this team?
With Ian McMillan here of SI Betting, Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. And we want to get some other stuff as well. But one other series that we have not addressed, we talk about the Leafs continuing tomorrow in game number 2. But we have game number 1 in another series. This has been the one that Sam has been avoiding. He does not want to talk about. I assume he's still upset about the results at the very end in both of them. The Stars and the Jets. How do you read it?
I'm not a high on the Stars. Like, the Stars were even, I saw at one book, was like the favorite to win the Stanley Cup, and then the Panthers ended up overtaking it before puck drop last night. But I'm not a big Stars guy whatsoever. Defensively, they're not good this year. They allowed a lot of high danger scoring chances. Jake Ottinger has been a little bit overrated throughout the season. But then on the other end, I mean, what is going on with Connor Hellebuck? Back-to-back Vezina Trophy winner, potential Hart Trophy winner this year as the league MVP, and he can't stop a beach ball in the playoffs. I'm hoping, and I'm going to bank on kind of winning in Game 7. That double overtime game is going to get Hellebuck some confidence, kind of get the monkey off his back a little bit, and going to start, looking like his regular season self now in the playoffs. So Jets, I believe, underdogs at home in Game 1. I will definitely be betting on the Jets if you can get them at plus money. I don't trust the Stars team. I know they have some firepower offensively, but defensively, and I don't trust them. And I think Ottinger is being a little bit overrated. So, if there is one underdog I would pick to advance out of this round, it would actually be the Jets to beat the Stars in the series.
All of my Avs futures died on Saturday night, Ian. 2-goal lead, Game 7. You lose that one. And I go, well, it's all right because I love the Blues tomorrow. And 3-1, 2 minutes to go. Game 7. Just double slap. Like, pow. Saturday, Sunday, man. Yeah. Those are tough ones. Those are tough.
Yeah, I mean, listen, with the teams I cheer for, I know what it feels like to lose those last second heartbreakers. It's even worse when you have money on it. So yeah, that's tough. Those were tough.
Yeah. Let's squeeze in some NFL. So we thought it was pretty funny the odds early on for the NFL Coach of the Year, because a year ago at this time, stupid Bears fans bet on Matt Eberflus, and he became the favorite. And then 1 year later, Ben Johnson is the favorite, the Bears head coach, and Vrabel the second favorite. So we started figuring out, okay, who do we like? Okay, this is what we're looking for. You don't want a great quarterback. You want a win total somewhere in the middle so you can exceed expectations and all that. This is not a bit because you're on. And I'm always hunting for a little bit of value. And I'm usually that helmet behind your head there. When we have you on, we're always talking trash about how terrible the Falcons are. And you're super high before the season gets started. Then you're in the dumps throughout the rest of the season. And, you recruited Kirk Cousins, and that was one of the worst signings of all time to your Falcons. But I loved their draft. Loved it.
Oh, thank you. I feel like a lot of people have been trashing their draft. I don't get
what
it.
is there to trash?
Right.
They got back into the first round. They got 2 SEC edges. They have the worst pressure, the least amount of pressure on opposing quarterbacks year after year. And I'm a Notre Dame guy. I love Watts, and I thought he was very valuable. One of the best safeties in the game in college. So I thought they had an outstanding draft. Outstanding. And now, Penix, full year. Let's see what you can do. We know he has all the weapons. I landed on Raheem Morris 35-1. I think there's a ceiling where everything goes right for them in that crappy division, and they can get double-digit wins, and he can win that award. Am I insane?
I don't even know what to say. I came on the show getting ready to defend the Falcons. Now here you are making the case to bet on Raheem Morris, Coach of the Year, 35-1. That's not a market I looked at. I see your thinking. I agree. I mean, I think their win total is 7.5 in some places. That's insulting. That's crazy. So yeah, if they reach double-digit wins, why not? They do kind of fit the mold. They're a team that could exceed expectations. They certainly have a chance to win their division. But yet, 35-1 on Raheem Morris. I don't necessarily know if I like Raheem Morris as a coach yet, to be completely honest, but
right.
I agree with your line of thinking. And sometimes, obviously, winning Coach of the Year doesn't even really have to do with being a fantastic coach. We've seen coaches win that award and then immediately start to stink, and their teams stink. Brian Dable won Coach of the Year a few years ago. So, yeah, it makes sense. I like it.
I love that Joe says, I love the Falcons draft, and then you say, thank you. Like you had anything to do with the draft.
It's a compliment to him.
You guys never know. I recruited Kirk. You guys don't know if I was on the phones with the Falcons executives for that draft. You guys don't know.
Ryan Pace. Yeah.
Listen, the Falcons had a great draft, and I expected to read all these post-draft grades that all these sites put out. I thought I was going to read some great Falcons propaganda, and then they're like C-, B-, C+. What are we talking about? People are so upset that we gave up a next year first round pick. Who cares? We got a first for a first. We needed edge rushers. We went all in. I like it. I think we had a great draft. I think we filled a lot of holes. We still need a center, though. We need a center, but we're going to be okay. Maybe one more corner.
I think the whole point was we were looking at the division, which is very, upside down a lot of years. Expect the unexpected. To have Dave Canales at 18-1 and Raheem Morris at 35 just doesn't compute with us, basically.
I couldn't agree more. Once again, I'm almost speechless because I was hyping myself up to come on here and defend the Falcons, and now you guys have turned into a pro Falcons show. So now I don't know what to say. Yes, I agree.
Damn it.
More Falcons,
I
please.
Do that. I didn't want to do
Thank
that.
Falcons,
Mac, but yeah,
just 7.5, guys. At least I know last year you guys bet the under on their win total. 7.5.
You do this every year. You do this every year with them. I know. You bet it every year,
money
right?
to make the playoffs. What's that?
Okay. You bet the over every year, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And for them to make the playoffs every year. And they haven't.
Okay.
They have what, like the second or third longest playoff drought now in the NFL?
Losing bet just about every year. But no, I guess we're high for the expectations. At least I'm high on the Falcons. All right, Ian, good stuff. Ian MacBets on X. Check him out, SI Betting. Thank you, Ian. Best of luck to your Leafs the rest of the way. We'll get to today's MLB card next. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
bases loaded here. 2 down in the 8th. Machado lanes it into left field. That's a base hit. Back to the track of the wall. 1 run is in. Here comes a second. They will stop. Arise at third base. 2 runs in on the double by Manny Machado. Now Xander Bogaerts standing in with 2 outs in the inning. Bogaerts to the left in for a base hit. 1 run is in. Here comes Machado. The throw to the plate. Padres take the lead. Throw to first. Bogaerts back safely. A bogey in New York drives in 2. Padres come all the way back to take the lead.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Padres got home for us against the Yanks yesterday, 4-3. And what do you know? I know it's the Dodgers, but Sandy Alcantara loses again. He gives up 5 runs, 6 hits, 5 innings of work against the Dodgers. Tough ask for him to win there. Dodgers winners 7-4. They were a $2 favorite. Sandy's ERA stays at around 8.42. Sam, kind of feels like he's a fade. Oh man.
At this point, it's very difficult to ignore. We brought up his stats yesterday.
Yeah.
Now, look, I mean, he's going up against a Dodgers team that's going to obliterate mistakes, but it's been a really bad stretch. 7 runs to the Dodgers, 3 to the Reds, 6 to the Phillies, 4 to the Nationals, and most importantly, if you bet on Sandy and Sandy's team, 1-3 over that stretch. And that's the problem. It's wins and losses. It's dollars and cents. And this guy's not making you money.
So the name that grabs headlines is always going to be Paul Skeens. That's the dude. And in his last start, we were making a case for taking the Cubs. The market was going in that direction, and Cubs end up winning that game by a score of 8-3. Skeens can only do so much. He lasted 5 innings. He's usually around the 6-inning mark in most games. I see the Skeens price getting shorter and shorter on his games. The start of the year, they were much, much higher. Now they tend to get shorter and shorter. And today it's Skeens at St. Louis against Liberatore. At minus 140 in that range for Skeens, is that a value, or are the Pirates just such a debacle that, well, actually it's much cheaper than that. It was minus 140 this morning. Now we're minus 120. Minus 120 to back Skeens if you want to do full game, if you're willing to do that. Are we in buy time now?
I don't know how many times you're going to get him minus 115. If you just extrapolate all of his starts out and all of his prices, it's not going to happen frequently. The issue, though, with this team is they just can't score. I mean, they're the 3rd worst team at crossing home plate. The only teams that are worse are Colorado and Texas. And then it's the Pirates, tied with the Angels, 117 runs. Cannot score. And this is also a team that's lost 5 in a row, Pittsburgh.
Yep.
So is he the slump buster? Is he the streak ruiner? Of course he could be. I just don't think this is a good baseball team. And I think it's very difficult to bet great pitchers on horrible teams. It's a balancing act. I don't want to bet them full game. I lean first 5, but then the issue is the books know that if I'm thinking that, everybody's going to think that. So, okay, you want to play Pittsburgh in the first 5 innings. We're going to make you lay 20 cents more than the full game.
Yep.
And we're going to drop that total substantially. So they have already graded these first 5 markets on the curve. I mean, the first 5 is 3.5, and Pittsburgh, I'm looking right now, minus 140. Well, the game's $1.15, $1.20. So if I want to just do Skeens, I'm paying that tax on a team that, again, can't hit. That's a long way around of me saying I probably won't bet it because I don't like their team. I like him, but I do not like the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah, totally get it. My first reaction is, boy, that's a cheap price. That's a cheap price, but I don't want to support him. Like, if you want to go props, With Skeens, I would understand that, but as far as back in the team that has to score runs, not really interested. Here's something I am interested in. Texas at Boston. We've got Eovaldi against Giolito. Giolito this is his second start now. It is Texas, almost a coin flip. I see minus 115 out there. Eovaldi with his 2.11 ERA. We get him, and we get to fade Giolito. I'm in on that. I'm taking the Rangers.
Rangers have to turn it around eventually, man. Good grief. Yeah. 17 and 18 right now. And not time to panic yet. Seattle's 3.5 games up in that division, but that's going to be a fun West, I think. Seattle has a 1-game lead on the Athletics, a 3-game lead on the Astros, 3.5 on the Rangers. Texas could certainly turn this thing around. Giolito is going to be a fun pitcher to bet against. Does anybody have him on list of losers? I mean, I know he didn't start the year with the team because he was hurt. He could easily be, if we were going to do another rung or another round, I guess, he would probably be taken, correct, Giolito?
100%. I would add him. But yeah, the last time we did it, he wasn't pitching, so he was not an option, but that's something that I would do. And they won his first start, right?
That was a game that it was like back and forth against Toronto. It was 7-6 the final. I don't remember if they won by a run or lost by a run, but irrelevant, really. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I was just curious.
I remember that was a game where they were up like 6-0, and then he gave up a couple home runs.
Yeah, he did.
Either way, I would bet Texas. I would tail you on Texas today at minus 113, minus 115. Also remember this, Eovaldi knows how to pitch in that park. Fenway is not the easiest ballpark to deal in. And that's a guy who pitched with the Red Sox, who knows what it's like, who knows how to navigate that big wall in left field, and knows how to utilize that deep drive in center field. That's a guy in that park that has had a lot of success over the years, Eovaldi.
Mm-hmm. I was considering Toronto, just Anderson for the Angels. Awful history against Toronto. I mean, it's really bad. But then the Jays announced that Urena is the pitcher. I don't want to back him. It's a coin flip between the two of them. I'm not interested.
I just saw that. It just hit the screen, and I went, oh. No. I'm probably good on that one, too. Can I interest anybody in Justin Verlander tonight at plus 140 at Chicago? Just so you know, his last start, he was minus 290.
Oh, that's right.
Lost, which was
involved.
not his fault. It was not his fault. The Rockies were able to climb back in against the Giants bullpen. But Verlander goes from, I mean, you're not going to see this every day, Joe, where a guy in his last start was minus 290, and the very next start, he's plus 140.
Yeah, I mean, Verlander had a rough start. There were a couple of games in there against Cincinnati and Philadelphia where he had his issues, but it seems like he's getting back on track. As far as earned runs, we're talking about 1, 1, and 2 his last few starts. He's not the overpowering strikeout pitcher that he once was, but I don't think you're really expecting that. But yeah, I'd say last 3 starts, weaker teams with the Rockies and Angels in there, but he also faced Texas. He's looked much better. And we know, look, there are a lot of positives to say about the Cubs. And right now the big negatives is, of course, the injuries in the rotation. The other one, bad bullpen. They're still bottom 3, bottom 5, just about every category you want to take a look at in the pen. So I think there are some reasons to go against the Cubs, especially when you have Verlander pitching better and Cubs and Rea with minus 155. Like, just price-wise, it doesn't make sense.
Giants have the second best bullpen ERA in baseball, 2.51.
There you go.
Cubs 4.37. So if you get through the first 5 and it's tied, you give the advantage to San Francisco. This is also a team that's 8 games over 500. That's a good team. I think this is drastically mispriced. And it opened $1.45. Now it's $1.55 at MGM. So it's moved 10 cents off of the initial open. I might lightning bet the Giants today at plus 140.
Okay. I get it. Okay, so this is not a price that anybody wants to bet. But I think there's reason to pair it with something else if you want to find something. And, we don't like doing run lines minus 1.5 at least. Plus 1.5, fine. But maybe if you're ever going to do it, you would do it on the road. Or you would do it with a great team against an awful team. You've got the Dodgers at Miami. And the only reason I bring this up, Sam, is because Gonsolin has a 4.50 ERA. But if you look at some of the underlying metrics for him, he's actually pitched a lot better than the results that he's gotten. So, I mean, we could say this any day, but especially when the Dodgers are facing one of the bottom feeders in the game, do you want to pair that with something else? Do you want to pair that with a game and a money line in the NBA, or just another winner in Major League Baseball? They're minus 275. I'm not saying to lay that, but I wouldn't mind that in a two-leg parlay, the Dodgers leg.
I am laughing because as you were talking, I was building, as one does, and they skipped right to 2.5 on the run line at MGM.
I figured.
Which makes
What's
sense.
that pay?
People know that minus 2.5 is minus 118. So the initial bet that I built was just Dodgers to win, Cavaliers to win, minus 140. Not the worst idea. See, I don't want to lay 2.5, but let's just do the exercise. Cavs to win, Dodgers to win by 3 or more, plus 130.
Dodgers should smoke them. They won by 3 last night. Same matchup.
If I go down
to
to $1.80 on the price, I can lay the run line. But again, you're laying minus 180. So Dodgers run line, Cavs money line, minus 105.
Repeat that. Dodgers run line.
Got to win by 2, minus 1.5.
Got to win by 2. Okay. I'd feel a little bit better about that one than being on the road. I wouldn't hate that as much, but I don't love it. And I'm sure if we did Dodgers, we like Texas, but, that's kind of close to even. You'll get a decent price there if you do Dodgers win, Texas win.
I just saw a really respected account that I follow. This is the guy actually that plays the LeBron 10 points every game, Fozen Poker. Really sharp guy, and he likes free money. And I know this is a different sport here, but since we're talking about parlays, he said, I can't stop betting Cavs Celtics series. He's just doing what we're talking about, like taking these favorites that everybody respects and everybody trusts, but they both lost their first game. And this is a poker player who bets for a living. He is gobbling up anything he can find on the Cavs to win, the Celtics to win, minus 110. That's it.
But he's not saying Thunder.
No, he's saying East, Cavs and Celtics.
I
minus
get that.
110. That's it.
Yeah. Just win the series. I don't need to win by 4-2. I don't need to lay the 1.5. Just win the series. We all thought that was going to be your Eastern Conference championship. I think most of us still do. And then as far as the opponent, there's a big difference between Indiana and the Knicks as opposed to Jokic on the other side. And we saw that experience. I think, I'll speak for myself. I kind of looked at it like, okay, they've gained that experience now. Well, maybe not. We saw some of those issues last night where you could make the argument that that's not the case. Maybe it doesn't only happen in one round of the playoffs or 1 year of the playoffs going through those struggles. So that makes perfect sense because would you agree of the three favorite to win the series down 0-1, the one that you would probably avoid is OKC.
Yes. And you mentioned Jokic in the other series, Minnesota and Golden State. Minnesota's got to deal with Curry. Those are two huge roadblocks, Curry and Jokic. I don't get that same sense with Indianapolis and New York. Indiana, I guess, even though they play in Indianapolis. Yeah, so Cavs Celtics again, just to win. Win the series, minus 110.
That makes sense. Sometimes it's just that easy where it makes sense. I don't know that there's going to be an overreaction. Okay, they're going to win the series, but the price comes down to a point, you can bet it now. You can bet these series. $8, $9, there wasn't much that you could really do with it. Not for two legs, but now you can, since they're down 0-1 and a lot of basketball to go. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats on the other side. Stanley Cup playoffs. We'll get Sammy's looks as far as that goes. Where's the room? Top of the hour. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Couple more game ones tonight. Stanley Cup playoffs. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. Thanks for hanging out. Did want to bring something to people's attention because these contests are so popular right now. We've been talking about it. If you're a regular listener, viewer, you know how much I'm into Survivor. We all are. We all play it, and it's just getting bigger and bigger every single year out in Las Vegas. And I don't want to say competition. Let's just say there's more added to it. Other sports books are getting involved in the contest game, namely Survivor and also college football, that I think is worth bringing up. So the Superbook decided that they want to get involved in the Survivor game. So how do you make it different? Because everybody's going to Circa with these massive prize pools. They're spending a lot of money to promote it. Well, what they decided to do to make it different is make one for the high-end player. So this upcoming NFL season, the Westgate is going to have a Survivor contest, but the difference is it's not $1,000 per entry. It is $5,000 per entry. So I saw a lot of stories written up about this, people tweeting about this yesterday. A friend of the show, John Murray, was talking about it. He said every dollar in the contest is going back to the players. So it's kind of like when they had the super contest, they still do, but then they added the gold for some of the sharper players that were willing to spend more. That's what they're doing for Survivor. So instead of $1,000, it's $5,000 an entry, Sam.
I think it's great. The more contests, the more creativity, the better it is for the players. How many entries are you going to pick up this year?
You know, when I saw it, like I was like, should I? What do we think the prize pool is going to get to? Like, you remember when they did the gold? The prize pool, obviously, you're not going to attract as many. And my one hesitation, there's a couple. I mean, 5,000 is 5,000, and it's the NFL. One bounce of the ball, we have crazy upsets a lot of the time. But the other hesitation is, the competition. When you have contests like this, they are better players. They are smarter players. It's not the public. I think it would be much tougher to win, even though it would be a smaller group, if that makes any sense. Not much tougher. Okay, in a way it would be tougher, but you're paying 5x too. That's the other part.
So last year, I believe the grand prize in Circa was $15 million. So that's 15,000 entries at $1,000 a pop. How many people do you think enter the $5,000 one?
I don't know. See, here's the thing. You don't have the fish that you're going to have in the Circa one. You don't have the number of people that aren't going to make selections. Like the kind of free money that's thrown around in the $1,000 one. Does it balance it out? Does that mean for the first time it doesn't grow in popularity for the $15 million one?
Oh, I feel like it's going to get bigger and bigger, the Circa one.
Oh,
but both
even
of
with
these
this
can,
one.
Yeah, both of these can thrive, though, in different ways. They just do such a good job marketing their contest. And it's easy for a group of 2 guys to put together 1,000 or a group of 3 guys to put together 1,000 because it's 500 a guy or 333 a guy. That's fine. When you start talking 5,000, though, it's a little bit more complicated for some people to move that around. And I understand that's a lot of money. 5,000 is a lot of money. If they get 500 people in this $5,000 contest, you're talking about $2.5 million.
Strong, man. That's strong. And the number of entries versus the other one, okay. You feel like you have a puncher's chance. Now, you would want a group. I always get concerned with groups because I think naturally people be like, let's do it. We're out in Vegas. $1,000 a guy. You got 5 guys. How are you going to get to a consensus every week with your one selection?
No, 5 is too many. I think it's too many. Now, we've seen people that have been able to cash out in these big groups. I think 3 is the perfect number because if you have 2 people on different teams, you have the tiebreaker. 2 is tough. 4 is even tougher because how many times do you land 2-2 and nobody breaks the tie? Then you're flipping coins in the bathroom like McConaughey and 2 for the money. 3 is good. 5 isn't good, but 5 is easier than 4 because you need that tiebreaker.
I'm laughing because I'm thinking about a couple of years ago when I was doing the Sunday morning show with Pam Maldonado. And when the Survivor topic would come up on that week in the NFL, she would always talk about the text thread of 3. Kelly in Vegas, Ariel Epstein, and Pam just yelling at each other, never able to come up with an agreement, a consensus on what the Survivor play. And no matter what was talked about, Pam would shut it down. That's stupid. Or Kelly would shut it. Like one of those 3 is just screaming about it. So sometimes, depending on the personalities involved, 3 can be challenging. And sometimes you're on the beach and it doesn't matter. Like, I don't care. Pick whatever.
I'm not frozen. I'm just not responding.
Okay. I'm putting the bait out there and you're not biting.
I
Very
think a lot of
Sam.
people would like to, if we were going to auction off an entry into a group thread with those 3, I think a lot of people would be excited about the opportunity. And then you'd get in the thread and you'd hate it.
You'd want to just remove.
Hate it. You would not want to be there anymore.
Yeah, you've been in threads with both of them, so you could speak from experience. Also, quickly, before NHL, there's college football one, too. Like, that always gets talked about, kind of forgotten about with contests with college football. There used to be, like, a cheap one, like a $25 one at somewhere else years ago. I don't even know if that was still the case. You might know. But the Westgate is bringing that in, a $500 one for a college football competition. So that's ATS, it sounds like?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like 5. Okay. So that's good. That's good. I think people are looking for that.
Look, the only thing that needs to be asked, and then I've got a couple thoughts on one of these hockey games tonight. Okay. Paul is asking in the chat, are you going to up the ante in the rich people survivor pool?
Oh, I haven't even thought about it. Oh,
liar.
Should I go to...
You haven't thought about Survivor yet? I don't believe that.
No. It's the first week of May. Can I get through the baseball season? Yes. I haven't. I have not thought about it for 1 second. Paul, is your suggestion it was $250 last year to go to $500?
I mean, that would be that's the number I had in mind if we were going to bump it up. Yeah. So.
I feel like a lot of the people that join mine are more wrecks, so I don't know if that would be too much.
That's what I was just going to say. Like, is that just going to cut the pool? Maybe not in half, but yeah.
Might be a bit much.
I think this is I think it's a what? Let me do some math, calculator. I mean, it's 5x of the normal pool you do for one entry. I mean, a lot of people do all 3 entries, so it's a decent bump up.
Yeah. Yeah. 500 might be a little much, but I'll think about it for sure.
I would do it. I would join for 500 and pick against the Bears again week 1.
Yeah, week 1 blind. Yeah,
man.
Week 1.
Want to wait, guys?
Know who they play.
Was it 3 touchdown lead after the third quarter? Nope. See ya.
They didn't
Bye.
score an offensive touchdown, and they won the game.
Next Wednesday, we get the schedule.
Bears fans. The worst.
We get the NFL schedule next Wednesday. Looking forward to it. We'll have the full breakdown right here on Bet Sweats. Of the 2 games tonight, Sam, which one do you have an angle on?
Yeah, everybody likes Carolina tonight.
Yeah.
I was getting an email this morning that said 70% of the tickets are on Carolina, and then the money's moving the other way. So the Canes opened, a little bit more pricey, and now we're seeing minus 120, minus 126. So that is much lower than the price of, minus 145. So there is clearly some reverse line movement against Carolina. I might bet a little Washington. I would have loved $1.25 a little bit more than $1.15, $1.10. I'm looking, MGM's got, 130 and 110. So favorite, obviously, minus 130, the dog plus 110. I love that extra 15 cents. I thought about it last night, but I didn't pull the trigger on the Caps. At home, plus price, I'll be on Washington. And then in the other game, Vegas is going to be extremely challenging in terms of physicality for Edmonton. I don't think that can be spoken about enough. That is a very lumbering, big, hit you in the mouth type hockey team. And Edmonton is just not that type of team. So if Vegas can sort of slow this thing down and turn it into an ugly event or an ugly series, I think we're going to see some of these games 2-1, 3-2. So I do lean under 6.5. Remember, that opened 6, and now it's 6.5. Everybody's thinking about what Edmonton did in the last round. And I assure you, Vegas is going to be much more challenging than the Kings were. So something to think about. I lean under there, and I do like the Caps at a plus price.
It was 6 just a couple hours ago. I saw Pinnacle 6.5, and the market follows there. Join the rush this season with a Stanley Cup playoff odds boost token. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning playoff bet at BetMGM. The Carolina bets, they split in the regular season. That's just a Logan Thompson fade, right? Like, there's still a lot of questions about him. He was pulled in the first period when he went against Carolina during the season. I mean, that's how I read it, that's just a fade of the goaltender. What do you think?
Yeah, could be. I think the Caps, though, I think they're super live tonight in game 1.
All right, where's the room? Made you some money last night. What about tonight in the association? We're gonna look at the list. We have not seen it. Sam's gonna be able to spot right away what the biggest loser is. That's next. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Where's the room?
Gets me every single time. That'll wake you up. Another hour to go. Joe O. Sammy P. We've got Nickel or Dime coming up in 20 minutes. Lightning bets later on this hour. You've got BetMGMNetwork.com at the BetMGM Network YouTube page as well. We are on X at Bet_Sweat, Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. It is time to play Where's the Room? We've got a couple more games in the NBA. One series continues. Another one starting between the Warriors and the Timberwolves, and everybody's on the Timberwolves. Like, it's not even close. You might as well price it $8, $9, like these other ones opening up. But we'll see what happens there in game number one. Some surprising road results to start the other three series thus far. So for Where's the Room, we bring in our guy, Paul Aspen, to tell us where they're at. Paul, it was what? Did anybody fade any of them? Because we talk about it every day, but did anybody actually do it?
Yeah, I faded Porter.
No. Porter. You picked out Porter.
That's it. Just Porter.
Okay. Yep. And it went, I'm not counting the first field goal. Fading it went 6-3 plus price on all 6 winners.
Not bad. And
not bad at all.
We a couple notes on Where's the Room. It'll be making its Twitter debut today. So get ready for that.
What does that mean?
As a little, we're gonna throw that on front of one of the clips we're putting out. So just to bring the people, on social media into the show, if they would like to, and also show off Brian Gertch's beautiful work. Also, we have a maybe a new record. And Where's the Room for a price tag? Perhaps, I believe.
Oh my God!
$2. Oh, I see it. That's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one right there, Joe. That's the one that's going to lose for sure.
Did you even read
it.
the prop? Did you read the prop? Or did you just look at the price?
I just pulled it up. Line 2 in Pacers Cavs. That's the one. That's the fade tonight for sure. Go ahead, Paul.
All right, what is it,
Why don't
Paul?
you tell the people what it is?
Siakam under 1.5 3-pointers made at -200.
What is that? What 1.5?
Why?
But what did he do? Nothing last game? As far I know, he had a pretty good game, but I'm not really paying attention to his threes. So he made 2. So he made 2. They're saying it's not going to happen again. Milwaukee series 3-2-3-0-0. I just don't understand the stance that's being taken there. You're flipping a coin, basically.
Yeah.
He's always somewhere between 0 and 2 for the most part. He had some 3s, but okay, that's the one. You got to do it just based on price.
They are not flipping a coin, though. They are flipping a weighted coin at -200, and that's why the room generally loses.
Right. Yeah.
I would never log into my BetMGM app, pull this game up, find that bet, and lay -200. It would never, ever happen.
Oh my God.
And when you look at what he's done. You brought up the numbers that he made. I'll bring up the shots that he took. So he took 5 threes on Sunday. Took 5. He took 2, 2, 4, 5, 5 against the Bucks.
Yeah.
Not the greatest volume in the world. The problem is you're going to have to hit 2 out of 4, 2 out of 5.
Okay.
So you need him to be, a 40 to 50% shooter from 3. This year in the regular season, Siakam shot 39% from 3. He took 4.2 per game, made 1.6. So this is right, to your point, this should be -110 each way or -130 to go under, not -200. There's no way that math is right.
There is a +164 out there if you go over 1.5 made threes. That's worth it for the price. I get it. All right, what's the most popular one? That was number 2.
The most popular insight for this game at BetMGM is Nembhard under 12.5 points at -120.
Okay, so Nembhard had a really good game number 1. 23 points. Everybody in the starting lineup, as everything went right for the Pacers in game one, they reached double figures. So the clear thinking is he's not going to do that again. He was 5 for 6 on threes. He's not going to do that again. Let's fade him. My point would be Nembhard's really good in the playoffs. Okay? In the Milwaukee series, he went over this number in 4 of the 5 games. And we've seen in the past that he actually performs well when everything's on the line. So I get the idea, okay, great game, hits almost every 3 he took. He's a fade now. I would not jump on that. I'm not saying to go the other way. I'm not saying go on the over, but he's someone that is performing this time of the year, so I wouldn't want to jump up and fade that. How about you, Sam?
Not necessarily. I think the Siakam one is the move in game number 1, and then I do like another one in the second game, which is Warriors and T-Wolves. So they are betting Garland, even though we don't know if Garland's playing or not. I haven't seen anything in the last hour or so. I mean, we discussed it already when we talked about the NBA card. I'm seeing, as of right now on the Odds Logic screen, questionable still with the toe. And you've chronicled how painful it is. So anybody that bets that, which is the fourth most popular prop in that game, under 27.5 points, rebounds, assists. Obviously, if he doesn't play, you get that money back. But are they betting it because he's hurt? Is that the angle there, Paul? Like, oh, he's got turf toe. Let's bet his under. Is that the logic?
I would assume. Yeah. Oh, what if he if he plays and he's not 100% or hurt or minutes get limited because of it? I guess we're going under that. I guess
So
is the thought there.
I just searched Garland on Twitter, and the first thing that pops up is Odyssey Station 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, very popular sports radio station. Jared Greenberg, the sideline reporter for TNT, was on their morning show, and they were talking about Garland. He said, Greenberg said, he shook my hand, and I go, what's your deal for Tuesday? And he goes, I'm going to play. He wants to play. We'll see.
Okay.
So he's telling people he's playing. Is he going to be good?
All right.
I don't know. Maybe that is the move, what we're seeing so far. Because if he's dead set on playing, I mean, you don't just suddenly, in a matter of a couple of days, okay, I'm no good for the playoffs, the start of this series, but a couple of days later, now I'm good.
Let's go to second game. Okay, so you want me to pick one out of here that I think is going to lose?
Sure.
Julius Randle, over 20.5 points. That's one that's naturally popular because if you just go to Julius Randle's game log, magic number 20.5, they're betting the over. Julius Randle's last 4 playoff games, 23, 25, 22, 27. It's that simple. Oh, Joe, it's happened in 4 in a row. It'll happen again tonight.
Yeah.
Easy.
New matchup.
Come on. Easy.
Mm-hmm. But, okay, so they go over on the points, under on assists. They're not laying a price. I guess we can give them that credit. It's not the typical minus 120, minus 130 that they're laying. It's minus 105. All of these, actually, in the Warriors-Wolves player props that are popular, they're not laying big prices. Like the minus 200 that we see in the other game. Or the minus 175 on the Mitchell under 5.5 rebounds that they're laying. So we give them that credit. But, yeah, I don't understand why they have such a strong opinion about Randle. As I mentioned, I find it tougher, these game one player props, without seeing anything about how the playoffs are going to go. We know that the star players are going to be out there more. Just to have a strong opinion on what Randle's going to be, I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, who's going to guard Randle? Like, because you're going to put Draymond, I would think, on Gobert.
Yes.
Is this? I mean, who's guarding Ant? Is that Jimmy's assignment? Because they're going very small a lot of times. When they go Curry, so. Podziemski, Hield at 3 guards, and then they go Jimmy at the 4, Draymond at the 5. I'm guessing that means Jimmy's going to guard Randle, even though Jimmy should probably guard Edwards.
I think he'll be on Edwards.
I mean, he should, but also Jimmy's got a bunch of bumps and bruises now. So you're relying on, a 35, 36-year-old Jimmy Butler to guard 23-year-old Ant. And I don't think that's the recipe for a whole series. I mean, Jimmy's the man, but Jimmy's no spring chicken anymore. So that'll be a really fascinating chess match between Kerr and Finch. How do they line these guys up matchup-wise? Because you got to put Draymond and Quentin Post on Gobert when Gobert's out there. So if the T-Wolves go relatively small and they play Randall at the 5, then that's who Draymond's going to guard. Draymond would then guard Randall, which is good for the under because that you want Draymond on Randall. It's going to be fascinating how these two teams match up and how they manage their rotations.
Yeah, you're right. I think that's the big thing with this series because they could do a number of things. And whatever we're saying for game number 1, and whatever you see, there will be changes throughout the series. Adjustments will be made. So another reason that I find it difficult. The T-Wolves have the size. They have the big size advantage in this series. Just the depth that they have with the bigs is certainly worth noting. And Gobert, Randall, a couple of them, Naz Reid, McDaniels, they have so many guys to throw at you. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for the Warriors. I do understand why people are betting on Minnesota in 6 or 7 games.
And everybody at ESPN, every ESPN NBA writer.
10 out of 12.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was everybody. It's not unanimous?
No, not Ramona Shelburne went with Golden State. It was 10-2.
Okay.
I think it was unanimous, the Lakers in the first round, correct?
It was unanimous for Boston.
Okay. Also, just worth mentioning, we do have a first field goal. Number 5 most popular prop, Anthony Edwards, plus 475 for the first field goal.
I don't bet those, but I don't mind them.
That one's
if you made me nickel or dime Anthony Edwards first field goal or Siakam under 1.5 threes at minus 200, it's not even a debate for me. I'm always going to bet the 475 on the plus side instead of the minus 200 on a random 3-point prop.
Yeah, I get that.
Also
Butler
worth mentioning,
as the most popular. Okay. Yeah.
80% of the bets on the Pacers tonight at BetMGM right now.
ATS?
Yes.
Why? And the number's going up. And BetMGM shades higher than everybody else. All right. You know what to do.
He didn't make the room, and I'm glad he didn't. I would have liked to have seen them bet his under. I would have liked it even more. Max Strus, 10.5 points, minus 102 to go over, minus 105 to go over. That would be my favorite prop today. And it's okay because the room isn't even thinking about Max Strus, which means that's the time to think about it. When nobody wants to talk about him, that's when you bet him. And then here's what'll happen. If he scores 18 points tonight, who's going to be in the room heading into game number 3?
Max Strus.
That's
Max
how
Strus.
it works.
Yep. If Garland is out, I'd be interested in Ty Jerome, but I'm guessing that Garland's going to play, so I don't know how much of a role he's going to play. The usage won't be as high if Garland does play. But Ty Jerome, a guy that's been popular in the past throughout the playoffs, 14.5 is the number for him. Let's check out the threes, and that is 1.5 made threes is the number, minus 120 on the over.
Well, that's not expensive enough for me. I like my 3-point props about minus 200 usually. That's what I like to play. So, sorry.
I can't believe it. This is
I don't think
crazy.
we've ever seen a minus 200 and where's the room? I think Paul is right. That has to be. I mean, we've seen some minus 170 and 180, but minus 200 is one of the bigger ones we've ever seen, if not the biggest.
Do you guys think Warriors T-Wolves is 6 or 7, like so many believe? Or is there any way it's a short series?
Are the Warriors healthy all the way through?
I don't think the Warriors can keep it short. It's about the T-Wolves.
Well, that's what I'm
The
saying.
Warriors
Like if
gassed.
Curry gets hurt or if Butler's hurt, it could go 5.
Yeah.
That's what I was
It
sort of
could.
getting at.
Gotcha. Yeah. A little bit of support on Golden State, knocked out all those 7s and the 7.5. So we'll tell you where we're at as far as lightning bets later on this hour. But coming up next, we're going to play Nickel or Dime. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time, right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets in 20 minutes. Thanks for hanging out with us. This is Bet Sweats on a Tuesday late morning with you, and I've been waiting for this moment all day. All day, Sam. It's Sam and Joe. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. It is time to play Nickel or Dime with our guy, Jake Hassan.
Yes, surely we're going to get to Nickel or Dime right away. Hello.
Oh, we got to get an open for that. Hey, Jake. How you feeling?
Hey, man. Great. Missed you guys. What's up?
No, you didn't. You did not miss us.
You missed us
No.
Saturday.
Always.
What happened Saturday?
I couldn't make it. I know. Listen, I know. I bailed on Sam. I said I was sorry. I'll make it up to you. This is also partially on me because I thought I said this to Sam and I didn't. Well, yes. Rehashing.
It's my fault. It's my fault Jake didn't show up. It's my fault.
Yes.
Partially. Like 40%.
Listen, I said I was sorry. I also thought I said this to you earlier, and I didn't, so I'm sorry for that as well. I meant to tell you when you texted me the first time that I was going to be unavailable in the evening anyway, because when you first texted me, I already had plans for Saturday night for a friend's birthday, so I was never going to be able to make it at night anyway. And so I was going to try ever. I was never, even when Sam first texted me, I was never going to be able to make it at night or in the evening. What's up?
Whose birthday? I'm asking. I said.
Oh, one of my
Lapka?
old roommates. No, not Lapka.
You've
One
got
of my
how
old
many
roommates.
How many roommates have you had?
3.
Okay, because you say old roommate a lot, so it sounds like you've had like 10. That's why I'm asking.
No, it's just been over the span of years, and they've filtered out slowly over the last couple of years. Yeah, so I was never going to be able to make it at night anyway. I was going to try and make it during the day. I wasn't able to make it work. I'm sorry. I still love you very much. I know I'm in the doghouse with Sam right now. Texted me the next day because he wanted to tell. I got the alley story before anybody else did, so I think we're okay. I think we're cool. But you know, I'll make it up to you.
Guilt
at some
trip?
point.
Is he put the guilt trip on you?
No, I don't think so.
No, actually, here's what I said. Here's what I said on Sunday. I hate you, is what I said. I hate you.
Just out of nowhere. You weren't
Yeah.
texting. Just texted, I hate you.
Yeah, I said I hate you.
Sunday late afternoon. How about that for the Sunday scaries hitting early?
Yeah. So I'm going to say 2 things. Number 1, Joe, you can be the judge on this one. When somebody texts you at noon saying, I got a doctor's appointment, then I'll be along after, is that binding?
I'll be along after. Didn't say when the doctors. Well, I mean, it's the weekend, so you assume the doctors are open till like maybe 2 or 3. So I'd assume I'll see him early afternoon. I'd assume
what
early
time is
afternoon I'm
doctor?
seeing you.
But here's when I knew. Here's when I knew it was bad, because I said, "What time is the doctor?" And he responded, 1 p.m. My prince. He started the My Prince stuff.
I
So
do that
knew-
all the time.
Softening you
That's
up.
a recurring bit.
That was planned. It was planned. At
And
this
then-
time, you didn't know that you had this birthday at night?
No, I did. I thought I had told Sam about that already. When I didn't.
It's okay. It's fine. So then at 4:30, I text Jake, hi. And he says, hi, handsome. So I know he's not coming. Like, that's how the text started.
He's out right
Hi,
there.
handsome. I'm not
Yes,
going to be able to make
that
it
one
happen.
was it.
I'm sorry. And then I'm like, wow. And he goes, I got to be somewhere in an hour, but Papa loves you. And then I responded with a skull emoji, and that was it.
How long was the doctor's appointment?
I was there for like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
You were not. You were
Okay.
not there for an hour and a half.
Sure, Joe.
I do forgive you, but lesson
Thanks,
to be
man.
learned. It's okay to say no. You can just say no. I would rather you say
I,
no.
I did think I told you about that I was unavailable that night. I actually 1000% thought I said that to you already.
Did you
Jake,
see
I
what Gertz just put in the thread?
Prince King Moon.
Prince/King Moon.
No, we're trying to eliminate the royalty stuff because everybody else in the sports betting industry does royalty. You've got to be the prince. No, I'm the princess.
Fair.
No,
That's
I'm
true.
the king. I'm the queen. Yes, we get it. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. I'm the mid-major Matt. It's just never ending.
Beta male Bill.
Jake,
So,
if you were
we're
not
good. I
aware,
feel
the
good.
thing is, Jake, if you were not aware, but I think you are. I think everybody is. Like a pop in with Sam is not a thing. Like if you're gonna hang, you're gonna hang. And yeah, squeezing it in.
Well, that's why I didn't want to go at like 4 either when I knew I had these plans already that I had been booked for weeks because I knew I would
be done.
Because I did. I
You're
was
not
like,
going.
do I try? Because I was like, do I try and go just for the Derby? And then in my head, I'm like, that is not going to happen.
Not happening.
There's no, because Sam did try. He goes, come just for one. And I'm like, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah,
There's
right.
no chance that is what's going to happen.
Very true. But here's the reality. I think you made the right decision. Your delivery was just horrible. Like the way you handled it was horrible.
So are you anti the butter up king princess or what did he call you?
Actually, if he called me princess, I might like that. I might actually like that.
Noted.
But here's the reality. You would have come. We won the Derby, and then it was it. Like that was like the night just exploded from there because the Derby exacta hit. My buddy had the trifecta box. The one guy had the superfecta. It was over. I mean, it was bombs away. So I think fundamentally you made the right call, but a simple no goes a long way, my king.
Sam texted me. He said, this could have been us in the alley at 4 a.m., but you playing. I know.
Wait, did he?
It reminds
Did you
me.
make that
Yeah,
up?
Oh, yeah, he did.
Oh, yeah, I did. I sent that to him on Sunday. It reminded me. So we're going back here some years, but this is when the Score had first started. And, I worked for Judd Surratt for several years on Blackhawks radio. He at the time was producing Boers and McNeil, which was the heavy fuel crew, right? Joe, you would know.
That was my show when they started because I'm in school during North and Jiggets was known as one of the shows, but the afternoon show was my show. Like as soon as I'm out of school, I'm listening to that all afternoon.
So Judd, to make a long story short, produced Boers and McNeil. And he would have to deal with Mac all day, which, as a lot of people know, is not the easiest thing in the world to do. So Mac used to, like, on Fridays, would try and get Judd to go out with him. And why won't you hang out with me? And Judd's like, I don't want to hang out with you. Like, you scream at me all week. Like, you want all these things done, and then you want to be my friend. So I didn't know if I should bring the whole story up. It's like, wait a minute. Is this like the new Odyssey version of that where like Jake
No, not at all.
Right.
No, not Sam. Right. If I didn't want to hang out with you, like I wouldn't answer at all. Like me and you text on the side pretty frequently. Like I wouldn't even text you. So no, I like you, Sam.
Look, man, I know what it's like to have a relationship with a host that you're scared of a little bit. Like there's that edge. Like I worked for Mike North. I worked with Mike Murphy for a time. Like it was a very different era. I don't think Paul and Jake are scared of us. We're not screaming at them on a regular basis. Yeah.
Never. I don't even think I've raised my voice at anybody on this show. And I mean, not that I do that anyway, but
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We're good. The dust is settled.
It's not like
you're still my guy.
So tomorrow, power ranking worst coworkers ever? No, we're not doing.
We
that.
could do that.
Man,
that would be
in the industry.
Great.
We could do it once. We could probably only do it once, though.
I kind of want Paul to go first if we're gonna do that.
Does it have to be industry people, or can I talk about the people I hated at Elliott's, the weirdos, the deli I used to work at? Like, does it have to be people that people know?
We could go back to like what 2001 sporting goods stores in suburban Pennsylvania. Sure.
Oh man, yeah. Let me think about who's still in the industry. Let me think about who's still in it.
Oh man, I got a couple that I could use. And it's always like the weirdest people in radio are always the people that do traffic. Those are always the weirdest people. Oh man.
Dan
We had
Levy,
this
okay.
one guy. We had this one guy who used to work on the weekends. We would order food and he would come in and eat the food before we would, thinking it was like station food. And no, it was show food. Like it was for our show, for our producer, for our intern that wasn't getting paid. And this guy would waddle over from the traffic office, never bring his own food, never bring food for everybody else, but he had a nose for hot, fresh food. And he would go in and he would open a full box of pizza and take 6 slices, like little, Chicago style, like, not like triangles, more like squares. And he would take 5 or 6 slices and then just disappear. So we go in to open the pizza and there's a whole section missing. And then you go in the back and he's in there like eating it with his hands and it's all over his face. And you're like, well, happened again.
I think I know the exact person that Sam is talking about. I think that same person was there when I was there.
Yeah.
Really? We could do an
he was a
hour
slob.
on food.
I'm almost
etiquette or
positive I
lack
know
thereof.
exactly who Sam is talking about.
He was a slob and a scumbag, and I hated his guts because he used to one time I got the intern a cheeseburger, and it was like sitting out on the counter, and he thought, oh, well, that's a straggler cheeseburger. I'll eat it. So this poor intern that wasn't making money and never had anything in his pocket got him a cheeseburger, and the traffic guy ate his cheeseburger.
Oh man, yeah, there are a million examples of that too. A million. Like Jiggets would send people out to go get him what he called a spinning bucket, which is a rotisserie chicken, and half the time
Stealing that.
I'm done. I'm leaving. I'm out. I'm gone.
half
I'm gone.
the time
Camera off.
they didn't have enough money. He wouldn't give enough money. And then they'd come back, and you don't want to have that conversation. You're a lowly intern. You're not paid. You're just trying to make your way through the industry, make some connections. And they would try to tell him it wasn't enough. And he was like, make it work. These guys have $2 in their pocket. That's it. And you're making how much? Yeah.
I was hoping that had more of a Uber Eats DoorDash spin to it, where the chicken would come back and a leg would be eaten, or a wing or something. Someone would come back with a rotisserie chicken.
No, there's a million of them. There's a million.
Have you guys seen the movie? Have you seen the movie with Paul Dano? He plays Roaring Kitty. God, the name of the movie it's escaping me right now. But Pete Davidson, his brother's Pete Davidson, who drives the Uber Eats, and all he does is smash everybody's food. He took the one order and he just whipped the bag at the front door. Drank the milkshake halfway, left it on the door. Oh man,
Dumb Money,
such a funny
2000.
Dumb Money.
Gurch.
Pete Davidson plays an Uber Eats driver that just eats everybody's food on the way to drop it off. It's very funny.
See, do you guys use Uber Eats or any of those services? I rarely do. You do?
I do.
Regularly.
Yeah.
Where do you guys order from? What's the
There
place
is
you
one
use
Taco Bell that I will not order from in the city anymore because on 2 separate occasions they just stole the food. This is one specific Taco Bell. It happened twice, 2 months apart. I was like, all right, I'm just not ordering from this one anymore. This sucks, man.
More of a DoorDash guy, but I've got a couple places Chinese food for sure. I mean, that's pretty tough to steal.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Could get a little messy.
Yeah, unless
Gurch is
taking
right.
an egg roll or
the,
something.
the fees are outrageous. They'll give you the 20% off code, and then you just give it all back in $10 of taxes and fees. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But sometimes
I'm
you don't
still
want to leave the house.
Nope.
I'm blown. I'm blown by spinning bucket. Blew me, man. That's classic,
bro. There are so many. Yeah, boy. If we went down this road, we could all find enough people that probably aren't in the industry anymore that maybe it wouldn't get back to, but maybe it would. I don't know.
It was more hypothetical.
It's not a
Yeah,
bad
That's what's
idea.
after dark.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
It might be It might be the safer move. Might be the more random people. Like, oh, this guy Bill. He always had a booger, like something like that.
Poor Bill. Get him a tissue. Just get him a tissue. Instead, now you're making fun of him 10 years
Help
after
him
the
out.
fact.
I just made that one up. Man, we're like 20. But yeah, we all worked with some people. I think people would get involved. Coworker
Hold on a
that
second.
they hated the most. Yeah.
Is that some Raptors swag? And where is ours?
Oh yeah, right. I've got a lot. I got a lot of gear. I have to wear it during the games. So, Sammy P. Lightning bets next. BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats. Joe O, Sammy P. I really enjoyed Nickel and Dime, by the way. What a great Nickel and Dime.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about it. Should we do it? I totally forgot that was the segment.
I think we should do the first question. Jake.
Okay,
I like the second question, too, for the record. The second question's good because it came up during the show.
Let's do both.
All right, what
Jake?
you got?
All right, first question, would you rather... Next Pope update, would you rather go the nickel on Pietro Parolin 4-1, or the dime on the favorite Luis Antonio Tagle at even money?
So, like, when I was doing my prep this morning, this is the exact point on the rundown that I had up for some reason on my laptop. It was just sitting there, and I see Paul typing away, and he's copying and pasting Pope odds, and I'm thinking, what the hell is he doing right now? I can't believe it. I don't have an angle. I haven't done any research. You've got Chicago ties to a guy. What are the Chicago ties to this guy Prevost?
So that's how this sort of came about. Bob Prevost, I don't know.
Bobby.
It's like I got a random email in my Odyssey inbox about like some sort of Chicago ties to like a guy that was mentioned in the running. It's like some local daily newsletter. They don't go on vacation. But that's how it got me thinking about the Pope. It was like, oh, they're meeting tomorrow. The conclave is in. The process starts or whatever. So I was like, all right, let's take a look at updated odds. And that guy Bob is like 16-1. The guys I mentioned, the Pizza Man, Pierre Battista Pizzabella, he's still 12-1. Unfortunately, Sean Patrick O'Malley's like 100-1. So sorry about that one. But yeah, there's all 133 Cardinals have arrived in Rome that are participating. They hand in their phones. Chapel has been swept for bugs and jamming devices have been installed. A lot going on. So I guess tomorrow starts the process.
Okay.
Who was the guy Molitor was talking about? Was it Jean-Marc Aveline? Was that the one that he brought up a couple weeks ago?
Don't remember.
Yeah, well, he
There's
said,
so
I
many names
remember
there.
Andy said the
14
French
to
guy.
1.
That's got to be, that's got to be him. Jean-Marc Aveline. I think that's the guy Andy talked about. As for the question, I am not losing a dime on the Pope, so I'll take the nickel on whoever the nickel option is.
So here I'm looking at a chart that shows how long they met before they got to the Pope. So it's probably going to happen maybe this weekend or late this week.
Yeah, it's been a minute. I think it's the last couple have happened within the week, within 3 days. But there was one that went on, I think 2-3 days. But there was I forget how long exactly. I don't know if it was a couple of years or a couple of months, but back in the 12th century or something. But it's been a minute, obviously.
Kind of a large spread there, Paul. Couple months, couple of years.
I mean, when you're talking about 1,000 years ago, who cares? Really? It's all the same.
It's going to be quick. Like the last 4 or 5 times, it's been 2-3 days. So you would imagine that's what they end up doing. Man, yeah. How do you set odds on this?
There was a total votes? The number was 4.5 at one shop.
Okay. Have you placed a wager, or are you going to?
No.
I need Paul to make a Pope bet and just be on smoke watch for the entire week, just tuned into the live broadcast.
It would be entertaining. I'd go nickel. I'm going to go with the favorite.
Do we want to do the second one just for funsies?
Yes, do it.
Sure.
All right, would you rather go the nickel on Ant first field goal tonight, plus 475, or the dime on Siakam over 1.5 threes, plus 164?
I'd
Sam?
go over.
Over for days. Over forever. Yes, I cannot wait to see what happens. Watching this stupid game, waiting to see if he makes 2 threes in this game, just hoping everybody that laid the $2 ends up losing. 100% dime.
It's so funny. So this, of course, is piggybacking off of Where's the Room, where I said I would never bet under at minus 200. I would much rather have first field goal. So then Paul and Jake spun it forward. Would you rather go the first field goal or the over? And the answer for me is over. I think he's going to hit 2 tonight. That's very, very possible. And honestly, I hope it happens.
I mean, we might as well, right? This question won't be living very long. So go ahead, Jake. The last one.
All right. I will also. Should I read it verbatim how it's written with the note above as well?
Yes.
All right. Justin Tucker officially released for, quote, football reasons, not those alleged creepy off the field reasons. So would you rather go the nickel on Ravens to win the AFC plus 350? Or, speaking of AFC North creeps like Deshaun Watson, would you rather go the dime on the Browns under 4.5 wins plus 135?
I don't know. It's tough. I mean, it's a great question. A better setup. I don't trust Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. I just don't. I don't know why. Well, I know why, because I haven't seen it. He just turns into like this pocket passer. They stop running the ball in the playoffs, and he turns into this interception machine. So I guess I'd bet against the AFC North creeps in Cleveland and go under 4.5 wins.
Under 4.5. That's tough to do. Flacco or Pickett, I don't know. Do they turn the reins over to a rookie quarterback at some point? One of the two rookies? Gabriel Shador? I assume so. If things are going poorly, one of those rookie quarterbacks, or maybe both, gets some run. And then you would think, okay, now it's going to be even worse. Who's the run game going to go through? I mean, I guess it's going to be Judkins now. They have some talented players on defense, but yeah, I would go under. Not one of my favorites because it's such a short number, but I would go dime under on the Browns win total. What a nickel or dime. Great job.
Very good.
Topics. What about the picks for today, Sam? Where are you going with lightning bets?
I'll go quick. Yeah, quickly. Max Strus over 10.5 points. Let's call it minus 105. That's a fair consensus price. So over 10.5 Max Strus points. And then I'm going to take the San Francisco Giants plus 145 with Verlander. He's due, and I think that price is way off.
Okay, before I get to my lightning bets, I just want to throw it out there. Something that you had mentioned earlier in case people weren't with us and been thinking about it, and it is so spot on. The Eastern Conference. Are you going to play that? Celtics, Cavs, win the series at minus 110.
I think we should. It's probably going to win. It's not my idea, but it's a smart one from Fosen, who's a very respected person in the space, poker player better. It makes a lot of sense. And if you look at the board right now, man, they're betting Indiana. They just took the 8s off the board, so we're at 7.5 everywhere. Now, what does that do? Well, it drops the money line tonight, and it drops the money line for the series. So it's even cheaper than it was earlier. Now it's minus 105. Celtics and Cavs, win the series, win the series. Should we just make it a show bet and do it?
Yes.
Okay. Fine.
100%. All right. Also for tonight, with the money coming on the dog, it's dropping everything with that game, including the first half, which is now 4.5. I will take the Cavs first half minus 4.5 tonight. Major League Baseball. Give me Eovaldi against Giolito at minus 115, almost a coin toss there. And I will parlay the Dodgers let's take the Royals going up against the White Sox and Burke just to win. Dodgers, Royals, winners. That is plus 103, 2-leg parlay. Paul?
Got to fade my loser guy, Chris Sale, who, look, he hasn't been pitching terribly. I mean, he held the Rockies to 2 runs in 7 innings, struck out 10. But Andrew Abbott for the Reds has been pitching very well. Plus 185 for the Reds on the money line, and the Braves do not very familiar with him at all. They are not that great against lefties this year in the bottom third of the league. Weighted runs created plus and WOBA. So I will go with the Reds plus 185 against the Braves and Chris Sale today.
God help me. I think I kind of like the Rockies on the first 5 today against Jackson Jobe and the Tigers.
Okay.
It's Jackson Jobe, first time pitching in Colorado. Chase Dollander was really good in his last time out. I think he's starting to figure it out as a rookie. I can't wait to see how the Tigers score 1 billion runs in the first 5 innings and I just lose, but I'll hold my nose and I'll bet the Rockies on the first 5. It's going to be really gross, but is what it is, be what it be.
Jake, you missed it on yesterday's show. After the Shota injury, now Kenny Ducey is even more convinced that the Cubs are winning the World Series.
Sure, right.
I don't get it, but he's there.
He was giving his spiel as there was like a jackhammer outside his apartment, like pile driving the curb. There's always something with Kenny Ducey.
New York. He's a bartender. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, I love... He's like, it's like right behind him outside.
I know. He's not lying about living in New York, though. There's that. And he was not expecting that Knicks win last night. Maybe the only one of the series, but he was hard against it. He wanted to say Knicks, but he just couldn't get there. He's thinking it's going to be a short series, which everybody was. But, we'll see. Maybe they can end up pushing it to 6 or something.
Bing bong.
Are you doing PJ show still?
Hassan Hour, full week, baby.
Oh, man. All right, send it in with Jake Hassan. Bet slips and bat flips with Jake Hassan. 1 o'clock Eastern hour. He's got you covered. Thanks for watching and listening to Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM network. Best of luck with all your wagers tonight. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern right here on the BetMGM network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.